Hello. You popped in out of nowhere. Pokemon. Hi.
Hello.
We're here for our Pokemon final exam.
The final exam. And we need to pass.
The final exam of our fate.
Yeah, and it's a big exam. It's like 5 pages worth of questions and stuff. Like,
well, that's what I said. Basically, we were going to do this. I mean, I knew we were going to do this because I said so when we were halfway through the game, when we did our midterm discussion. Turns out we got a lot of things right in there. Or just general thoughts I still stand by.
Yeah, general thoughts are like, yeah,
they're pretty much what they... I'm sorry, Lenny.
Oh, do your thing.
I don't think Lenny prepared anything.
No, because I assumed, like, I knew your notes were going to be so incredibly thorough. And I'm like, we're probably going to touch on everything.
And that's the thing. Like I said before, I wanted to do a discussion where I literally talk about every single aspect of the game. So I started writing down stuff, everything I wanted to talk about, because I'm so torn on this game. There's genuinely things I really like about it, but there's also things I legitimately hate about it and what it stands for. So I wanted to touch on everything. So everything is clear, so it's not just like, oh, you hate it or you love it. It's
we're gonna get into ethics.
It's never been this in between for me. Where it's like, I love it. Asterisk.
Yeah.
Asterisk. Oh no.
Yeah. Like the good has never been this good, but the bad has also never been this in your face bad.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And that's really too bad. But yeah, I prepared some stuff, and I basically have, I don't know if you can see this, but there's probably some glare on the screen. But yeah, it's a 5-page document of talking points. We'll be here for a sec.
Perhaps we'll be here multiple times. Who knows? We'll figure it out. We have no idea how long it's going to be.
I think we will have to be here multiple times because, I don't know, this will probably take a hot minute. And we might repeat ourselves. I think because of this whole list, it'll be more structured than our usual talking videos. But it still won't be completely structured. We'll still jump from topic to topic.
Probably. Yeah.
There's more like a way to not forget anything.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think I made a decently good structure. So
I have no idea what kind of stuff you wrote down. By the way, it's all gonna be news to me. But I'm pretty sure like that a lot of these I'm gonna be like, oh yeah.
I mean, there's obviously general stuff. But it's like random points I definitely wanted to touch on, and I'm sure afterwards I'll still be like, God damn it, I forgot that thing.
We're gonna record for like 5 hours and then we'll be like, but I forgot this stuff.
Yeah, this tiny thing, because yeah, there are a lot of tiny things I love in this game. And I would love to mention them all, but there's no way I will. Which, I mean, sucks a little, I guess. But I guess we can put in the TLDR here. I guess I already said it. It's good, asterisk.
Like... I mean, it feels stupid to say, but it's like, it would have been one of the best Pokemon games ever made, if not for all of the bullshit.
Which we'll definitely touch on. But first, or at least what I have first, is just in general. We'll start with a lot of general things and then get into, the paths.
Yeah, the farther we go, the more into the nitty-gritty we're gonna get.
Also, spoilers!
Shocker! We're gonna spoil shit. Wow.
Literally everything. I don't think that many people still care, but apparently a lot of people got it for Christmas. So, if you don't want to get spoiled, maybe wait a little.
Fair warning.
Yes. Very fair warning. But yeah, first of all, general. The good. I think it's pretty easy. Characters, writing, story, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for me, like, definitely, like, character writing has never been this good in a Pokemon game.
Yeah, it's like, I like the characters, but probably also just because the writing has never been this good. And I've said that before, the writing in this game just generally feels way more modern than how clunky Pokemon tends to be. The one game I can definitely point to is Black and White. You can definitely feel the writing in there is just the Japanese script kind of just literally translated. And
yeah, there's definitely a lot of like mannerisms, and the way people talk in that game is very much like, Yeah, that is how a Japanese person would say things in English.
Yeah, but here, no. I think I
Yeah.
I don't think I can offhand think of a lot of examples, but they're just at points
Just
when
good,
I was playing, it was
fun
just like,
writing
wow, that
quirks.
is just fun,
Yeah.
modern,
I mean,
natural feeling writing.
yeah, I mean, for me, it all just comes to a head during the Area Zero stuff, where it's like, just seeing these characters, seeing how they interact, like, oh, it's the first time Nemona meets Penny, and she's like, oh, hello, and then Penny immediately goes like, oh, you talk way too much.
Yeah, please
oh,
stop.
Jesus Christ, like, stuff like that. It's like, it's just natural writing where you make the characters, then you put them together, see, okay, how do they interact, how do they bounce off of each other, and it's just yeah, Pokemon has done that.
No,
really,
it's true,
and it works so well. And just like also just putting in like just the tiny little details where you find out, like, learning a bit more about characters, stuff that is completely unnecessary, but just fleshes them out a little bit. Just knowing a little bit about, for example, like when they're talking in Area Zero, like learning a little bit about their parents. Where it's like, oh, Nemona is like a rich kid who comes from like rich parents because they're part of like, I don't remember what company
it's
that
like
was.
a company.
The Rodon phone company.
company.
And then it's like, oh, apparently Penny has very overbearing parents. Like her dad makes up like dumb little nicknames for her and stuff.
Pen
and stuff. And it's like that kind of stuff has like
does so much.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like that kind of stuff is not necessary at all because it does not add anything like story-wise.
Nope.
But it adds a lot to the characters. And I feel like in earlier Pokemon games, they really focus only on like story.
Let's make it big.
But they focus on story, but then the only thing about the characters was their role in the story and not just who are they as people. Like, stuff like, for example, like, I mean, kind of
anybody
like how...
remember Tyrno? I'm sure you do, but
dancing.
You won't remember a lot about him. Yeah. It's basically, these are your friends from X and Y, but just
done well.
Well, just done.
Yeah, because it's also like with all of the others, it's like, for example, okay, like recently you have How and Hop, for example, it's like the rival character. How is like, yeah, I'm chill, dude, I'm happy, Malasadas.
Well, that's kind of what we made him.
Well, yeah, no, but he was always like just like cool and laid back.
Yeah.
And that's it. And then I mean, in especially like in Ultra Sun and Moon, there was a bit more like, oh wait, I need to become strong as well. And then in Hop, it's like Hop was a little bit better, where it's like, okay, he's a go-getter and like he wants to battle and stuff, but he feels like he needs to live up to Leon. And it's like,
they tried something with
what
Hop.
do I do? Like, they tried something, but still, it's like a lot of the dialogue in the game is purely just to support their story.
Yeah, it's like our narrative is that
like...
Hop is sad that he got beaten by Bede, and he's ruining Leon's legacy because he's the champion's brother. He needs to be good. But it's just like, I didn't feel that.
But like, for example, it's stuff like knowing who Penny and Nemona's parents are add nothing to their story.
But just nice to know.
But it's nice to know, and it fleshes them out a bit to know kind of like what happened, like what was up with them before the events of the story.
I just want to hear about these characters.
In earlier Pokemon games, they just focused on the story happening now, and less about, okay, but what is the history of this area? What have they been through? Like that kind of stuff. So I feel like they focused more on that in this game, and I'm like, yes, please do that stuff, because that stuff is like, that just makes the characters feel real.
But it's also just a lot of tiny things that I didn't think about those things in the past, but now I do. It's like, why do I think it's like, why do I enjoy this but not like previous Pokemon games? It's just like, just the tiny things, like just not even the writing, but how it is written. And I can give a couple examples. There's actually a ton all over the game where it's not just like, this is the text, this is what's being said. Usually it's also like phonetically written.
Phonetically, like just there's a casualness to it.
Because when, well, that's one thing that I can easily think of. When Hassel cries, it's also not just like boo, hoo. It's like
blah, ha, hoo. Like
it's like
it gets weird.
I'm so proud. No, what is it? It's like, basically, it's not written like I'm so proud. It's like but it's like there's random letters in there.
So bro, like it's
like, and it's kind of just like, I don't know, it just adds that little extra flair that makes it feel more real.
For me, a moment, and it's again, it's like such a specific moment for me that I'm like, writing is I think it's when is exactly? I think it's during the second Arven cutscene where Mabosif first opens his eyes. And
Who's the best of boys?
No. It's Arven, and he's like, oh my gosh, shocked, and he starts like crying, and then there's like this, just like it's like, oh, I'm so happy to see you, and you see like emotional and crying stuff, and then Mabosif like growls or whatever, and then there's a moment where it's like a little bit of crying, then a little bit of laughter, and then he talks like, oh hey, and then he says like, actual dialogue, but it's like just that little bit of like the transition from crying to like kind of laughing at the situation, and then becoming a bit more like okay, and then talk like just like little like transition things like that. Just the way a natural speaking person would speak.
Yeah,
how they wouldn't just immediately like, oh hey, blah blah blah. No, because if you're emotional like that, it's like you have to transition from the emotional side to back. Okay, now I'm back. I'm on the level. Like stuff like that. Just little things like that is like. That's like the little things that really work and add so much. And I feel like previous Pokemon games haven't really done that.
I mean, we'll get into the point of voice acting later and our stance on it. But I mean, that's definitely a thing. For example, I know I'm getting off topic and people who don't care about Fire Emblem won't care. But it's like the difference for me between Echoes and Three Houses, where when Echoes starts, there's definitely like these tiny little flares added to the dialogue, like a little chuckle or a little like, It's just like, those tiny things. Here they do it in text because they don't have voice acting, but it does add it's to the character.
Basically, it's the difference of like two characters talking, and then the next line of dialogue is, for example, like, well, you know what to do, and then for example, in Terastallizing it would be like, well, you know what to do, but then in Echoes it would be more like, well, you know what to do.
Yeah,
like just a little like chuckles, and then like taking a breath, and then saying the line, like stuff like that.
Yeah, and those are things like characters, writing, story, world. We'll get into it more. But those are things for us personally. I know we're both like the same on this. It's like those are aspects of games that are probably the most important part of a video game. Where we need to get engrossed into the story, the world, and the characters that the game is trying to build. And Pokemon has never done it this well.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it depends on the game, of course, but for me, in Pokemon, that's one of the things, because when I play Pokemon, I really want to live in the Pokemon world. And if you present the Pokemon world as just a facade, or basically like a little theme park where you're just like, oh, this, but it's like, it feels fake, and it's not like deep enough in the sense of like, exploration and stuff, then I'm like, man,
I mean, there have been ups and downs, but it's never been this good.
Yeah, like I play Pokemon to live in the world. That's why when it's like people don't play Pokemon for the story. Like, yes, that is the reason.
For you, there's a lot of people who don't really care.
Oh, true.
And that's why a lot of people think Sword and Shield is better than this game.
Just because it's like, oh, gameplay wise, and it's so easy to like create your team and some battles, like all that kind of stuff.
It's easier to hate Scarlet and Violet, which I think is really too bad.
Yeah, I get that.
It's again, we'll get into it more when we get to the bad. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just it's way easier to hate Scarlet and Violet just because all the faults are there from the beginning and immediately right in your face.
The faults are very upfront.
Yep.
Is the problem,
and that's a big issue because I think it's really too bad that people will not give the game enough of a chance to get to the stuff where the game actually starts doing things Pokemon has not done.
Yeah,
and that's really, really, really too bad because that was the thing for me for the longest time. I was like, yeah, I'm playing this and it's just gonna be a funny playthrough where I'm just shitting on the game, kind of like
where it's gonna be dumb stuff. You're like, oh wow, that's dumb, and then it's like, oh wow, oh emotion,
and then the dog appeared. It's like, wow, I'm invested, and I kept doing things. Wow, I'm getting more and more invested. Not all stories because you still got the gym challenge, which is the most boring.
It's gyms,
but I mean, again, we'll get into it when we talk about the 3 paths and then Endgame.
I still find it frustrating that I swear, like in the credits, I couldn't see like a credit for who the writer was because I really wonder: is it just the same guy, or was there new people who did writing in this game? Because it's like I don't know, it's really noticeable how much better it is in this game.
The way I describe
I really wonder what happened. Yeah. Is it just they learned, or is it like no, they got some new people? Like I want to know.
I mean, it's night and day writing of Sword and Shield versus this. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. Yeah. But like I describe it as it feels like Toby helped with the writing. And
it's not the case. No. But like it's only a similar kind of writing where
suddenly Penny says like
where it just takes all of the characters and just think okay, but how would those people just talk in real life? And then they do it like yeah.
Yeah, where suddenly like Penny needs to help with the I don't know exactly what she needs to do.
Basically, when Geeta was like
punishment.
Yeah, you need to help the Pokemon League with this stuff, and then she just goes. There's a bunch of anime that I was gonna binge. So,
and some people were saying I saw them in the comments like I think that is extremely cringe when they reference stuff like that. I'm like, no, that is just the right amount of real for me. Just the right amount of relatable. Yeah, I basically just read down modern writing helps making the characters even more charming. Yep. And that's basically the summary, I think.
Writing good.
Oh yeah, and that's another thing that I even said in Pokemon Legends Arceus. I brought my props.
Yeah. There were still like a few like
I wasn't gonna get into writing, I was gonna say something else about it. Where I enjoyed enough about the game that it's easier for me to ignore the faults. Or like the obvious glaring flaws. It's easier to ignore them because I'm enjoying the game more than I thought I would. In Sword and Shield, it's just like generally the game was so boring and nonsensical. I just couldn't ignore literally everything the game was doing
just
badly.
Like, what is it was just
generally it was a drag.
Yeah.
It's not like I hate playing this game because I was playing it with you, but like most of it is just like going through the motions.
Yeah, like stuff is happening, you're like, yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, move along. I know where this is going. I know Rose is the villain.
Yeah.
Surprise for people who didn't know.
Yeah. And then comparing that to Scarlet Violet, where it's like, what is going on? Who's Turo? Is Turo real?
Yeah. It's like I've never been this intrigued into a story. And that's why I said before, I don't want a black and white remake. Black and white is perfect. Yeah. Don't remake it. If they change up the writing to this style, maybe it's something more to offer.
That's true, but I don't think it's gonna like if they remake it, it's just gonna be like text, which is too bad because I think like the story, like that's the thing, the story in Black and White is very good,
but the writing makes
but
it.
But the writing of that story is.
Yeah, like it definitely has heavier topics that just don't really get fleshed out because the writing is so clunky.
What's next?
Oh yeah. What? Yeah. What's next? Well, it's good. It's a little more about the. I mean, general thoughts about how I feel about the game, but so you got the writing and the characters and the cutscenes that I'm genuinely getting into, and this is gonna get a little bit into a negative point, but I mean, it needs to be said. Where if I'm playing a game, generally I can ignore when I'm running around and a mountain disappears for a frame, or a shadow flickers, or an NPC flickers in and out, or just general fuckery that is like wince-worthy, I guess is the best word. Or just like, alright then, Game Freak, you sure didn't optimize this game, did you? But it does bother me quite a bit when it happens in cutscenes.
Yeah.
Because for me, I'm enjoying the stuff that's happening, and then suddenly it's like a jolt of like, oh god, oh yeah, okay, I'm playing a video game. When suddenly my hair stands up for a frame and then it flops back to where it's supposed to be, or just
the first frame a character is like standing like opposed, and then the next frame they just pop into and then
yeah, there's definitely a lot of moments that I vividly remember. I'm not writing down all these. You can watch a playthrough. I included most of them. But like there's a couple, like when you beat the champion and Nemona's congratulating you, there's a lot of camera shifts in that cutscene, and every time it shifts to Nemona, her hair is standing up and it flops back down. So every time the camera shifts to Nemona, her hair just like a it's just like, what? Why? could they not have fixed that? That's the biggest problem. Every time there's a camera shift, the game just fucks up.
Yeah, like the thing is, the game loads in all of the characters that need to be in this shot, but like then because the hair stuff, it's all done with like the physics engine. So then it like they pop into existence, and then that's when the physics engine starts working. So then the hair flops. It's very weird.
They could not have fixed that. Probably because they didn't have time.
I don't know. It seems like something that could definitely be fixed.
There's a lot of things that could definitely be fixed, and honestly should have been fixed by now, but aren't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, then I also wrote down. I don't think I said it in the playthrough, but there were like I think 2 Arven cutscenes where there's just a dev ball in the middle of the cave.
Yeah, it happened with me too.
I just like, but why? The entire Team Star. I also didn't call attention, but like the entirety of the Team Star Endgame, for me, literally every cutscene was a dev ball. I'm like, it's such a small thing, but it bothers me. Oh, and also one thing when we were doing Endgame, there was like, I think 2 frames when Penny was talking, where Arven was still in shot, but it was just his belly and was completely covering Penny. And then I watched other people playing a game where just that cutscene. It's like, it happens consistently. Arven's belly is just covering Penny before he disappears. So it's like, could you... That's a consistent thing in the game where for 1 or 2 frames, things don't look right.
Yeah. And then everything fixes itself.
Yep. It's just so weird. I don't get why it's a thing.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and then I wrote down, there's basically constant fuckery when there's a camera shift, like over 75% of the time in cutscenes, and especially in battle. Battle is the worst, I think, because like if you
can do some fun stuff in battles.
If you use a classic camera, I think it's when you press in the stick.
Yeah.
And it shifts like from the enemy side to your side. When it shifts back to your side, your Pokemon will be in the attacking pose for like 2 extra frames, where they're just like tilted for like 2 frames. It's just like, it looks so bad. This was not an issue in Sword and Shield. Why now?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think that stuff probably has to do with the fact that, I mean, I don't know, like the big difference is that battles take place where you actually are, and you don't transition to a battle screen. That's definitely something that I had to work around, and that they clearly did not do all that well. Like you know, the stuff like, oh, so what do we do when the camera always follows the Pokemon that come out of Pokeballs? What happens if you're like on like a slanted thing? Oh, the camera just dips down to follow your Pokemon into the ground, and it's like, yeah, that's just what happens.
And that's such a Game Freak thing. Like, like, that's what happens. We're not going to change it.
Or also, I feel like, and I mean, I'm not sure if that is the actual thing, but I think it seems like it might be, is that, you know, if you send out a small Pokemon, so the camera moves in very close, because it's a small, tiny Pokemon, then if you switch out to like a big Pokemon, the camera doesn't necessarily always zoom out for the big Pokemon, so then you can just turn the camera and like, oh, look, I'm now inside my cloth. I can see the inside of its face.
I think it does, but only if you have the like classic camera, where it's like the dynamic camera. When you press on the stick, then it will change.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, if you press on the stick for one battle, next battle it won't use the dynamic camera anymore. So literally for every battle you need to press on the stick if you want the dynamic camera. Why?
Is that the case?
Yeah, that is the case.
I thought.
It's not for big battles like in Gym Leader or like Nemona battles. It automatically does the dynamic camera. Yeah. But for like trainer battles, no, you need to press on the stick each time, and I don't know why. It was like I kind of want that, but there's like so many things. But fuck, we'll get into it because like you don't have set battle style. Why? You can't turn off animations. Why? It's whatever. Anyway, let's get back into good stuff. Speaking of characters, there's another thing. Lenny doesn't have
your dog.
Lenny doesn't have his copy.
Your lizard dog.
Your lizard dog.
Oh, I should have brought it.
We have Box Legendary, which, for me, I mean, usually the Box Legendary is just like, yep.
Yeah, cool, you catch it, throw it away.
That's a fucking Box Legendary. But here, I mean, there's a little bit of a story attached for me, because when first for me, Miraidon was introduced, and I was forced to give him the sandwich, and the game is pushing me towards, oh, you need to like this guy. He is your dog. I was like, no, shut up. I don't like him. I don't want him. He's a box legendary. He's dumb and lame, like the Rodan Pokedex. I hate it. But then they really start to characterize Miraidon or Koraidon, and you slowly start to like him. For me, that is a big revelation. I've never liked box legendaries as like the character, because box legendaries haven't had character.
No, it's just box legendary shows up. Yo, I'm a legendary, fight me, and that's it.
I am the big important Pokemon, and you are the big important person. Catch me, and we will defeat the crazy man or woman. But here, no. Miraidon is a character you get to know, and it's actually like a dog. That is just, to me, how did they make me like a box legendary? For me, Miraidon is not a box legendary. For me, Miraidon is a character and like a friend I get to know throughout the story. And that is just crazy to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did a really good job with it.
Yeah. And then, I mean, we probably won't be able to talk that much about it, because there's just so many, and I wasn't even able to write down that many. But there's like, that's the thing Game Freak does a lot, where they add tiny little unnecessary details that I just enjoy, and then you will only pick up on if you happen to know this, or if you look them up in those type of videos, where like, oh, here are cute little details you didn't notice. An obvious one is like, shinies have unique behavior on the field sometimes, and just like, that's unnecessary, but they added it.
Oh yeah.
There's like, a big one is, shiny sandy gas, because it's like a different type of sand. It doesn't melt in the rain.
Oh yeah.
So stuff like that. There's like tiny details that they didn't need to add, but I mean, they're there. So if you happen to know a couple of those, feel free. Another one I wrote down, I think this is the thing, I actually haven't checked it, but the Cassiopeia constellation.
Oh yeah.
You can overlay on the map, and it's actually where all the star bases are.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
And the name of the base is the name of the star of the constellation. So it's just like, those are those tiny little things that Game Freak actually is kind of good at.
Yeah.
Those unnecessary details that most people wouldn't even notice, but if you do, it's like, yeah, that's kind of cute. So, I don't know. I don't know if you happen to have any of those.
Well, I mean, tiny details like that. I mean, the things that I always like is just tiny details like, your character just walking around, whatever, and then it starts raining, and then she's like, oh no, the rain. If there's a sandstorm, they try to cover. If it's cold, they like just contextual stuff like that I always like.
No, and like another one's like that I noticed when I was editing, Meowscarada, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Its fainting animation, because it's a magician, its fainting animation is the final bow. And it's like, hey.
Oh, really?
I kind of like that.
Oh,
it's just,
that's
even
cute.
stuff like that. I'm like, that's attention to detail and care, and like that tiny little extra. That's like, usually Pokemon don't really have that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like cute. Definitely like, there's definitely cute animations for Pokemon that's like, oh, that's really cool, or like, oh, that's a nice little touch. Like this, like
sleeping animation of Tinkaton.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just it lies there, like it puts her hammer down, just like
Yep.
It's so cute.
That's what I'm saying. Just tiny little details. Like Game Freak isn't lazy.
Yeah.
They just don't have the time to do everything.
Or just come up with like little funny stuff like, oh, it's a toad school. Let's have him run around.
Yeah.
And it fucking speeds all over the place. It's so funny. Like,
Yep.
And again, little things like, or also just behaviors of Pokemon, like Sudowoodo stands still, and then the moment you get too close, like, oh no, they spotted me, and then just like run the fuck away.
Rinse out of there.
Also, I also felt like there were some things that were kind of cute, like how Pokemon spawn, where it's like you can have, like, for example, a group of Hoppip, but then there's also Skiploom in the middle. That's kind of like the elder that like takes care of him. But then there's also stuff like, at one point I saw like there was like, I think it was a bunch of Mudbray surrounding a little Knackley. And I'm like, okay, that is very cute.
Oh, because they lick it?
Yeah, it's a salt licking stone.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
If you want to catch a Ditto or a Zorua, it's actually you just find a Pokemon.
Yes.
And then it's like, wait, what? Like
that's definitely like a cool thing.
Mhm.
In the one area, the Mimic Valley, I call it. I don't know what it's called. It's where like the Poison Star base is. Is that the Poison Star base?
Yeah.
Yeah. And just like the valley is full of like mimicry type Pokemon. There's Fungus, there's Mimikyu, you got Zorua, and then for me it was like I'm running around doing auto battling, and then suddenly you got Zorua for it. I'm like, what? A Zorua? It's like, yeah, they disguise themselves. It's like, yes, that is how they would behave in the wild. They would disguise themselves. Same for Ditto. You never see a wild Ditto. It's always like a disguised Ditto. It's like, oh, but then it's annoying to catch. No, shut up. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
All of it.
Again, like, and that's the kind of stuff that I just like. I want them to go all out with stuff like that.
Yeah, like there's definitely like it could be cooler if you have maybe this little cave, you go inside, and then there's maybe a rare spawn in there. This game doesn't do that.
Yeah, that's the one thing I was hoping that like, which is also again we're probably going to talk more about the gameplay stuff as well. But like,
Yeah, when we get to the world.
yeah, but like, yeah, I really think it would have been cool if it's like you do like exploration, then you find this little nook, and then it's like a special Pokemon you can find, and it only really spawns over there. Or like maybe it's like a super rare spawn in other places, but then there you can find them more commonly. And there's a few things like that I know, like, but it's mostly like the Paradox Pokemon in Area Zero. There's definitely stuff like, oh, like for example, I think it's Iron Valiant and is it Raging Moon? I think, I don't know, the Salamence basically. It's like, yeah, you can find them, but you can only find them in this area, in Area Zero.
Oh, was Raging Moon Sada's ace?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's like, oh yeah, cool. It's like, yeah, you can only find them in like specific locations.
Interesting that they're both home Pokemon.
Hmm?
I mean, I guess.
Oh, and remakes confirmed.
Wait a sec.
No, but yeah,
That'd be hilarious.
yeah.
Well, maybe we'll get a Legends Home. Yes, honestly, like an overgrown like, jungle Legends game.
Fuck, they're so cool. Then you can like, oh yeah.
And like the only city that's been established like Fortree or something. Because like that feels very in character of like a past city.
I feel like if anything, it's probably going to be like an early settlement of like Mauville, because from there it's like in the middle of the region you can, or Rosboro maybe, but yeah, it's just like, yeah, more location specific stuff, because like it does the basic stuff like water Pokemon near water.
Don't get me started on the water. Water makes a game chug.
We'll get into the water.
It's so weird. Not even all water, but whatever. Yeah, and like, that was also we'll call it a problem in Legends Arceus, where Pokemon were just kind of there. There was no like area where it's like, wow, here you can find in this little cranny inside of a cave. It's like, wow, look at that rare Pokemon. No, it's Pokemon are there, and it never feels special. I can't really think of any Pokemon in this game that was like,
well, there is
only one location.
Yeah, no, but there's like, it is cool when they do little stuff like that. Like for example, I'm pretty sure that like Toadschool, for example, they always spawn like at a tree
near trees and are mimicking just a mushroom,
just being a mushroom there.
Toadstool.
Yeah, stuff like that is like,
that's nice.
Yeah, nice.
That's true.
Focus more on stuff like that.
But they're very few and far between. It's like I know, like if you get to that autumn area, it's like, oh, you have Fortress in the tree because it's hanging like a not a
pine
wall.
cone. What? Pine cone.
Fortress isn't really a pine cone.
Oh, yeah, okay. Fortress is more like just big.
Yeah, it's like or what's the spider called? Not Spidops, but the good one.
Tarantula
is in the tree in the beginning.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is very cute.
But I mean, it's pretty rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely like unique behavior of Pokemon where they spawn in very specific areas. Like, that's cool next to a tree. That's neat, but there's not enough of that.
Yeah, there could have done more.
No. So again, I don't know if you can see this, and I actually talked about this before in our 2022 roundup, but we're gonna get to the bad, but they're more like general bugs and annoyances where it's not like this ruins the game, but they do add up.
Yeah.
And if you want to see them, yeah, you can barely see it, but it's like, it's there's quite a few.
Yeah, it's quite a list.
I don't know if I should just list them.
I mean, you can just start listing them, and if I have anything to say, I'll chime in. But I think most of the chiming in will be like, yeah.
Yeah, but that's mostly it, right? We're just like, yeah. And then after the fucking
Because again, it's stuff.
20th. Yeah, it's just like,
Okay, come on. Yeah, because that's the thing.
yeah.
Because that's the thing. It's stuff for me that individually I don't really care about it.
Every game has
it's
some little thing, but here it's just like they have all little things.
All right, let's get going.
Number 1, flickering. And with that, I mean, it's actually the most noticeable, I think, in the school. When you get into the school and just like...
Oh, just doing it like... boop, 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 boop.
It's not like they do it once. It's like you get closer and they start actually like flickering. And then when you stop moving, the game decides they're there or they're not there. But when you're moving towards them, it's like... boop, 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 boop. And then when you stop moving, it's like, okay, now they're not there. And then when you get a little closer, okay, now they're there. But then when you get even a little more closer, oh, now they're not there anymore. It's so inconsistent. Walk around in the main hall. It's insane in there. Just pay attention to the background. It's actually crazy. And that's a place where I noticed it the most. It's like you can definitely add that to flickering. Although it's more of a one frame thing. It's more like when you get closer to characters, they properly load in, and that's the thing you noticed first that I didn't notice originally. Where it's like when someone's sitting on the bench.
There's a guy sitting on a bench, basically, and they're just sitting like on the bench like this. Then you get a little closer, then suddenly it's like this. Then you get a little bit closer, and then they're like this in the actual pose. Mm-hmm. It's like they're just standard model loaded in. Then put it in the rough pose, and then. Now put in. The one time I noticed was actually in Endgame, where Turo, for me, was sitting in his chair. When you get inside, and it's just like he's sitting there like this. Yeah, and then when you get close, suddenly he's like... Yeah, again, it's just like, load in the model, and then when you get closer, okay, load in the pose.
Yeah. It's just like those things, a normal studio that had time to do stuff, would get to those things and make, like, in the code, special occasions for moments like that. Where it's like, okay, in this area, we will... override first just load in the character and then load in how they're supposed to sit. A normal developer would be like, okay, for him, just always load in the actual sitting pose from the beginning, right?
Oh, you mean like, for example, like for Turo?
Yeah.
Because like it's an important moment.
Or so like in big cutscenes, I would override characters being like, characters loading in and then their hair comes into...
Well, I'm not sure if that's something that can be changed for like specific... moments or models. I don't know because I'm not a developer. I don't know how it works, but
okay. But I understand that they want things to not load in throughout the entire game, for like, because the Switch is not that powerful of a system. So you want things to unload when they're not in view. I get that, but in cutscenes where it's kind of important, where things look sleek, that for 1 or 2 frames Penny isn't there, and then she pops in. It's like. Yeah, but why?
But that's the thing with in-engine cutscenes. It's the engine.
I definitely feel like it could be fixed.
I mean, no, it can be fixed. But I'm just afraid that the way to fix it is that it's a system-wide like thing. And not just like, okay, for these important character moments, then you do it, but then for the rest of it. Like, maybe it's possible, but I'm not sure.
Especially in cutscenes, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because in cutscenes, like,
there's the most jarring.
What?
There's the most jarring.
Yeah, that's the issue, where it's like, I'm enjoying this, and then suddenly, bloop, like, oh, but I was enjoying the thing. Frame rate tanks plus lag. In parentheses, Lake, Levincia, Ferry Starbase. Those are the biggest chugging areas.
I feel like for me, Levincia... was never really that.
Were you there during the night?
Yeah, but like I don't know.
It's bad.
I mean, no, for me it's like a little chugs me, but it wasn't really noticeable. But like, but the lake.
You're walking
the ferry
through molasses in Levincia. Yeah, that's also the thing people were saying from the beginning. So like, Violet for some reason is more buggy.
Yeah, no, it is like 100%. Your copy of the game is way more buggy than my copy of the game.
Not even my copy. People are actually saying, no, Violet specifically is more buggy than Scarlet. I don't know if this is a thing, but what if Violet actually uses an earlier build? it sounds like a fuck up Game Freak would do, right?
Oh, that'd be so fucking stupid.
I don't know if this is a thing, but that's what people have been saying. It's like, oh, I'm playing Scarlet and I'm not running into these issues.
Yeah.
I've run into an astounding amount of issues. Even Lenny, I mean, again, he's playing Scarlet.
Yeah. That's the thing. The issues that I come across are the milder stuff, like all of the bigger issues. A lot of them I never came across, but you did.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, the game crashed. It did crash for you, right?
No.
Not once?
Not once.
Yeah, people are saying, oh, but that's a memory leak thing if you played the game for too long. My sessions usually weren't longer than 2 hours, so I don't see that being the issue. Like,
and it's also every time you shut off the game, then you start over. See, yeah, then it can't really be
I mean,
memory
one
leak
time
thing.
I literally started a game and 2 minutes in, it crashed. So don't give me the bullshit of memory leak. It's not the issue that I'm playing the game for too long.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean. But yeah, it's definitely like the lake is the worst. Like, how?
Yeah, what is it about the lake specifically that's like chugs so much?
They just didn't optimize it. It's like I said before, I think it was in our finale video where I watched a video on Breath of the Wild and how they optimized literally every little aspect of rendering. It's like, oh, but with the, like, first you render this and then this, and then they don't have to render this because Link's in the way. And then how they do the water, even though, like, they do it cheaply and make it look good. Where it's like, oh, then it's not taxing for the system. And it's so obvious, like, all the love and care that was put into, like, how Breath of the Wild renders, so it actually works well on the Switch. Pokemon didn't do that. They couldn't. A little bit because of incompetence and a little bit because of time crunch. I mean, I guess time crunch is the bigger issue. But it's like, it's such an obvious thing where it's like, yeah, it's clearly lack of optimization.
Yeah. I did hear some comments, like, I mean, I don't think it was comments on, like, on videos, but just like on the internet that
Lenny means 4chan.
I don't even think it was 4chan. Okay. But basically some people were like that were theorizing that maybe one of the reasons the game runs so badly is that it was meant to be a Switch Pro game.
I said that before too, actually, where I'm like, that's
and it's
me
like,
just
I don't know,
being devil's advocate a little, but I could see it being possible where the game was being developed for Switch Pro, and then, oh, but Switch Pro isn't a thing anymore. I'm still kind of convinced the Switch Pro was supposed to be a thing, but then because of the, like, chip shortages, because of COVID, they were like, okay, we can't do this without cranking up the price, like, $100.
So let's just wait.
So we won't do that.
Yeah.
That, to me, is very possible. So it could also be very possible that this was supposed to be a Switch Pro game.
I guess, I don't know. I still think that's like a bit.
And that also defends a little because people are saying like, yeah, the Switch is underpowered and that is the reason the game runs bad. That is backwards because if you're developing for an underpowered system, you work around the system's shortcomings. And they've developed for the system before. Like, there's so many bigger games that run on the Switch, like fucking Xenoblade.
Yeah.
Runs on the Switch kind of perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard any, like, complaints about, like, oh god, it runs like shit.
At least not nearly as big as this.
Yeah.
It's like fucking Breath of the Wild, a launch title.
Like, Breath of the Wild also, like, chugs at times.
If you're moving way too fast.
But, like, that's it. It doesn't have nearly, like, does it have, like, crazy popping and stuff? I don't think so. So, like,
it does have popping where mountains. It's not like
when you're moving, then sort of like grass, like in the middle, you see like grass.
No,
like,
not that. But like if you get closer to a mountain, you might see it load in its like higher quality version / texture.
Yeah, stuff like that.
It's a stuff like that jarring, but it's not like suddenly like the ground flicks into a glitchy texture for 2 frames and then it's gone.
Yeah, like it still leaks better than Scarlet Violet, and that was a launch game.
So yeah, I mean, it's just. That makes me think maybe it was a Switch Pro game where they didn't feel like they have to optimize every little aspect, because people are like, oh, if I run on my super high-end PC, if I run Scarlet Violet on my super high-end PC, then it runs perfectly. It's like, yes, but your system is still using way too many resources to get around all the unoptimized bullshit that Game Freak put in or didn't end up optimizing. So you're still using too many resources for the thing you're trying to do. It's just your PC has those resources, which the Switch doesn't.
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh, but then it runs perfectly, so it's fine. Yeah, no, that's not the issue. It's just they were developing for another powered system, but they didn't work around the system shortcomings. And it's even more jarring because Sword and Shield didn't have crazy pop-in. I guess because the camera was always fixed, they could maybe like work around it better. But like the WoW area didn't. And I mean, Arceus game didn't. Arceus game maybe had lower quality textures, so maybe that's it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I prefer, like people were saying, yeah, but Arceus game looked ugly.
No, it doesn't.
Scarlet Violet looks ugly. You're ugly.
Don't say that.
No, it's true.
No, I know. I mean, I feel like that's purely just like like you can't objectively say that Pokemon Legends was ugly because Pokemon Legends Arceus went for a different art style. It did some it made very specific choices, and I think those choices work out very well for this game.
Art style wise, you mean?
Yeah. And also, you know, that stuff probably also helps to make it run smoother because Violet goes for a more realistic approach, so it has it has to have a way more complex lighting system, for example, which is like lighting system that's very taxing. So
it's true. Sometimes it surprises me how well the lighting is done, and then other times it surprises me how bad it's done.
It's like you're exiting a cave and it's like, oh, the bright light, and then suddenly everything was like, oh wait, it's nighttime.
Yeah. But it's clear that like when you enter caves, the lighting changes drastically, and there's other issues like bright sandwich. That's because of that.
Yeah, I mean it's like because that's the thing. It's like, oh, I understand why you do that because you know it's kind of like a natural thing where your eyes adjust to the dark. It's like that makes sense. It makes perfect sense. But then it's like, yeah, but it's also still kind of wonky, and then you get bright sandwich. That stuff.
And then you get bright sandwich. Random crashes.
I mean,
didn't happen to this guy.
I have zero experience with this, but
I think for me the game crashed
5
or 6 times.
Yeah. I think like I want to say when we did the multiplayer together, that was a fourth time.
Yeah.
And then when we did the dumb stuff in Area 0, that was a 5th.
Yeah. And that's when I gave up.
Yeah.
It's too bad that my final experience with the game was that, where it was like, I was actually on track to be like, oh, I'll complete the Pokédex. I'll do it. It's fine. I'm having fun. And then the game crashed in Area 0 when we were doing some stuff. We'll get
which in general was very fucking...
We'll get into it more. That's also like a little bit lower on my list about Area 0 in multiplayer. And then the game crashed there right after I got like, I think 5 of the of your Paradox Pokemon. And I was like, you know what? This is not worth it.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I'm done. I've had my fill with the game. Like, it's fine. I've had my fun, but I'm not completing the Pokédex. I just don't care anymore. I can already hear the people in the distance. Do you hear them, Morty? Do you hear them? Just use autosave. No. I think that is just the wrong way to look at it. Like, oh, this issue of the game crashing is fixed because there's autosave. No. Walk back. The game crashed. It's not like, yeah, but why is that a problem? You have autosave. Okay, there is a hidden way for a like backup save that most people wouldn't know about.
Yeah, what the hell is that stuff then? Yeah.
It's been a thing in every Pokemon game apparently ever since Sword and Shield. So if, for example, you autosave, the reason I don't autosave because I don't like game saving over maybe something important that I don't want to get saved over, and I want to save myself. In Breath of the Wild, that's fine, because you have your autosave, and then separate saves you can make yourself.
Yeah, it's like that in Mario Plus Rabbids as well. It's like, you have the autosave slot, and then you have, like, your actual save slots that you choose, I want to save here.
It's such a logical thing, but Game Freak sticks to its archaic design. It's like, nope, they don't have that.
Yeah.
Fucking whatever. But they do have a hidden, like, save feature. It's like, why? Like, you need to press these buttons on the title screen.
Like, you use manual save, but secretly in the background, it's still auto-saving.
So,
just in case.
If autosaves end up fucking you and you actually get soft-locked, well, you do have the backup save, so it's not an issue. Just use autosave. The backup save is hidden. So just let me use the regular saves if you're not going to have a separate autosave slot. That's why I don't use autosave. The game should not crash in the first place.
Yeah,
If it happened once and it was a fluke, I'd be like, okay, fine.
Yeah, true.
But the fact that it happens a lot and some people have found consistent ways.
Oh, really?
Yeah, people have found like even ways to like make the Pokédex completely fuck up. And when you check a Pokemon that you don't have, it like crashes. It's
nice.
Yeah, I don't know what more I have to say. I mean, the defense of just use autosave is just ignoring the issue.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't fix the issue. The issue is still present. It shouldn't crash 5 times during a playthrough. Like, one time is like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
And leave it at that. But if it's 5 times, that's like inexcusable.
Yeah. The line. That is
one of the most baffling things in the entire game.
Right?
What is the line?
Is it like a post-rendering thing that they fucked up?
It's just the crossfade.
Yeah.
No. What the thing is, and that's the thing, when it crossfades, it doesn't just crossfade from one camera thing to another camera thing. It's like, well, at least I think it's like, so you're looking at a camera and it's like, the game is running, and then as you crossfade, you're actually crossfading from a screenshot of that shot. Like a still image of that shot.
Is that true?
And then you're fading.
I don't think so.
I think it is.
I think the character's still moving stuff. I could check that.
Actually. Yeah, maybe check it out and like. But in any case, it's like, it's definitely because of that crossfade that apparently, I mean, I don't know, I guess they misaligned the resolution or something, but like, yeah, every time there's a crossfade, there's a white line on the left of the screen. And why is that there? Every single crossfade.
And it's like, it's so dumb because after a while you just don't notice it anymore. And just like, yeah, okay, I guess it's fine, but it's like, is it? No, it's not.
Again, it's fine in the sense that it doesn't ruin my experience with the game, but it's like, but why is it there though?
And that's like the baffling thing about that. That is one that is always there consistently. How were they not able to fix that before release?
Yeah, I really don't understand how that is something that, oh no, we can't fix this. It would completely wreck the game. Like, what?
Oh man, but I think you might be wrong about like why it happens, because whenever a screen effect happens, the line is kind of also there. It's like, for example, when you start boosting and you got like the effect on screen, it's like
oh yeah.
Sometimes there's also like little lines at the side of the screen.
Yeah.
Or like when a Pokemon in battle does like the I'm doing my cry, there's also like the effect on the screen, and sometimes the lines also appear then.
Huh.
So there's some weird post-processing.
I didn't notice that. Maybe it's just anything that is post-processing on top of like the gameplay or whatever, like effects-wise,
is like 1 or 2 lines of pixels too small?
I don't know. Very strange. Like, yeah, I mean that is really something, because it's like
Also,
stuff like pop-in, frame rate drops, that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, I can understand how that happens.
Yeah, but the line,
but how does that happen?
Is one of the most baffling things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, another one that I think is probably like another extremely minor thing, but is also one of the most baffling things: death balls.
It keeps happening.
How are those there? What in the game makes them not unload correctly?
And it's also
if
like,
all death balls were present, I'd be like, oh, I get it. They just forgot to make death ball invisible. But no, it's just sometimes they're there.
Yeah, and it's also not like, if you see a death ball in a room, then there's always going to be the death ball there. No, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. Oh, now it's an ultra ball.
Yeah.
Now it's a Pokeball, and now it's a great ball. Like, it's very.
I mean, it's you can see like how they made like for developments, like, oh, if it's a Pokeball, maybe it means this, or if it's a Great Ball, it means this.
Yeah,
it's like a development thing.
Yeah.
I get it, but it's like, why do I see them?
Yeah, why is it sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not?
It's not like tied to an event or anything, because
no.
When we started the game, when we entered Nemona's house, it's just like it was in the middle of the room. There's literally no events in that house. Why is that death ball there? What was the purpose of that dev ball in the middle of Nemona's house. Spawning the house?
Yeah, or spawning the characters inside the house, maybe.
So weird. I don't.
I mean, no matter what the actual function of it is, because it has legitimate functions, they just shouldn't show up.
Yeah.
Like, dev cubes are a thing in every single game.
Oh yeah, by the way, dev balls, we call them dev balls because they're Pokeballs, but they're dev cubes.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm telling you, if they consistently were there always, I'd understand, because it's just like, okay, that's funny, I forgot to make them invisible. But the fact that they're not always there is just like, does the game skip over the step of removing them? Sometimes, because it chugs?
I don't know.
I want answers. I want somebody to look into this game and be like, oh wow, look at the spaghetti code. Because
Oh, dude.
the spaghetti, there will be, it's been such a Game Freak thing for such a long time. It's like, why do they load things that shouldn't be loaded? Always.
Never forget Sun and Moon and the hundreds of lilies in that game.
I actually didn't know about that. But apparently
You didn't?
No.
Oh my god, it's the best.
I just knew about the fact when you open a box, it immediately loads all Pokemon information right then and there, which makes the game, like, struggle a little, and probably still do it, because you open a box in this game. I think that is super annoying. It's also
annoying.
An extremely minor thing, just like, oh my god, I need to wait to see if there's Pokemon there. If I like move a Pokemon to another box, it's like, okay, let's wait a sec, so I don't accidentally move the Pokemon with another Pokemon that hasn't appeared yet in that slot.
Yeah. Or it's like, I'm looking for a specific Pokemon, like normally you see the, not there, not there, okay, also not there, but here it's like, not there, not there. Like, it's so annoying.
It's minor, but it's extremely obnoxious.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, dev balls, they're very confusing. Buggy raids. I don't know if you have a lot of experience with raids.
Honestly, not really. I think I had one raid where, like, because definitely one of the things you mentioned is that sometimes it's like the thing where you see the reflection of the Pokemon's face. Sometimes that just fucks up. That happened to me like once where I'm like, okay, that looks a bit weird. But I never had the thing, for example, where like the, your eyes. I mean, you've had like some crazy shit happen during raids.
They're buggy in a lot of ways. Although the eye thing is not tied to the raids. That's tied to something else? Question mark.
Relating to your facial expressions and stuff. Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. But stuff like you show me stuff where it's like everything just suddenly like disappeared while you were doing like the Terastallizing animation or something, and then it came back.
Oh no!
You showed me a time where
I showed them, like, because in post game I did a couple of raids because I was like, oh, let's check this out, and that's where when I started doing the harder raids and you're in there for longer and really work around with the mechanics of the raid, then you start to notice how kind of buggy they are, and they feel like they're constantly in online mode even though you're not online. Because like sometimes the damage doesn't line up. I've seen like you attack Pokemon, it's like boom, health gone, and then suddenly it's all the entirety of the health is back. Like what? Huh? How'd that happen? Or like, oh, my Pokemon's animation gets stuck.
Yeah, so just like a statue of a Talonflame that's just sitting there. Like.
Yeah, or like the name of like usually it's like, oh, Pokemon did this move. It's like suddenly
Pokemon
Staraptor. Yeah, all right. I see the
Staraptor.
Like, and then that's the thing. It's like there's so many little things that just are extremely buggy in the raids, and I don't know. Like it's caused apparently a lot of frustration for people who do like the hard raids and try to get like all the special Pokemon with like cool stuff, blah blah. I don't care about that, but whatever. It's like, okay, we clearly defeated the Pokemon, but the game is still like, nope, you lost. Bye bye.
Oh, really?
There's apparently like, I haven't run into that, but just like generally, there's so much crap in raids. When you do the Terastallization, it's like your animation starts, but then oh no, the camera shifts back to regular view, and you see the Terastallization animation without the special like shots, and it's like, oh, everything is gone.
Yeah,
and it just looks so cheap. I know it wasn't supposed to look like that because you usually have a special camera. But sometimes games are like, okay, we give up on the special camera. Now it's just regular view, and it just looks extremely bad and clunky. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about the raids, so whatever. But yeah, they're very buggy. What else is new? Well, this one isn't super relevant anymore, although it gets us to another issue that maybe we'll get into more later. Elite and Champion music was bugged. That's honestly another one of those baffling things.
There's like, how did this ship?
I mean, there's more reasons you can ask why did this ship.
Oh yeah, but this is, I mean, this is again one of the biggest ones where it's like, it's not like it's something that's hard to notice.
I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know this, but that's what it feels like. The game didn't go through a final playtesting phase. The release version didn't go through
Just
playtesting.
not at all.
Wouldn't they have noticed? That's like a thing.
I mean, they should have.
It's not like, oh, it's so rare. No. It always happens.
Yeah.
The music just didn't play correctly. You just have the intro and that's all. I don't... Why... There's stuff like that, and then they fixed it in a patch. Congrats, I guess. We'll get into that patch more. It's in my list. Yeah, that's another just baffling thing. Bright sandwich, we talked about it. It's due to the lighting engine. If you make a sandwich in a cave, it's just like extreme brightness. Fucking whatever. Go back up, question mark.
At random points where you're just walking around, then like, go back up, like, go where?
Why didn't they tie it to the phone animation, where if you use a phone parachute, only then the game will ask, do you want to go back up? So like, I walked down a little ledge. Why is the game asking me whether I want to go back up?
Yeah, and then it puts me in a spot where I was like 2 minutes ago.
Because out of curiosity, you press it. Yeah, I mean, it's a minor thing, but it's like, how...
It's just weird.
Why? Follow Pokemon freezes in place. Tiny thing, but just like, how... Fine, whatever. Facial animations get stuck. People are saying this is if you use the camera app.
Yeah, the camera app and use facial expressions there. But I tried that.
It's not consistent.
Really, yeah, it's not consistent.
There's something else that causes it. But once it happens, it stays. And it's not even a thing that stays as long as you keep the game running. I reset the game at one point because I was like, okay, why is this happening? And then I went into another raid and my facial animations were still stuck. It's like, what causes this?
Yeah.
And how did they not fix it? TM obtaining bug. This might be fixed in a patch. I'm not sure. But you know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, you got a TM. Wait, can I read it? Oh, it's gone. Okay.
It appears twice in a quick flash. And it's like, I would have liked to know which TM it was. And what's even suckier about that, if you then go to the bag and want to sort by newest first, did you realize the sorting by newest first just does not work?
Really?
It just puts them in a random order anyway. I got Snowscape, and I'm like, oh, interesting, I'll check it out. Oh, where is it? Oh, fine, I'll sort by newest first. And it was like at the bottom of the newest TMs. You know, when there's like a little icon, the red icon that says it's new? Yeah. It wasn't at the top, it was at the bottom of that one. And it's not like they were all like, oh, they're by newest first, but the newest one is at the bottom of the newest ones. It's not even that, because the one above that one, I got like hours ago. It's... Why does that sorting not work? Yeah, that definitely adds to the TM obtaining bug, because you just can't tell which TMs you got. Item icons don't load correctly / immediately in menus. It's Pokemon. It's,
Pokemon as well.
It's items
in the Pokédex.
Where
you scroll and you and for one frame or like just
it's not one frame. It's like 5 or 6. It's
5 or 6 frames. You can see the Pokemon that's supposed to be in that spot, and that's like, oh wait, you haven't found this one yet. Oops. Yeah. And then it's gone. It's like, oh, it's so fucking stupid. I love it. It's like why is? It's like they're supposed to. It's like they loaded in sprites like in these positions. Then when you
I feel
go,
like it's another spaghetti goat thing.
And then we go to the next page. It's like it loads in. Okay, so it's these Pokemon are now here.
Yep.
But then the loading and unloading of the sprites is like much lower priority than the data of the Pokemon being there. So that's why they're still there. And then it's like, okay, now we unload it or something. It's very strange.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's consistently in the bag for items for literally everything. It just doesn't load in immediately, and it
also just stuff like that, like where it's like, you know, if you highlight the Pokemon, the little icon goes like up and down a bit. It's like, okay, so I go to my Pokemon menu and it's like highlighting, of course, the first Pokemon in your party. And then it's like the 5th Pokemon in my party is like going up and down. I'm like, what is this?
Yep. I mean, even the sandwich menu has that.
Oh yeah.
It's like, why the fucking sandwich menu? It's literally everywhere it needs to load an image, it'll load it.
At some point.
Yeah, basically. So,
just not immediately.
No, that's the thing. Buggy spawn points.
Yeah.
That's definitely, I guess, more of a me thing. But to me, that is just like, how? That's another one of like, how is this not fixed before?
Yeah, like the thing
just put the spawn point on the fucking ground.
Yeah, it's like, it's not an issue where it's like, it doesn't ruin the game for me. It doesn't really matter that much. But it's just baffling because it is so incredibly simple to fix. Just like,
I feel like it's a thing they put in to prevent issues of you phasing through the floor.
Maybe. Yeah. It's like, because like sometimes you can phase through the floor if the spawn point is not really correct. So then it's like, okay, just put it above the ground.
Theory. They actually ran into it when they were developing the game. If they put the spawn point right on the ground, that the collision of the floor hadn't loaded yet before your character spawns in, and you spawn in and fall through the floor. So to get around that, they put it just high enough.
Yeah.
So the collision had enough time to load, so you never fall through the floor.
Yeah. That seems extremely possible.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh god, I just thought of that. That might be it actually. Yeah. Okay. This is, I mean, it's a minor thing. It's like, why? Can't see what you buy in picnic shops. So you're buying cool stuff for like your picnic table.
Yeah, the thing is, you're buying, like, buying like
cosmetics.
Like you don't need to see what the chorizo looks like, but it's like you're buying like a tablecloth for your table. Like, I want to know what it looks like before I buy it.
Nope, you can't see it.
Nope. You just have to go on gut feeling and be like, this sounds cool.
That's like going...
I like dinosaurs. Let's get this one. Okay.
That's like going like clothing shopping with your eyes closed.
Yeah. It's like, it's like, oh, would you like a green sweater? Can I see it? No, but would you like it though? Yeah, but like, what kind of green is it? Like if you think like, oh yeah, I would like a kind of dark green sweater. Okay, I'll get the green sweater. And then it's like lime green. And it's like, what? But yeah.
I don't get it. It's just one of those tiny things. It's like, didn't nobody like during testing say like, you know, it's kind of annoying that you can't see what you buy.
Yeah.
From picnic shops. Oh, it's a minor thing. Who cares? It's like, yeah, then why did you put it in?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the good thing is that you can see what you're buying in clothing stores after like 2 seconds.
It's not even 2 seconds. It's longer. Yeah, that's the next point. Buying clothing is annoying because it takes 5 seconds to load your model each time. And by each time, I mean every time you scroll to a new option, model disappears.
Gotta wait.
There it is. Now I can see what the clothing item is. There's so many ways around this. Also, was it the same from X and Y up to this game? Has it consistently been this bad? Or is it just worse in this game?
I think it's worse in this game, but it's definitely, I think it's not like, you know, the clothing changes on your model. It's always been the model completely disappears and then reappears.
Like what they even could do is have, you know, a mannequin that could consistently stay loaded and only load the clothing.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's just so many ways around it, but they don't do it because it's like, oh, it's fine. It's fucking whatever. Terra Pokemon noise always plays, and sometimes they don't spawn correctly.
Bug or feature?
Yeah. It's like, one can spawn here, but it's not necessarily... I think they're supposed to always be there. I think they're always supposed to spawn.
Oh, definitely.
Sometimes you see it in the distance, like, ooh, oh, they're not here. Huh. That's weird.
Yeah.
I hear the noise.
Yeah, like, I feel like bug-wise, that like actually affects gameplay. That's like the most common one, where it's like you see the shiny of like the Pokemon in the distance, and then you run over, and then like, I guess it's gone suddenly. But then the noise still plays.
Even after you catch it, the noise stays.
Yeah.
It's like an area-based thing, not a Pokemon-based thing. Yep. Could have been fixed, but they didn't. This is another one for cutscenes that I dislike. Lighting on character models often bugs out and is legitimately creepy. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah. When it kind of looks like they have like some dark veins or something. It's very strange.
and it looks bad and is creepy.
Yeah, it is creepy.
I mean, terror holes become intangible if you run away from the raid. Why? Did they never run away from a raid in testing?
I feel like that might be a thing where, because, you know, after you finish a raid, it's like, cool, you get out and then it disappears. I feel like it's like, okay, you just run away, but you didn't finish the raid. So, of course, it'll still be there so that you can do it again if you want.
The collision.
But then they forgot to disable the unloading of the collision.
That's the thing. It's like, yeah, they forgot.
Yeah. Oopsie daisy.
Oh, man. Picnicking on water voids you out. You know this one, right?
Picnicking on water.
Voids you out. Okay, so you're surfing on Miraidon or Koraidon, right? Mm-hmm. If you then click the picnic option, it says like, oh, you can't picnic here.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you scramble out of the water, and then you respawn on like solid ground.
Oh my god, because it's like, no, you can't ride your Pokemon anymore. If you were thinking about having a picnic, so
for some reason the game thinks you're not on Miraidon.
Yeah.
After you click the picnic option, the game's like, oh well, you can't picnic here.
Oh, that's so stupid. Yeah.
I think it might be because it's different from you can't picnic while riding a Pokemon. Because that's also the thing. If you're on Miraidon, the game says, oh, you can't picnic when you're riding Pokemon. But if you do it on water, it says you can't picnic here.
Yeah.
So it's like a different type.
Yeah, no, it's definitely different.
But then it's just like, oh, you're not riding on Miraidon, Koraidon anymore. But that's also weird because once you have the surfing ability, it's actually impossible to like have the drowning thing anymore. Like, scramble back to water. Because every time, even if you, as a regular kid, jump into water, your Pokemon automatically spawns.
Mm-hmm.
How is it a thing if you press picnic, then you drown? No turning off animations, no set battle style.
Yeah. Just no reason to get rid of that.
No. And it's weird because set battle style is it's not like they were like, yeah, well, whatever. If people want to do that, they can just not switch Pokemon. I guess, but then if you play online battles, like, it's set battle style. So it's in the game. Online, it's not like, oh, your opponent will send out there with this Pokemon. Do you want to switch? Well, no, obviously not, because that's cheating. So, why in the game do you not just have the options? You're like, yep, please.
Yeah. Again, this all just makes no sense whatsoever.
They'll add it in DLC for $30.
Oh god.
Yeah, and no turning off animations. I think maybe because of raids, because they're actually time sensitive. If you're like at a disadvantage if you have them
I guess that would have been a reason for them to get rid of it, but it still doesn't make sense. You can just make it so that you turn off animations, but they're always on in raids.
Oh, good points, actually. Yeah,
that's the it's not it's not an excuse, because you could just make raids an exception where they're always on.
Yeah, but that's the thing. When I was doing a lot of the raids, one thing that got on my nerves is the terastallization animation always playing. Like, it's not a bad animation.
Takes so long.
But oh god, please.
It takes so long.
Yeah.
Like, I get that you throw it on crueling, king, the thing is, but then it's like the slow camera spin around. Oh, look at the crowd, isn't it pretty? Yeah, I've seen it 500 times already.
Yeah, after that, I don't want to see it anymore. Please and thank you. So, but like, yeah, you can't turn that off. I tried turning off cutscenes, but it wasn't. That's not a cutscene.
You know, it's like, remember in like in X and Y, the animation when you mega evolve, it's like you do the boom, 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 and then it transforms, right? That, I think, it's when you start playing the game, that happens once. Every time after that, it only shows up and it changes. That would have been nice.
Okay, then two we can do at the same time: falling through the world and seeing through the world. They're minor, but
never fell through the world, thank God.
Me neither. Actually,
I saw a lot of shit under the world. That's for sure.
Yeah, even in Endgame, and it actually happens pretty consistently when you're doing the battle with Arven at the third lab. When he battles with you consistently, the camera will be in the floor.
Yeah, because it's just on a little ledge, like a little.
If it's so consistent, how did they not fix that? Because you can see underground, it kind of not ruins the thing, but it's like, oh, that's interesting. I can see what I'll see.
Yeah. Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
That's kind of annoying. I wish I saw it when I went there. Minor thing, but it's I mean, I don't know. Is that a thing you can do in Breath of the Wild? Just see through objects? I don't know, actually.
There's definitely some stuff in Breath of the Wild that you can glitch if you want to, but it's definitely like the thing is, it's probably there, but it's not a common thing.
I think there's definitely like a lot of tiny bugs in Breath of the Wild you can point to. It's like, wow, this one little spot on the map. If you stand in it, it acts like lava. Isn't that funny? It's like, yeah, it's like this tiny little mistake they made that's still there. In this game, just like this game literally is tiny mistakes.
Yeah, they left in the little mistake 500 times.
Yep. So, then, in all caps, well, I mean, also, I ran into so much more random shit. Just watch the playthrough if you want to see all the random shit. I couldn't keep listing everything. But yeah, then, recently, not that recently, maybe like a month ago, there was an update-ish.
Oh, the patch, yeah.
The patch. What did the update fix? In all caps.
Yeah.
I racked my brain. I played my entire postgame thing, which was a while, on the new patch. The Elite Four music was fixed.
Yeah,
Champion music. Pokemon now close their eyes when they're sleeping.
Yeah. Thanks for patching, guys.
Yeah, I saw people saying like, wow, they actually fixed performance in a couple of places. I'm like, well, I'll test that. I'll go to the lake. Yeah, no, it's kind of still just as bad. I'll go to Levincia. Oh no, it's still just as bad. I'll go to the ferry base. Wow, it's actually worse. I don't know, like, maybe I was just unlucky, but it really felt like the performance got worse after the update. Maybe it's just as bad.
I don't know.
It's definitely not better.
I mean, after the update, I definitely didn't suddenly notice like, oh wow, things are smoother now. No, it's just like, yeah, it's still the same as ever.
Yeah. So what did they fix? Literally two things.
Music glitch, eyes closing. That's it. And it's also just a frustrating thing with patch notes from Nintendo in general, where it's just like, oh, we made adjustments to increase to better the player experience. Okay, can you tell me what? No. No, you don't need to know. Just know that we did it for you.
Yeah, they definitely did it for us, Lenny. Yeah, no, it to me it honestly really felt like they made it worse, but it's definitely not better. If it's not worse, it's definitely not better. Like, yeah, no, after the update, I actually got like random just hangs from the game where it actually hung for 2 to 3 seconds. Like, I don't get it. And people are like, oh, they updated it. It's fine now. No, it's not. They fixed nothing. And if they fix things, I want to hear from them what they fixed, but they don't tell you. So it's probably more minor stuff like the music and the eyes closing, which is so minor that the update didn't do anything. Area 0 feels like it's in alpha stages. Pokemon freeze constantly, and I saw comments like, no, that's not an Area 0 thing. It's a general thing in the game. It's worse than Area 0, 100%.
Yeah.
Remember when we were doing the endgame?
Oh, yeah, I remember, yeah.
It's like constantly, actually. I think it might have to do with the dialogue of the characters. Once they start speaking, your Pokemon just freezes. So yeah, that's what I mean. Pokemon, it's definitely worse than Area 0. So Area 0 feels like it's an alpha. Pokemon freeze constantly, and multiplayer is just completely borked.
I do not understand what the deal is with the multiplayer in Area 0. It's legitimately baffling to me.
Again?
Well, yeah, it's like, so it's clear that, it's possible for other people to run around Area 0 because your friends do it. But if you want to play multiplayer, like, it just, that doesn't work.
It doesn't work, but then, very strangely.
But then you walk around, it's like, no, wait, it is working? Because I can see future Pokemon spawn now.
And I can see past Pokemon spawn.
But where are you? And it's like, huh?
And then suddenly, out of nowhere, the past Pokemon, for me, phase into the floor and just are gone. It's like, huh? What happened? Lenny, where are you? I'm like way over there. So then the Pokemon that he spawned for me are just
suddenly gone. But then also like, okay, so then there's Pokemon spawning. Like, oh yeah, I see the Dunsparce over there. It's just standing there menacingly,
And that's because it's the Dunsparce.
and it's just standing there like frozen and just like, I mean, it's doing like side animation, but just standing there.
So the
like,
Dunsparce doesn't notice you. To the Dunsparce, you don't exist in my game. And because it's my Dunsparce, it won't interact with you at all unless you run into it. And then if you run into it, it'll stay frozen. And then if he if he runs, it'll just disappear.
Yeah, it's just like boop, gone.
It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. But then the fucking weirdest part about all of that,
It's like looking up like, what is there really no multiplayer? Legends Arceus?
there clearly
Oh,
is.
you can fix it apparently. So it's like, okay,
You can fix
it. It's like, okay, you gotta stand in the same spot and then have like one player lures in a Pokemon, and then it's like the Pokemon
needs to touch both
needs to
of
touch
you.
both of you at the same time, and then it loads in both of you, and then it's like, oh, now it suddenly works again.
And you both need to do it, because if he does it, I load in his game, and if I do it, he loads in my game. So you need to do that thing twice, and then
A little confusing.
you can see your friend in Area 0, but it's still kind of glitchy. And like, that's what I mean with Alpha Stage, because when you enter a Pokemon battle, if it's in the regular overworld, you see it a little. It's like, oh, you're battling and you're still like doing your animations, and maybe when you throw a ball, I actually see some of that stuff happen. In Area 0, there's just a text balloon that appears above your head.
Yeah, like,
with,
oh, you're busy with something.
You're busy with something. So that feels like an alpha thing, right? Where in original builds, when in multiplayer somebody was doing something, it just always showed that.
Maybe, yeah. Like, is there a specific reason that they just couldn't do the regular multiplayer in Area 0? Like, is there a reason why they went with this weird fucking...
They didn't go with that. It was just like, that's how it happened to be, and they didn't fix it up. It's not a choice to have it be like this, Lenny. And if it is, what the fuck?
Why is it a choice?
It's not a choice. Come on. There's no way this is a choice.
Well, no, of course not.
So,
like, it's just...
yeah, and even if I load him in and he loads me in, and we run away from the battle, the Pokemon still despawns. It's not, that doesn't fix that. The only thing it fixes is that we can actually see each other.
It's still extremely wonky.
And it's easier to stay together, because if I get out of his range, his Pokemon just fall through the floor, and I can't catch him anymore. I'm telling you, Area 0 legitimately feels like it's an alpha.
It's baffling.
It's like an earlier build.
Yeah.
It's super weird.
Yeah, I feel like if they patch it another time, that might be one of the things they patch
like even
pretty soon.
Even stuff when you're actually there with your friends, the double barrel camera angle is just complete garbage. You have to change it yourself to actually look good. You know what I'm talking about, right? If you're fighting with your friend against one of the Paradox Pokemon, the camera is just in the middle of your two Pokemon and you see nothing.
It's kind of weird, yeah.
And then when your tile appears, like, you sent out your Pokemon. And then it's supposed to like say, oh, and Penny of Team Star, or like Champion Nemona sent out Lycanroc. I don't know. But first it says your line, and then you're supposed to skip your line. If you skip your line, it's like Champion Nemona sent a Lycanroc, and it's gone. It's like you immediately clicked it away. It's like, no, it's just the game says like, yeah. It's like they forgot to add a like wait.
Yeah,
command.
another yeah.
For like, okay, now wait for the A prompt or the A press of the player. It's just like, again, extremely minor, but it's another thing. I'm like, why is it like that? Because I want to see my friend's title, but the game just gives me a couple of frames to see it. Again, this was in our midterm discussion, and I feel like it's kind of a perfect summary of the entire thing, where obviously they knew about most of these issues, but it's like, yeah, we don't have the time, just leave it. We can't fix we don't have time to fix it, just
that's the thing.
whatever, just
That's the thing.
ship it.
This is the stuff that they left in. So it's like, man, this game was in a really rough state before release. We're like, okay, these are the bugs that are the most important to fix. All of this other stuff, we just gotta leave it because the priority is on this fire over here that we need to put out.
Yeah, and it needs to be released by this date.
Mm-hmm.
Like, remember when it was revealed? I actually watched the reveal again and our reaction to it, and it's like,
Why?
what?
Wasn't that pretty much our reaction? Like, why?
Yeah, why Gen 9, I guess. And then it's like, releases worldwide this date. And you know, like, yep, it'll be that date. There is zero chance it won't be that date.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, and people at Game Freak are probably sweating profusely, like, oh god, the game is still on fire. It's a very big issue with Game Freak, and yeah, there's so many minor bugs. It really feels like, I mean, it released early, obviously, but it's like it released in the state where they're expecting the community to like give feedback and send them all these tiny issues so they can keep developing it.
Yeah, so now they're like, oh, we've heard your call, we're gonna patch the game, make it better, blah blah blah. Yeah,
I hate that because now people are like, oh, that's so nice. They acknowledge their faults, and it's like they know they fucked up. It's isn't it great? They're gonna patch the game. You could also not have released the broken game that you knew was a broken game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you can't release a game in this state and then be like, oh, oopsie, we released a broken game. It's like, no, just fucking don't release the broken game. I know, and I feel for them being forced to release a game because they couldn't be like, guys, can we actually have like maybe 1 or 2 more months? I know they needed a year or something. Like, they can't go to the higher ups and say like, can we actually just have 1 more month? No, you can't.
Well, no, you see, you can't do that because the merchandise line releases then,
Yeah.
and the
anime
anime production stuff. So.
Oh, the cards also, the manga maybe, is that still a thing? It's just everything is tied together so much, and it's clear that the thing that suffers the most are the games.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also because the games aren't the biggest chunk of just revenue.
Yeah, the most money comes from merchandise.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like the games don't necessarily have to be the best. They just need to be there so the merchandise can sell.
Mm-hmm.
I just think this is like it's definitely a thing in recent times where you can see big titles, big anticipated titles releasing in just
a terrible state.
I was gonna say not the best state, but a terrible state.
And then be like, oh, we are sorry. We have heard your pleas and we're promising to fix the game and blah 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 blah. Like, it's becoming more and more common.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a very dangerous thing, a very, very dangerous precedent we're setting, buying them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because at that point we're showing the gaming industry at large, and you're like, oh, but come on, it's not that bad. But it's dangerous to be okay with stuff like this, because at the end of the day, if other studios and developers say like, oh, people think this is fine and we can fix it way later, okay, we'll just release our games during like the holiday period broken, and we'll say, yeah, but it's fine, we'll fix it, but please buy it now. At that point, you're just relying on the developer's integrity. If they decide money is more important, they can just release the broken game, and audiences will be like, yeah, but it's fine, they'll patch it. And I really don't want a future where games you won't buy a game that is actually pretty much functional.
Yeah.
Just like you buy the game with good hope. They have no obligation to completely fix the game. You bought it. It's like, if they don't want to fix it, fuck you.
They got your money, so.
And that's why I feel like for Scarlet Violet, I don't think most of these issues will be addressed. Some of them will, but definitely not all of them.
Oh no, definitely not all of them.
They won't change the engine and like the pop in. And...
Oh yeah, no, that stuff is gonna be there to stay.
Yeah.
Like at most, they're gonna do stuff like, maybe fix the frame rate a little bit, stuff like that.
I don't know how to do that, but that's just one of the biggest issues. I think it's really dangerous to be okay with this.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's becoming worse and worse.
See, that thing is kind of that's what I was like. Yeah, that's the moral quandary of like, do you want to support this, and how big of a deal? Because again, it's like there's a lot of stuff in this game that makes it like, oh, this is one of the most fun Pokemon games they've ever made.
Yep.
But then it's like, yeah, but all bad stuff is bad, and the bad stuff is in a position where it's like, if you are okay with that kind of stuff, it can actually have an effect on like games in general. Like,
yeah, I'm telling you,
you gotta weigh like, okay, how serious do you take this? Like the fact that like it released in a bad state. It was definitely very fun and a lot of cool stuff, but like, how much does all of the bad stuff outweigh the good stuff? It's like a very difficult thing to weigh.
They're just so lucky that Pokemon is as popular as it is. I think that's one thing. Game Freak is incredibly lucky.
Yeah.
If they didn't have Pokemon, they'd be bankrupt.
Like they have the highest value.
Yeah.
They've like the highest value golden goose in the world.
Yeah. It's like every time a new game releases, it sells better than the previous one.
It's like, fuck yeah, new Pokemon.
Yeah, they don't have to. And I get that. I get that feeling. Like, I feel the same usually. But yeah, I mean, this game obviously is better than Sword and Shield to me personally.
Easily.
But I don't know if this will change anything. Like, they hear the complaints, but will the next game actually like be polished? No, it won't. They don't have the time to do that.
I mean, I don't know. Like, my only hope is that like Pokemon games have always been like technically not like iffy and stuff. There's always been complaints, but they've always been very much on the down low. Like the real like core fans were complaining, but then everyone else was like, oh, that's fun. Oh, cool. Oh, Pokemon, yeah. But this is the first time where everyone was talking about it. So I feel like that did maybe send him a message.
But I feel like there's still a chance they get the wrong message from this.
No, I think they got a message, and they might think like, okay, maybe it shouldn't be this bad with the next game. However, because it's the Game Freak way, they don't take the full step. They do like a little shuffle in the right direction.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do.
As long as the character stuff stays the same.
Yeah, that's the thing. They like, I feel like more important than the bad stuff to me is that they realize
what's
the
done
good
well.
stuff.
Yeah.
So that they focus on that going forward.
That's what I mean with maybe they'll take the wrong message. Where it's like they see the complaints and are like, okay, this game is not the way.
Yeah, just don't do it like this game. Like,
but it's like no. That's a big problem.
Yeah.
Like I said before, all the faults that are just very apparent are there from the beginning. All the popping, all the fucking flickering, and you fall through the floor, and the characters and blah 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 blah. All that stuff is there the second you start the game. So a lot of people will see that and complain about that and be like, wow, game garbage. It's so easy to hate this game and because it's there from the start. But for me, I know I play slowly because I get distracted, but it was like 15 hours in. That is the point where I started to see the game as something to offer. But I feel like a lot of people won't even get to that point because they just dismiss the game because they're like, wow, it's so bad, fuck this, I'm not playing it anymore. And then Game Freak gets the message, oh, people don't like this game, we won't do it like this. And then they don't write cool characters anymore, like Nemona and Arven and Penny and Clavel and Clive, who is also very good. So I'm scared still. I just hope they keep up the things I like about this game. I just don't know. What I want them to do is actually, if they want to keep doing the generations the way they're doing, fine, do that. But maybe give the Pokemon franchise, give another studio a chance. Let them develop a game and just let them do whatever. Give them however much time they want or need. If they take 5 years to develop that game, just let them do that. Keep doing your machine stuff with the generations, let Game Freak do that, but then let another studio do a game
On the side.
That's like,
That can cook in the oven.
maybe, let's say, not necessarily a Legends Arceus, but like,
Something in the same vein where it's like kind of like a Pokemon game, but it's like a little different.
let them actually do whatever they want and however long it takes, and see how that turns out.
Yeah, just do something with the franchise and see.
I can swim through all the bullshit and the yearly releases if every once in a while I get a game that I know has been worked on for a long time and actually has been polished and optimized. Like I said, this game, if it was optimized, it would be my favorite game of all time. If this game was worked on for 5 years instead of 3 years, and I don't even know it was 3 years. That's what people are saying. Apparently this was in development for 3 years. Is that true? Do you think that's true?
I mean, the thing is with development wise, it's like it's always very it's always based on assumptions. But it is safe to say, like, the thing is, when they finished Scarlet and Violet, they started development on this game. That is true.
Oh, when they finished Scarlet and Violet, they started on Scarlet and Violet? Interesting.
When they finished Sword and Shield,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
that's when they started development on Scarlet and
Then what
Violet.
about the DLC?
The DLC was handed off to a different team within Game Freak.
But then what about Arcade's game?
See, that's the problem, isn't it?
I mean, I'm at least...
You say, oh yeah, they started Pokemon development on Violet when they finished Sword and Shield. But it can't have been with a full team because they were busy doing other stuff. So it's like a small core team was building the building blocks. They were designing the Pokemon stuff, maybe characters and stuff. And then after a while, it's okay, now it's time to actually build the actual game and stuff. So it's like saying, oh, they had 3 years to work on it, needs a certain level of nuance where, yeah, they did work on it for 3 years, but how many of those years were like full development?
And I mean, is Masuda going to Spain in 2012? Is that developing the game?
I honestly feel like maybe it is a thing where, because, you know, they travel a lot, it seems like. I think it's just like they probably have like a binder of places they've been with research.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, we can make like this region, that region. Like they have like a few regions in the back burner where it's like we could make regions based on these countries.
I think that too. And they've been good about that, I think. That's actually a positive point that I didn't touch on, but we'll get into that when we get to world stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, they keep getting better and better at making the region
Feel
a
uniquely
cool,
its own
unique
thing.
reflection of the real life place.
Yeah, and it's not like, it's never the real life place where it's like, but there's no deserts above Paris.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
But like, I don't care about that. But it's like giving regions
The best example is Alola, by my opinion.
Like Alola is by far my favorite region from a like world building / cultural standpoint.
Yes, not like
Yeah, like route design in Alola is like no dungeons, but like
a few dungeons.
But like it is
This
it
game
is
has no
the
dungeons.
region with the most unique vibe out of any region, where the people living there have their own culture. You can see how they live their lives. You can see how the Pokemon that live there live in that environment. You know, it's the first game where they introduced the regional forms, where it's see like their Pokemon, but they adapted to suit their new environment. Stuff like that was so brilliant, and that's why I was like, oh wow, because that was also the first game that was directed by Omori or Omura. Omori. I don't remember. Shigeru Omori.
Yeah.
I think is it. Yeah. So like that for me was like, oh, I like this. I like this new guy. But then Sword and Shield was like, and it's definitely
still...
also a region with a very unique flavor.
Yeah,
where it's like, oh yeah, this like the footy, the sports like angle of gym battles and stuff is very cool. But then I feel like other than that, there was less cool like unique stuff about Galar and stuff. But like in Paldea, yeah, it's very. Like, yeah, they're getting very good at making each region feel distinct and unique in ways other than yeah, it's a new region with new routes and stuff. No, it's like culturally,
Yeah.
it is unique.
Oh, well, another big example, I guess, is Arceus game.
Yeah.
That's actually probably one of the best. Well, no, I guess not really, because Alola, but like, yeah, an Arceus game is just, I like how it's like, oh, this early settlement.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Arceus is just, they absolutely nailed the feel of the world. And being in this world, in this time period, in this place with these people.
What?
Like, yeah, like that's the thing. They've been really getting very good at that kind of stuff. So I hope they really focus, and that's why I think like they're getting very good with that kind of stuff. Now the character writing is also way better, so I hope that they just keep building this better
I feel like
and better.
Conceptually, when they, like you say, they have the binder with all the ideas, I feel like that part of development is they nailed it.
Because that's the thing with Game Freak. Like the thing is, we're always shit on Game Freak. I feel we need to shit on Game Freak less and shit more on the Pokemon Company, because the thing is, I still think, despite how shitty the game runs and everything, I think it is very clear that they do still have a passion for making making the games, but they just can't realize that passion within the situation that they're in.
They have a ton of great ideas.
Yeah, all of the concept work is still top notch,
but they don't have time to flesh out everything they want to flesh out. And then you maybe have a couple of things that are extremely fleshed out, and you're like, oh,
yeah,
hey, that's really, really cool. Where it's like, is that a good example of like fucking the sandwich minigame? It's so unnecessary, but it's also kind of fun. It's way more fun than the curry making.
That's true.
Like,
that's very true.
Yeah. Like
I still think it's kind of like, I don't need this to be in the game, but it's better than the curry. That's true. But yeah,
they had ideas and they worked out certain ideas, but then others they didn't have time for. So that's really too bad. I want a Pokemon game where they have their binder of ideas and they put in literally every single idea. And I think the only game that did that is Black and White 2. I think Black and White 2 might be the perfect example of the game where they put in every single idea they had.
Well, the golden duo in that sense are Black, White 2 and Heart Gold Soul Silver, where it's just like,
Heart Gold Soul, yeah, true, actually.
Where it's just like, make the games and just do everything.
Yeah, where maybe like a program,
no corners cut,
or somebody comes in and is like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we did this? And they're like, oh yeah, put that in. And this game also has a couple of things like that, where it's like, oh yeah, that'd be cool, put that in.
Yeah.
But then,
but to be fair,
then they forget to put in set battle style.
Yeah, but we have to nuance this. We say, oh yeah, like the golden standards, Heart Gold Soul Silver, Black and White 2. Both of those games aren't new games. They are new versions of existing games, where they already had a game, but then could add in more stuff. So it is different. It is different. It's not the same thing.
I don't know about that.
But it's still no, it is different, but they should still have the same design philosophy, where it's like just put in stuff, because again, it's like the whole thing where like post-game stuff in Pokemon games always are very wishy-washy with like, oh yeah, there's stuff to do, and then there's nothing to do. Like, yeah,
still here, nothing to do, but we'll get to it. Yeah, actually, I also want to get into what I wish for DLC / third version. Probably won't be third version.
No, it's gonna be DLC. That's the new thing now, I think.
And I want to get into that. I hope I don't forget about it, because it's actually something I didn't write down. I'll put it down.
Yeah, just maybe add it.
DLC, because I need to pee, and we have somewhere to be.
Hey!
That was a nice little ending, I think. All right, we'll be back. Can you believe this guy?
Wait, we gotta do our intro.
It's not an intro if it's in the middle of the video.
No, I mean like, no, the dumb joke that we thought of.
But it's the middle of the video.
Who cares? We're gonna do the dumb joke because it's funny.
Do the joke then.
Like this. then it's like, and then it's like, hey. See, the thing is, I was like, oh yeah, that'd be a funny joke to make, but I know you're not gonna make the joke because in your head, the funnier thing would be to just show me doing all of this stuff, which would ruin the joke.
No, it wouldn't. We're through with the flaws, or general flaws.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't list them all, but that's fine. I feel like we listed enough.
Oh yeah, we definitely got a good feel of like all this shit. Yeah.
So then the next one, next talking point I have is just this game generally, of course, versus the other Pokemon game that came out this year, Legends Arceus. Because especially when I first started playing it, it really felt like it was more clunky compared to Arceus game.
Oh no, definitely. Like Arceus, like one of the best parts about Arceus is how it streamlined a lot of stuff. Yeah. Where here there's still like it's like this weird in between phase between the old Pokemon games and then like the Arceus.
Which
stuff.
is weird because was there anyone who was like, oh no, the Arceus style, we don't like that. We don't like the ease of use of the quick swap menu.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like we're not just talking about like, oh, catching Pokemon.
Yeah, no, that is fine.
Which is also, I mean, it's also a thing that I liked in Arceus, but it's okay. It's mostly stuff like,
like I don't mind that it's not there, but it's definitely, it would be cool if it was. But then we're talking about, okay, you have the auto battling system, but in order to switch a Pokemon to the front, you have to open the menu, move to the Pokemon, and then press Y, I think. Doesn't really matter what you have to press. And then it switches to the front. In Arceus games, literally a quick swap menu that's always on your screen, which is right.
Yeah, just cycle to your Pokemon, whoop. Like, it's so much easier.
Yes. And is there a reason it's not in here? I don't think so.
There's literally no reason.
It's just like it was.
There's no reason why it couldn't be here.
Yeah, it was just such a nice thing that's not here, and I think it's very weird. Also,
the only reason I can think of is that if they were being co-developed, then maybe they're like, ah, shit, we don't have time to put this in this game.
I don't know. Well,
because damn, that Arceus team had a really good idea there. Fuck.
That's a big thing. It's like the mystery of both games'
co-developments. It's like
development / co-development.
Yeah, it's like how was it a completely separate thing? Was there a thing where they were looking at the other game like, oh, let's do that as well, or like
they feel like they were rather separate.
Oh no, I mean it definitely feels like they were.
And the Arceus game team was allowed to be a bit more experimental.
Yeah, and I think probably they look to Arceus to be like, okay, maybe for like, again, like for the next Pokemon games, maybe we can do a bit more Arceus stuff. But I mean, I don't know.
Maybe they'll just keep going with more experimental stuff and have that be the Legend series. Who knows? At this point, we don't know. But I'm excited-ish for the future.
Yeah,
just take your time. But like with clunky, I also mean battles, like not even only battles, just everything kind of feels slower.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Loading times for battles take unnecessarily long, and just the tiny thing of not being able to move while you're battling a Pokemon already like takes away some of like the speedy feel. Where it's like, okay, I'm battling Pokemon. I selected my final move that I know will most likely be the final move of the battle. I'll start running into a direction already while my Pokemon finishes the Pokemon in battle. It's like tiny things like that makes this game feel just like that tiny bit more slower and clunky and just more of a I don't know, just it didn't feel the same as Arceus game. An Arceus game was pretty much as refined as it could be.
Yeah. Another small thing that I noticed, and this doesn't really have anything to do with game feel, but still it's a thing that I'm like, but like it's just a nice thing that they thought of with Arceus, is that I saw a nice little comparison where it's like it was Sneasel doing like an attack, like I know, slash or whatever, and they showed like in Arceus game where it's like, it used slash and it like jumps to the Pokemon and then it jumps it back.
Oh yeah.
And again in Scarlet Violet it's like use slash. Then on the other side of the screen, like,
it's a bit odd. Why?
When it's like, again, it's just like it's a tiny thing, and in the grand scheme of things, I don't care that much. But still, it's like it's such a nice thing where it's like, no, the Pokemon actually jumps to the opponent to attack. I think
it's fair to criticize the tiny points,
and it's like I don't know, it just looks a lot nicer.
it's fair to criticize the tiny points because we also praise the tiny points. Like, oh, just a little bit of flair in the dialogue makes it feel better.
Yeah,
so
true.
I think a little bit more clunkiness in the battling style makes it feel more clunky. So I think it's fair to just address both points.
Yeah, just small little things that were ironed out in Arceus that it's a shame that it's not here.
Yeah, and I mean, like, also like a little bit of a thing we'll get into more later when we talk about art direction and story in this game. But I think you can probably say, like, okay, the story in Scarlet and Violet is better than the Arceus game.
Oh, definitely.
Generally, and the characters. But the art direction in Scarlet and Violet is worse.
Like,
I'm hard pressed to call it actively worse, but I don't like it as much.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it goes for a different style, and I think in some ways possibly to the detriment, because the big thing is, like, people are always saying Arceus looks ugly. I disagree. I think with Arceus, they just decided, let's go for a very specific art style that we're going for, where it's cel shaded, there's a muted color palette, and they use a thing where, like, stuff in the distance is more like silhouetted and stuff to give you, like, it's kind of like a woodblock print kind of feel. And I think that really works for the aesthetic and, like, the style that the game is going for. And I also think because of that, with the cel shading and stuff, it's also technically a bit simpler, which also makes that it might run better as well. But in Scarlet and Violet, where they decided, no, let's go for a bit more realism to, like, you know, fully realize this open world. So decided to go for a bit more realism, like you know, more realistic textures and stuff. And
sometimes
but mostly, like, I think it's the biggest thing for me is the lighting.
Yeah,
the fact they have to go with more realistic lighting.
Yeah.
And I think that might be very taxing on the game, which is also one of the reasons, maybe, just speculation, but maybe that's also one of the reasons why the game runs not quite as good as Arceus did.
I think it's a lot of things.
Arceus definitely also didn't run smooth as butter, definitely not. But I mean, it's still better. That's the thing that Nintendo was always the best at, is they had underpowered consoles, but they made up for it by coming up with interesting art styles that kind of work with the limitations of the console. And it's definitely something that I think in Scarlet and Violet isn't really the case.
The one time I think Nintendo did it the worst is on the Wii, where everything was just like, bloom. That looks good. Anyway, that's a complete tangent. What was I even going to say?
I don't know, but I blame the motorcycle.
Me too. Also, that's also, like, kind of more ammunition for the theory of this was going to be a Switch Pro game, where they felt like they could go for the more realistic style. Again, we don't know, but it's definitely a possibility. Like, I tend to write off stuff like that as, like, no way, there's no way, they're just incompetent. But here I'm like, because I really feel like Switch Pro was a thing at some point that then got canceled because of COVID. It's such a possibility. That
well,
this was
I mean,
Pro game.
I think was it Digital Foundry? I think they did. They released a story where they confirmed that we talked with a lot of developers, and Switch Pro was 100% real.
So there you
but
go.
they canceled it because of those reasons.
Crazy. Oh, okay. Damn.
So the possibility is there.
Fuck me, I guess. Yeah. So, like, they Legends Arceus was for the Switch, and then for Scarlet and Violet, we're like, well, we'll develop this for the new Switch, and then the new Switch wasn't a thing, and they were kind of fucked.
Yeah,
but then they couldn't, like, change the art style at that point. So who knows? We don't. Just speculation. I mean, and for our full opinion on Arceus game, you can watch a stream we did.
Yeah, we definitely talked
2
about
weeks
Arceus.
in, just talking about Arceus. So there you go. All right, I think it's time to actually get into the story of this game and every path, and I mean, aspects we like about it, and most things I generally like about it. All of it. I mean, there's a couple of parts where it stumbles a little, maybe.
Yeah, like, I think when we're talking about the story and the path and stuff, I don't think there's anything that's outright bad. At worst, it's like, that could have been.
At worst, it's Game Freak. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, let's start with the most simple one, I'd say, which is.
Well, no. I would actually.
All right, go ahead.
If we're gonna go with the path, I would say actually.
So you start in house with mom.
Yeah, I would actually start with the first part before you get to choose your paths and stuff, which is the lead up to it, which I think is a bit long in the tooth. I think it takes a little while before they actually let you do your thing.
Yes. That's all you want to say about it. I agree with that.
Don't you have opinions? Like
about the first part, that's hard. I think
it's nice. Like you still have the it makes sense to me that they start you off with like a little linear bit to ease you in, so you get the first rune stuff. That stuff is nice. But then you get to your dog cycle where it's like holy shit, this Pokemon's crazy.
It's not necessarily their fault. It's like more of a player thing. If you shoot for Mesagosa immediately, it's not that long. If you think about it,
I guess that's
the steps you're supposed to take. You wake up or whatever you do, go downstairs, meet Clavel, go outside, see the starters, walk to Nemona's house, pick a starter, fight Nemona, walk up, catch your first Pokemon, go fight Arven. No wait. Oh, I guess fall down.
Yeah, fall down.
Use your phone parachute. See the dog, give the dog mom's spaghetti sandwich. Have some fun time with dog where it rescues you from other more scarier dogs. And then it loses its power because mom sandwich only has so much power inside of it. Then you fight Arven, and then the mom's like, wow, look at that. Look at that Play-Doh city.
Oh god, I forgot that part where it's like, look at this beautiful, grand, open world, and you're like, oh, I'm seeing it all.
Don't call attention to how bad it looks.
Yeah, it's like, look how beautiful it is, and it's like,
no, it's not. Yeah, that is so rough. It's like, why are you calling attention to this?
Yeah,
it's like when they actually zoom in on Mesagosa, but like the low poly Mesagosa, it's like, this is embarrassing, guys.
Where the textures look like grease.
Apology to our viewers from Greece.
The Greek flag was everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I guess it's a little long, yeah, because I forgot the whole part where you fall down and see the dog, because I thought like after Nemona, Arven, go to Mesagosa. Yeah, I guess it's a little long. If you want to explore everything before going to Mesagosa, okay, it is extremely long. And then if you explore everything in Mesagosa, and then realize it's 90% nothing, then at that point you're like, oh my god, this took so long and I did nothing. I think that adds to it feeling like it's a drag. Because you're doing things, but it didn't amount to anything. Yeah, I think it might add to why you felt like it took so long.
Yeah, I mean, and also that feeling of like, dude, we spent like an hour and we did basically nothing. That was also one of the big reasons why you were thinking like, should we like do a playthrough?
It did work as a regular playthrough, and I still feel like that.
Oh, no,
the way I did it,
we made the right choice.
I made the right choice.
Well, yes.
It's just a way to meet all characters.
Yeah, just like you get a little bit like, I mean, obviously you know Nemona, and then it's like, a little bit of Arven, and then this Team Star stuff, and then a little bit of Penny.
Team Star and a little bit of Penny. I'll get into that Team Star stuff more because I think it's set up pretty fucking well, and it subverts expectations. But it's the last one in my list, so I'm gonna blue ball you guys for like, I don't know, how long will this take? 10 hours, whatever. Can I start with the first path? So the first path, which is, I mean, the most basic, and the most basic one, which is,
hey, it's a Pokemon game. Do you like gym battles? We got them.
If this Pokemon game does not have gym battles, I will not buy it. Said at least 2 people I've met.
Oh, I also have a friend who was
so fucking weird.
Yeah, I also have a friend. It's like, I don't remember what game. I think maybe they were asking.
I think it was
about
Arceus.
Yeah, they were asking about. I was like, gyms? Like, is it a good game? Like, oh yeah, it's really fun. It's like one of the better Pokemon games in a very long time. Oh, are there gyms? I mean, no, but does it matter? Like,
yeah, apparently it does.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, there's gyms.
People really like the basic Pokemon formula.
Yeah,
like, yay.
It's fine. It's gyms.
It's you could call it the weakest, but that's just because it's the most generic and simplest.
It's like
it's what Pokemon
you know
does.
what's up. You know what it is.
But the fact that it's one of 3 paths also makes it. Gyms have definitely been done better in the past.
Oh, definitely.
So
and definitely when playing the game, it always feels like the gyms were kind of like on the back burner.
Yep. Like you did them because you were in the area,
Yeah.
not because it was.
Yeah. I'm going to one of the other paths, and then it's like, oh, there's a gym. Okay, I'll do it real quick.
Yeah, I'm passing a city and there's a gym. I mean, I'll do the gym. Of course, I'm here. But I feel like that's every objective. You're there, so I mean,
Well, yeah, you're just exploring, and then there's a thing here.
you wouldn't pass up like a Titan when you're right next to it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm not gonna do it. That guy, I don't like him. Ugh. Look at that guy on the cliffs. Ooh, crab. Ooh, ah. But yeah, the gym leaders. Let's get into those. Again, they've been done better in the past. They're okay. Maybe they're a bit more fun than the X and Y gym leaders.
Oh, I mean, I would put the X and Y gym leaders like dead last in like, oh, nice set of gym leaders. Even though I like some of them, but it's like in X and Y they were just like fucking nothing. Here,
Most of them
a bit better. Like some, not all of them,
No.
not all of them, but they're definitely some of them were definitely like, oh, this is cool. They have personality and character. And
One of them.
they have a thing where it's like, yes, this is their function in this world.
Yeah.
Which is always the most important part for me. Whereas if it's just like, I'm a guy with strong Pokemon, it's like, no. But I like it when it's like, there's a gym leader, but in this world, they are, for example, like, to say like, okay, the bug gym, it's not really like, ooh, wow, oh, crazy, cool gym. But it's like, again, it's like, oh, but she's like a baker and she makes like pies and stuff and she has like a little shop and it's like, oh.
Counterpoint. Wait, repeat that. She has
like a bakery.
Yeah.
A bakery. Where
A shop, you said?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it have been fucking cool to actually go in there and buy things in that shop? World building, you meet her in her actual job before you face her as a gym leader.
Did you know that the whole wouldn't be nice to go in there applies to 95% of every single building in this entire game?
Yeah, but it's worse in cases like this.
Yeah, but with the gym leaders specifically. Like,
Whereas, like,
that's also the like what really annoyed me. It's like, oh, God, really? It's like, oh yeah, go to this town and go to the gym. Where's the gym? It's the white cube.
It's the one white cube you can
It's the white cube. Always the white cube. It's like, why couldn't you just like why couldn't you just like have a bakery, have like a nice bakery, but then outside there is like a clear gym sign, so you know, oh, this is a gym. Maybe like, I don't know, kind of like how Black and White did it, maybe, where it's like individual cool buildings, but there's always a sign where it's like, oh, cool, I guess the gym's here.
Wow, Lenny, why do you guys suck Black and White's dick? Do you really like black dick so much?
Because I'm fucking gay for Black and White. Yes.
I mean, me too, honestly. Off the top of my head, maybe I'll think about it more when I go over each gym leader. But I think there's 3 gym leaders that I'm like,
Yes.
those are memorable.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, go ahead. You can name them, and then we'll just go over all gym leaders. But I kind of want to know if we're on the same page here.
Okay, there's I don't know. AKA streamer girl.
I agree, actually. People might be weirded out by this, but I agree. She is definitely memorable.
Yeah, definitely memorable. And like her...
We'll get into it later. I just want to know your list of 3 gym leaders.
Okay, then there's Rhyme.
Yes, exactly.
Rhyme. And then there's obviously Larry.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
We're on the same page. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that those 3 are clearly the best gym leaders.
Yeah. I think Rhyme out of the 3 is still the weakest because I didn't really feel... I think I know and Larry are definitely the ones...
Okay, I think Rhyme as a gym leader was kind of but the gym was my favorite.
Oh, the white cube? Mine too.
I guess the gym puzzle, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like puzzle. Whatever.
All right.
Challenge.
And we'll go in the order that both of us probably did it. Basically, we went to the right. And we did the circle.
Yeah, we did basically
the same things. Yeah. First we fought. I'm assuming he's called Brassius because Brass.
Yeah, Brassius.
He's weird because at first he was like super generic. He's just like,
avant-garde.
No, not even that. He's like, I am artiste, and that was the entire thing. But then like you meet him in class, and there he's like a little bit. I guess he's just a little over the top.
Well, yeah, because he's the artiste. He's
but I didn't get that for the first time. And then when you meet him in post game. It's even like he's even more crazy. Remember, I was caught off guard. It's like, he wasn't this crazy before, right? But then he is. He's just like completely insane at that point.
Well, I mean, to be fair, when you first meet him, he jumps off of.
Okay, that's kind of weird. Yeah, I think they could have done cool stuff if they were actually allowed to animate epic cutscenes, and he did like a cool whip around the windmill.
And
speaking
jumps,
of that,
jumps down, and he's like.
Speaking of that windmill, let's. Never mind. Actually,
Oh, you mean the?
I'm just gonna say, if it's the centerpiece of your town, give that shit good frame rate.
Yeah, give it a little more attention.
Just a little more. 'Cause it looks really
a little
awkward.
love and care. Then
I know.
Oh yeah, then it's I know, which was I mean very memorable. Like I like that you enter the town and immediately people are talking about like, oh, did you check I know's latest stream and stuff? So like the moment you enter, you already know like, oh, who's this I know character? So that really builds up an expectation of like, who is this?
That's completely untrue, because most people that would be interested in Pokemon for the characters in the world would have seen her introduction on the internet in real life. A full story, when Aino was first revealed, I hated her introduction.
Yeah, what the hell? I thought it was cute.
Her introduction was so obnoxious and bad.
I mean, it's a fucking Japanese YouTuber slash VTuber. That is how they are.
Yeah, and it's annoying.
Yeah.
And then like I also didn't like her design. Like
I like the design.
Her design is just. We're gonna talk about this when we do our Black and White 2 Nuzlocke, because the way I feel about Aino, Lenny feels the same about Rosa's design, and it's super weird because I actually like Rosa's design. So it's like our different little things, our little pet peeves about designs. But I think it's just like the sharp teeth. I'm like, oh god, the hair is a little too faded. Then the coat, I'm like, what the fuck is that even?
Big ass coat.
Yeah, it looks bad. Her thing could have worked if her design was different. It's all of it, like everything about her, for some reason, like I know this is a me thing, is so off-putting to me. But then guess what? In game she's fine. In game she's memorable and funny.
Yeah, I like how you just exit the building and suddenly like, oh god, it's already started.
Yeah,
and suddenly like a stream overlay appears and she's in the corner like, hey everyone.
It's like it's all played up for laughs, where she's actually like a scummy YouTuber or like streamers like who's doing it all for the views,
yeah, where it's
and
just
the
like,
attention.
Like, oh yeah, you want to collab? Because oh, it's gonna get me so many views. I mean, because I like you so much.
Yeah, it's all
nice.
played up for laughs. It's like such a contrast to her introduction. They're like, okay, I liked her in game, but the way she was introduced, I really didn't like her. But then in game, I was like, hey, you know what? This is memorable and funny and cute. Like suddenly there's this guy who's like, I know Hype Squad, and then she gets a donation from Electroc, and it's like, hey, thanks, Electroc.
Thanks for the donation. Thanks for the dono.
Oh fuck! But like when he kept dragging on, she keeps filming me. I'm like, I'm getting really uncomfortable. Please let me go. Let me leave. So like in real life, I was just get so fed up with a person like her. But in game, I'm like, it's
definitely.
so funny.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I didn't like her introduction, but in game, I actually liked her. So it's weird. But yeah, but design, I still don't like her. I really don't like her design.
It's very clear that they designed this character for the type of people who watch VTuber, where it's like, oh, of course she has like fangs, like the sharp teeth, because that's like a big thing on the internet. Like, oh, people love their sharp teeth and stuff. Like, so it's very clearly geared towards like VTuber fans and stuff, the design. But I don't know, I thought it was I think it's a cute design, and I don't really have any issues with it like you have, but whatever. I mean, probably a bit later we'll talk about just general like art style / character designs in the game in general, because I do have a lot of opinions about that. But yeah, I like her design.
That one's very short for me, but I know you'll just add to that.
Oh yeah, I definitely have opinions
to infinity.
Yeah. Okay, then after Aino, you go up a bit more.
Wait, was Larry my third? Larry was my third.
I guess Larry was also my third. Yeah, it was. So yeah, Larry's nice. Larry's cool.
Is he nice?
Yeah, because I mean, okay, the thing is, there's been a lot of talk. I mean, I've definitely seen people, including some comments on our videos, who are like, why do people like Larry so much? I don't really
It's so
get it.
simple to explain.
And it's very simple. It's Pokemon as a franchise, like the whole franchise is filled with boundless optimism and high energy and fun, let's be friends, yeah, and everyone's cool and hyper and go lucky, you super go lucky, yeah. So then when you have that world, that setting, and then you just put in a character that's like, hi, it's me, Larry.
He's a normal guy.
The contrast makes him lovable. It's the same thing with Nanu in Sun and Moon. It's also like the most happy, woo, yay, sunny world, and then you have a guy who's just like tired. And he just wants to go home and stay with his cats.
I feel like Nanu definitely was more done with their shit.
Oh, Larry. Definitely. Like Larry isn't tired of it, or like grumpy. It's just like, yeah, I'm here to do my job. Yep. Which also makes his introduction so good, where you have to do the gym challenge, where you have to figure out the secret recipe, which was a really cool thing. Is you have to like run around the whole town, try to figure out clues.
Yeah,
and
I
stuff.
think that was one of the better ones.
Yeah, definitely. But then it's also like, while you're doing that, you go into the restaurant and he's just sitting there.
Yeah, but you don't realize.
And you talk to him, and he talk to him, like, oh, you're doing the challenge? Well, okay, well, maybe, like, gives you a hint, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. But the way he's sitting there, I mean, I guess with, like, the hairstyle, you might think, like, oh, who's this? But, it's just a guy sitting there with the briefcase, so it totally works that he's just sitting there. It's just, he's just having a meal. So then when he actually
his tag even says office worker,
yeah,
which is a trainer
just
class.
Office worker, yeah. So then when he actually gets up and it's like, hi, it's me, Larry. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, I think it's one of the first things I said when like it pans up to his face. I'm like immediately, I like this guy.
Yeah, he's just standing there like, oh, okay.
I'm Larry. Yeah.
He's just Larry. He's the best.
Is Larry the best gym leader ever done?
I don't know about ever.
I'd have to see a list of gym leaders, but he's definitely up there.
So I'm trying to think what I did after Larry.
After Larry, I went to Kofu, I think his name is. Watertown.
I don't remember, but let's just follow. So yeah, after that is Kofu. Kofu is like, to me, Kofu felt like, oh, are they doing Watson again? Because they're like, old man who's jolly, Fulton Veluza.
Fulton Veluza! Yeah.
But the thing is, I don't know, it's like, I really like the idea where he's like a sushi chef.
His facial hair, didn't make sense.
The beard with the water looks really cool, and I really like it. Now, what's with like the stuff on his forehead? Hair doesn't grow there. Other than that, like I like his.
They went overboard with the water design. We're like, he's the water guy.
Water, see the water, like the waves. Like I think it's fine with the beard, but it should have just been the beard. All of the other stuff is a bit too much. Like conceptually, I really like it, but in execution, it's kind of bland. I also felt that his team was also very underwhelming. The thing that baffles me is he's a sushi chef. But there is literally a water Pokemon in this game based on a sushi chef. The literal perfect ace exists in this game. And they're like, no, just give him Veluza. But you take one of the best pictures with him.
Yes, actually.
I love that picture.
Good point.
Where it's like, oh, let's take a picture. Oh, I have a really funny idea. And then he's like, whoa.
But that is
so
nice.
cute.
That is one part of his character that I actually liked, where it's like, he's the jolly old guy and everybody likes him.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I love this guy. Yeah,
it's true. That's actually very true. And then his picture is also like, oh, he's just a happy, jolly guy. It's like, let's take this funny picture. Yeah.
Like the pictures are always like just very nice. Which also, I just want to also mention, like, also really cool with Larry. It's like, oh, let's have lunch.
Yeah, and he's eating his jelly donuts.
Yeah, don't worry, I make a regular salary, so it's my treat. Again, it's just pictures, very nice.
Yeah, I guess that's it about Kofu. Then I think I went to the bug gym.
Yeah.
Which I just completely curb stomped because she has like level 12 Pokemon.
See, I did her. I fought her with my new team.
Did you do her?
Oh yeah, I did her so hard. Oh.
Yeah, no, her design is fine, I guess, but it was also not like, ooh.
Yeah, it's cute. I really, really like the detail in her design.
I mean, the antlers.
Yeah, like the antlers.
The antlers. You know how bugs have antlers?
Like the folds in her chef's hat.
Yeah,
look like antennae.
Yeah,
I thought that was like, oh, that is a very smart design decision. I like that a lot. Yeah,
decision.
Very cute. But she's very much like, oh, hello, I am a nice lady, and that's about it.
I like it more in post game Where it
True.
actually turns out it's just a thing that Geeta put her up to.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm like, you know, people tend to come to my gym first, so I like can't really try because then, you know, because
use my full power.
yeah. So like, cool. Now I can finally do it.
It's like she's like, oh, poor bug Pokemon. Like everybody's like they're garbage and weak.
Yeah, so
That's not true.
yeah, like bug Pokemon are really cool, but it's like, oh, my bug Pokemon can never really show their potential because, you know, I fight
Geeta's
like
a
super weak trainers.
a weirdo
so I have
bitch.
to,
Anyway.
yeah. That was kind of nice. Yeah.
She would have been awesome if you were actually able to enter her bakery. Like, that'd be so cute to see her working or something.
Yeah,
but
like a lot of gym leaders.
that's just a thing this game
Yeah.
does not
Yeah.
do.
It's like gym leaders are nice if like all of the gym leaders in this game that are memorable and cool are the gym leaders where they give you a bit more context into their role. Not in the sense that they just tell you, oh, she's a baker. But it's also like, you know, they tell you, Ino is a streamer. But then during the challenge, you're in an Ino stream. It's the same with Rhyme later on, where it's like, the gym leader does this. And then you get to see that thing.
Yeah.
But with the bug gym leader is just like, oh yeah, she's a baker. And then the test is, roll this olive in a goal.
I actually really like that gym challenge.
It's
so
pretty
dumb.
cute.
And the sound effects that they chose.
Just random like boing, boing.
You can find that sound effect on the internet on freesoundeffects.com.
It is like overtly silly.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's cute.
Oh, one bad point in multiplayer, you can't play with the ball because like it's separate.
Because you go there, the ball is there. There's 2 gold. You're like, oh my god, let's go. But then you can't do.
Like I kick a ball, but it doesn't move on this screen.
So fun, and again, something that it's not necessary at all, but it would be so nice.
Yeah, but that's not there. Yeah. Then I went, I'm pretty sure, to the psychic gym.
Also very.
Yeah,
She's like a model, I think.
Yeah, she's even on the billboard in Levencia.
Yeah, true. So that is nice, where it's like you can see, like, oh yeah, like
the game could use more stuff like that.
Yeah, true.
But it was cool enough.
Again, just giving them more context in the world. Yeah. She's a model, but it doesn't really have an effect on.
Hold up, the gym challenge. It's my least favorite, which is really too bad. Because the reason it's my least favorite is not because the challenge itself is bad. It's my least favorite because the implementation is horrible. Because apparently your engine cannot handle 2 different camera angles at the same time. The lag in that scene alone makes it unbearable. Like, I was done with the first part and you battle a trainer. And I'm like, okay, I'm done.
Ready
for the second part. Oh, please, no. Like, that could have been very cute if it didn't take twice as long as it should.
Yeah, it should have been a little bit shorter.
And then she herself is just, I'm a beauty. I'm beautiful.
I have clothes that, like, have wings for some reason.
Psychic energy makes my clothing clap. And my shoes as well. After that, there's just 2 gyms left, right?
I think so, yeah.
You climb the mountain.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
You climb the mountain. First, you find the gym pit stop.
That is so weird. Again, because I was like, oh, the gym's here. And then I was like, oh, it's just the gym.
I get it because like a snowboarding thing, and
I guess
and they were like, well, yeah, that's where you would put the gym, but like it's a little weird because those gyms are so close to each other. On the map, I even was like, hey, Ice Gym, Ghost Gym,
and then you're like,
right next to
then you walk 2 minutes, and it's like, oh, next gym. Yeah.
That gym challenge, I thought was cuter than it was because Lenny showed me a video that if you don't touch the controller, you actually succeed.
Yeah.
It's so funny. it's a cute little challenge, but it's not super memorable.
Yeah,
just like a little snowboarding thing.
Is his name Geeta?
Yeah, Geeta.
Oh, wait. Oops. No. His name is Grusha.
I definitely feel like when they design them, they're like, wouldn't it be funny if he looks like a girl?
But actually a boy.
Boy. We'll get so many bonus points. I don't know. I think his design is fine. Cute boy.
Cute boy.
He's like, he's cool. It's actually kind of weird because he has a backstory.
Oh yeah, like that thing. He has a very interesting backstory and kind of sad.
That one trainer talks about.
Yeah, again, it's like one where he says like, yeah, like he used to be a pro snowboarder, but then he had an accident.
Yeah.
which fucked up his legs or something, so he couldn't snowboard after that. So that's why he became a gym leader, and he still kind of resents that.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like
part of his dialogue where it's like,
yeah, right then it's like, whoa. But then like his dialogue with you kind of like hints towards that, and you get it. But it's like, oh, if you never talk to that trainer, you would have no idea what he's talking about.
well, the trainer's right outside of Ghost Town.
True, but still,
So-
it's like if you hadn't talked to that person yet, he would be talking to you, and it's like, dude, what's your deal? Why are you such a downer? It's cool that he has a backstory like that. I don't know, they don't really do a lot with it. It's like, oh, I guess he's a kind of a sourpuss because of that. But then,
That's harsh. Man, you got into an accident, and I don't know what happened. It would have been that might have been too crazy. But like, yeah, never mind. I was like, I mean, what if they put him in a wheelchair or something? That'd be legitimately interesting.
True. Yeah,
But they didn't. Actually, yeah, that could have been so cool. The MC of RIP, Rhyme. Yeah, no, I like that entire scene. It's like, oh, you MC Sledge, and then you battle a couple of trainers,
and it's like after every round, and just
more lights turn on.
But for me, it's like just the fact that for this like gym challenge thing, they made like completely unique music. That's like really cool dance music. Cool music is playing. It's like, yeah, cool. And then it's normal gym music. And it's like, it's really too bad because like the party vibe with the dance music is so cool.
It also
so
has
well
a
done.
little bit of clunkiness in there after you do the gym challenge, and everybody's hype, and then Rhyme comes on, and it's like, hell yeah, it's me, Rhyme. And then you go inside
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, now leave.
and come back.
Okay, and now you can come back. Yeah, I do think it's still weird. It's like, it's the only double battle, like, in the game.
That's true.
And so it's like,
What the fuck?
No, that's why I was so shocked when it happened. I'm like, wait, this game remembers that double battles exist?
Should have had inverse battles. I want those to come back.
Those are cool.
That was fucking interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, I got a brain fart. Give me a sec. I'm gonna take a drink. Yes!
Was
Oh my god, thank you, Lenny. Before I forget. So, a thing in this game that they really tried to do, but it's a thing I've been wishing for such a long time, they still haven't done, and it's so hard for Game Freak because they stick to what they know and they don't deviate from it.
Oh,
They were getting so close. It's like themed
Oh, yeah.
gyms and not type themed gyms. Here, hey, guess what? The final Pokemon is actually themed to the trainer. It's Rhyme has a
Toxicity?
yeah, I was gonna say base guy, that guy. Fucking what's her face? Psychic lady has a Florges because she's a beauty. Baker lady has Teddiursa because she should have Fido, but fine, whatever. Because you know Teddiursa and Honey and
Yeah.
blah blah blah. So every gym leader has a unique final Pokemon that's like just themed to them. And then it terastallizes into their type. It's like, but you were so close.
Yeah. Like the whole terastallizing
yeah.
was kind of lame because again, every time someone terastallizes, it's
their type.
just their type.
I don't. It's they could have done so many cool things, but they just didn't because they're like, okay, you have different paths, so gym leaders will just be like they always are, with a little bit of a twist, not too much of a twist.
Yeah. You could have
Yeah.
done a lot more with that.
Yeah, and also a general gym leader thing. The music, I think Lenny likes it more than me. I think it is rather bland. Its implementation is neat, where every defeated Pokemon adds to the track.
Yeah.
I like it, but even the final version of a gym leader track, I'm like, that's fine. When all instruments are added to the regular theme, that's fine. Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. I'm not gonna say like, oh yeah, it's
Where would it
it's
be
a classic, but
On your like list,
on my list, it would definitely be like
rather
relatively low.
yeah,
like
fine.
somewhere in the middle, lower middle, like something like that.
It's decently basic.
Yeah.
And then the Terastallizing theme, it's like it's so clear that for Sword and Shield, people are like, we like the singing, and then here they're like,
Well, all right.
hell yeah,
All right.
people love that, so they add the singing. The theme, like that is being sung, is cooler, is cuter,
Yeah,
nicer
I like
than
it.
the Sword and Shield version. But in Sword and Shield, it just worked way better because there's a stadium of people who are like, yeah, let's go, baby, sports, fuck yeah.
Yeah,
that's what football fans are like, right?
Yeah, it fits like contextually. It fits way more in Sword and Shield than it does in
Here
this
you're
game.
being surrounded by 8 low frame rate people, and they're like, oh, whoa, 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 like it doesn't fit right.
Yeah, no,
it's not enough people to warrant the.
Yeah, because the thing, like in Scarlet and Violet, they put it just because, oh yeah, because it sounds cool, but not because of the context of the place where you are.
In this game, for me, it works twice, and that is for Larry and for Rhyme. Because for Larry, people come in and they're like cheering on Larry, like, "Hey, come on, Larry!" I think that is super nice.
Yeah.
Where they're not cheering for you, but for Larry.
Yeah,
he's just such a boring guy. And then for Rhyme, it's like, the crowd's there. It's still not that many people, but still feels nicer because it's like a concert. By the way, Rhyme's picture, I think that might be the best one. It's just like me at the concert.
Yeah.
It's a very nice picture.
And Rhyme's like yeah, very cool.
Her hair's weird though.
It actually weirdly, it took me a weirdly long time before I realized, like, oh wait, it's like a skeleton arm. Do you want to immediately go to like Elite Four and stuff, or do you want to talk about
doing the
Nemona stuff?
Oh, you want to talk about? Well, yeah, I guess we do need to talk about Nemona.
Yeah, because while you're doing the gym stuff, once in a while you enter and it's like, oh, what a coincidence! I'm here too. Battle. Until she's like, what? No, I don't always want to battle. Just to prove it, I'm not going to battle you this time. But we're going to battle next time, right?
I can definitely see why some people are really put off by Nemona.
Yeah, I get it.
And just say like she's just another rival.
Yeah, and she's like
also
too intense about like, geez, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I get
like
that.
it's a fine line between endearing and creepy. And it's also like if she was a guy, then a lot more people.
Let's be real. We're fine with it because she's a cute girl.
No. But listen, if she was a guy, I think I would feel the same about it. Whether it's a guy or a girl, it's kind of fine. I think it's just endearing the way they're written. But like, I think if it was a guy, a lot more people like this is just creepy. The way he follows you and stalks you and just wants to battle and wants to get into your pants or whatever. Also, she's older, which maybe adds to the fact that it's kind of creepy.
I guess, yeah.
But to me, it was definitely more endearing than creepy.
Yeah.
And like when you get to know more about her, it's just clear that all she wants is a person that can enjoy her hobby on her level.
Yeah.
Because literally at the end of the game, in a scene that I completely missed for the longest time, it's actually talked about where she asked somebody you want to battle, and then the guy's like, "Oh yeah, wait, are you that student council girl Nemona? Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm not battling you."
Yeah.
So that's just something she's struggling with. She's too good. So most people are like, "No, I'm not battling you."
It's lonely at the top.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why she wants you to grow. Like she sees the spark in you. It start like you're the chosen one because you're the protagonist, whatever. But she sees it in you. It's like, oh, you're actually good at like, even though she uses the weak starter. It's like, oh, there's a little spark she feels, and she just follows you to see you grow and hope that you'll get to her level, and then she can battle
so she can finally have someone
with her
to like
full strength, and then she does at the end, and it's really I just think it works.
Yeah, like
I just think it's written better than any rival we've had.
Yeah, it's just the fact that like in the final thing you beat her, and then she's just there, and then she just starts laughing, and it's like at one point I swear it's like she's gonna start crying because it's just like an emotional catharsis for her, and then she's like, oh man, Pokemon battles, am I right? And it's like, yeah, it's just, I know the feeling of like being so passionate about something where it's like, I want to share this passion with someone who shares the same passion. And if you can't find people who share that same passion with you, it can be a bit lonely where it's like, oh, I really want to share this with people, but I can't. And it can be very stifling. So when you find that person, I understand it's like that you want to chase that. And like, so it's...
And she literally does.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe she takes it a bit too literally.
But it's cute though, where she actually gets like self-conscious about it. It's like, yeah, I'm not following you.
Yeah, no,
I'm just going to go away. And that one time where she's like, oh, dude, I can't battle right now because I have to do something else. I'll have to ask for a rain check. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
She just runs away.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that just makes it more cute to me. One time where I thought it was a little creepy is when you meet Geeta and she comes in. It's like, what? La Primera with Ellie.
Oh yeah, when she's like, no, get away from her. She's mine.
Yeah, it's like, Nemona, chill.
Yeah, Nemona, please.
That was a one time where I was
There's
like,
enough
okay,
of me to go around.
now it's a little creepy.
Yeah, that was like, okay, maybe calm down a little.
Yeah. But I think generally she's nice.
Yeah, no, I think they handled it pretty well.
We go into the well, actually, first we'll start with the champion assessment.
It's cute.
Completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
There's more unnecessary things. Most completely unnecessary things in this game, I think, are just very charming and super well done.
Yeah, because again, it's things that seem unnecessary, but they add a lot to the world, to the world building.
It's just a logical champion assessment. If you were somebody who just like didn't care about any of that, yeah, fuck you. You don't get to be a champion, that ranked trainer.
You gotta put in the effort. You gotta show the passion. Where it's like, no, I know this stuff.
Yeah, the room is unsettling. Very imposing atmosphere, and I actually like it. It's well done. You'll get through it. It's kind of dumb that you can just fuck it up as much as you want and keep going back in, but whatever. Yeah. It's Pokemon. And then, of course, you face the Elite Four, which originally had the music fucked. We talked about it. How did they not know about it? Whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, Rika, she's fine. I mistook her gender twice. First, like, oh, lady, boy, lady. Then the second one, I mean, you met that character before, and when you first meet her, I guess it's just a jokey thing where it's like, ha, little girl,
little girl, but
toddler.
she's actually super strong,
like actual toddler.
Yeah, it's also like a kind of character archetype that I'm also not a fan of. It's like, I mean, it's definitely a cute design, and I like how they animate her. Where she has like, she pulls out the Pokeball and she has like a very like mischievous grin and stuff. And like, she is cute, but it's just like,
thing of that, her animation is actually bugged and it's not fixed.
What?
It's not fixed in the update. I actually saw this when I was editing, and not during gameplay, which is weird. Like she does her pose where she's like, it's like, and then her battle starts. Yeah. The Pokeball, she's supposed to grab it from her waist and then do like whoop. It's actually, she goes to the waist, arm goes up. There's no Pokeball.
And then
it appears in her hand when she's in the Pokeball holding pose.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just her animation is bugged. I just want to mention that because it's not a one tiny thing they didn't fix. Whatever. It's so minor, but I know this, which I just think it's funny. Steel type, which, I mean...
Because she has a big key around her neck.
Then, I mean...
It's funny. It's funny. When I was gonna do the Pokemon League, Faga was like, "I want to be there," and I'm like,
"Why?
Why? Okay." And then the moment it happened, like, "Okay, I know why I wanted to be here."
Yep. So Larry returned.
Remember when Larry was like, "Oh, I gotta go back, or my boss is gonna get super angry. I have to go back to my job." Apparently, that job is being in the Elite Four.
Like all of it is so well done. The Poppy is like, "Yeah, it's now your turn, Mr. Larry." And just like, low camera, he walks in with his briefcase like, "Hello, it's me, Larry."
Yeah, just, "Hey, it's me, Larry." And that's the only thing he says.
Like that's adds more to Larry's charm, where he's just like...
And I also like it because, again, you're there, you're like, oh, I mean, but you've already fought, so, okay, normal type, so...
Yeah, I'll prepare for normal types.
Big chances, put a fighting type in front, and then just throws out a flying Pokemon. It's like, yeah, my boss told me to change my type, so I did it. And that's when you notice, the entire time...
His tie
had clouds on him. So even that was foreshadowed.
I think it's also a little nice where it's so obvious. His throwing animation was so fancy. And every Elite Four member has a fancy throwing animation.
Yeah, so no, but I feel like even with all of them, Larry's specifically really sticks out, where he's like...
I just like Rika's where she does a spin. Yeah, it's also nice, like, every time you defeat an Elite Four member, like...
They just stick around and they call
fine,
him.
It's not like a new room, but they, even in battle, they stick on the sidelines and are watching her battle. I feel like that's nice.
Yeah. And it's definitely worth it just purely for... It honestly might be one of my favorite scenes in the entire game, where it's like, all right, Hansel, you can come out.
Hassel.
I don't think they heard you. Hansel. You can
Hassel.
Hassel.
How dare you?
Hassel, come out. And then, okay, maybe you can... I think you have to speak up a bit. Hassel? And then Rika's just like, Hassel, you can come out.
And then he comes in. Look at that.
That might be my favorite bit of like scene with dialogue in the whole game. It's so funny. It's like, no, Larry, speak louder.
Hassel.
like just the pause, and then like Hassel.
Yeah, like closing eyes and it's like takes in a breath. Hassel.
And that is why Larry's the best.
Like even then, Hassel was also foreshadowed. He's one of your teachers.
Mm-hmm. So you do get a bit of a.
We'll talk more about the teachers. Oh my god, so many things we got to talk about. Oh god, he's nice. I like him. Good man, tall man as well. Dragon Clan.
Big boy.
Just he's a good man. It's like he's so emotional.
Oh, it's very cute.
I just love it. You defeat him. Everybody's like, oh wow, oh you did it. Lady goes, huh.
Yeah. Huh.
And then Hassel
goes like, oh.
starts crying, which is funnier if you've done his class before, where he does the exact same thing.
Because that thing you already know, but I hadn't done that class yet, so I was like, oh, whoa, what?
Yeah. And then that's about it. And you go face the champion.
The champion,
Geeta.
Yeah,
I think
she is certainly a character that exists in this game.
So I'm just gonna read literally what I wrote down. All right.
Right. Bring it.
I don't like Geeta or her design. She is boring.
Yep. Yeah.
Are there Geeta fans out there?
I really wonder because like every time she shows up, it's like
I know what her character.
Who are you? You're here, and then she leaves. And it's like, oh, okay.
I know what her character is intended to be.
I mean, she's intended to be like kind of like strict and stern.
Strict, stern, powerful lady.
Yes, imposing figure.
Well said, actually. There's just a lot of things I don't like about her. Like, especially her design. She's like so thin. And then her hair is so extra.
She looks like a cockroach.
I don't think there's anything I like about her.
Her design is very like out
It's like
there.
her design, I feel like they knew Glimora was a thing, and they designed her around Glimora being her ace.
They could have made a better design, I think.
The blue and like the yellow in her eyes, which is, Glimora's eyes are also yellow. So I feel like it's definitely to reflect Glimora. It's like shine bright and Paldea's future, blah, 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 blah. But like, then she's also like kind of patronizing?
Yeah.
I guess.
No,
Yeah,
definitely.
I guess that's the best
It's like
word for
it's
it.
like you do a strong attack and you're like
keep going.
Oh, good. Oh, that was very smart of you.
Very good. It's like,
Continue.
Jesus
Please
Christ,
continue.
shut the fuck up. If there's somebody out there who likes Geeta, tell us about it. I want to know why you like her.
Yeah, but I
Because that's
definitely
just interesting to me. Somebody,
But to me, she's definitely one of the most boring champions out there. Also, in part due to the fact that like, what is her team like? Go.
The problem with her team is there's barely any memorable Pokemon in there, and the ones that are memorable are misused. A lot of people have said this in the past.
I think it's clear she has two Pokemon that are like these two are like ooh.
I know why Glimora is like her
Ace.
her ace. It's like her final Pokemon. It represents, Terastallization and Shine Bright, and so that's why it's her ace, because it's thematical for her. But the ability sets up Toxic Spikes. Start with that Pokemon. That's immediately like, imagine you attack it, boom, Toxic Spikes. And then for the entirety of the battle, unless you have a poison type that can absorb the Toxic Spikes, you're dealing with those Toxic Spikes. That is just immediate, like, memorable strategy of a champion.
Yeah, and you know what the complete reverse of that is? What if she has a Pokemon that gets stronger if it's the last Pokemon?
And then also is 4 times weak to fighting, which then terastallizes into just regular weakness, because it loses its dark type or its steel type, doesn't matter. She removes one of the weaknesses by terastallizing. The chances of it holding on are so much higher, and then it just immediately just like bam hits you with a huge attack, because 5 Pokemon are dead on Geeta's team, because Supreme Overlord, I don't know exactly how it works. I haven't looked into it, but it just makes King Gambit stronger if other Pokemon are fainted on the team. So that would just worked way better. And it's also a memorable Pokemon. So that just, I don't know. I think it would have worked as her ace Pokemon. Then like her other Pokemon, Go-Go, I don't know why that's
Go-Go is like,
Pokemon.
is that really like a champion tier Pokemon? Like,
you want a Pokemon
that
that's
is
like
imposing.
extremely rare. Like, for example, Spiritomb.
Yeah.
on Cynthia. That's like, ooh, because a player most likely will not have found it. You know, a Pokemon in this game that a player most likely wouldn't have found? Goldengo. Give her Goldengo! What other Pokemon does she have? She has Veluza.
Why does she have Veluza when that was already, like, used by one of the gym leaders?
Also,
I don't get it.
Veluza.
Yeah, it's also like, why couldn't she have, like, Dondozo then?
Yeah, exactly. Then she also has Avalugg. Lenny was like, Avalug's fine.
I think Avalugg is fine.
Yeah, Go-Go's is definitely the worst offender. Because it's not a new Pokemon, and it's not like a strong, memorable,
imposing Pokemon. It's just like, oh, it's a goat. Yeah, I know
the
that.
reason we remember it is the reason I remember Finneon and Luminion, because it's forgettable. But like, if you think about very memorable champions, you know their teams.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know the specific Pokemon that were like, oh, fuck.
Hey, Cynthia, Garchomp. It's like, yeah.
And you know, with Steven, you know, he has the fossil, he has Metagross. Like, even with forgettable champions like Diantha, you know, like, oh, she also had the fossils. She has Mega Gardevoir.
I mean, in this game, you can be like, well, she has Glamora, which you will always remember.
Okay, true.
There's just so many things that don't work about Geeta.
Yeah.
It's
very
forgettable. And, yeah, that's about it. And then Nemona congratulates you, and you go to the battle with Nemona, which is a nice finisher. Nice little ending cutscene. One thing about that is I hate the illusion of choice for the final choice.
It is weird.
I understand the Treasure Eatery is a meme choice. But for me, I actually would have much preferred to battle behind her house. Because it's where we had our first battle.
Yeah, true. I understand that. No, they wanted to put it in the main square.
Yeah.
But because you have a crowd, and then you can have like nice little cutscene where like the Elite Four members and stuff, they're also hanging around like eager to see the battle.
Larry walks by.
Larry walks by, is like, oh yeah, okay, I gotta go to work. So I understand, but yeah, it's weird that they're like,
Google is telling me try saying set an alarm for 7 a.m. No. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I looked at your phone and was like, wait, what?
Okay, anyway.
Yeah, like, so I understand, and I also like the fact that for this battle there is a crowd, but I do think it's weird that why give us the choice, or I mean pretend to give us the choice.
Yeah, I mean it's too bad because while I'm sitting there as a player, I'm like, oh, behind her house, awesome, that's so cute. It's where he first battled, and you say like, oh, behind on the beach. She's like, well, it's kind of my backyard. It's kind of boring. I'm like, why did you ask? That's
Victory Road.
Victory Road, exactly. Second path. Path of Legends. Arvin's path.
AKA the part where we're like, what? Emotion?
Why am I crying? This is a Pokemon game.
And at first it's like, it's okay. Arvin's alright. And then that's just the route where it's like, you do the second one and you're all in. I'm all in.
Yep. I just wrote it down as Path of Legends plus Arvin. Strongest because dog.
Yep. That's the thing. And I also really like it because when you have the first cutscene where it's just like, oh, you're eating a sandwich, you feed one to your motorcycle dog, and Arvin's like, no, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, I hate this dog, whatever. And then
it's funny because at multiple points I was like, why do you hate this guy so much? Arvin, can you chill? And then it actually gets explained. There's actually a lot of points in this game where we're like, wait, how does this work? Or why does this happen? And then most of those were explained, which Pokemon never does.
Yeah, true.
Or even in Team Star, again, we'll get to it. We're like, how did they do all this? And then like every member actually has a role
and
to
do
the thing. It's like, okay,
yeah,
they actually explained how they did it. And again, it's like, Arvin, why do you hate my dog? Oh.
Understandable.
Okay, have a nice day.
Yeah. Like, it ends with him, like,
being very secretive.
The coast is clear. You can come out now. And it's like, oh, something's going on. And I was ready for that to be dragged out until the end.
Literally the final.
And literally the next one is like, okay, let's come clean. Here's the deal.
Yeah, and
it's like, thank you for explaining. Because now
I'm invested.
Now, this is the most important part of the game for me.
The most important part of my life right now. I need to save this dog. Yeah, but it's because it's just so relatable.
What is the most memorable stuff in a lot of Pokemon games? Or things in general? It's not the huge end of the world, saving the universe shit. It's the small scale core relationships between a boy and his dog.
Yeah, but
Like,
that's also the thing in Pokemon. It's like most Pokemon games, Pokemon are just, things you train. And it's rarely, if ever, we've seen a relation between trainer and Pokemon like this.
Yeah, because it's always like you fight with Pokemon and you train them, and then sometimes you meet people. It's like, oh, my Pokemon is so cute. But they never really delve deep into like having a relationship with a Pokemon where it's like, this is like we grew up together, and then oh no, the Pokemon is dying, and like that, the emotional side of it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a consensus where people are like, yeah, that's the best path in the game, or like the best story. Because it's just so relatable, and it's the small things, not the big world-ending shit that they really try to push.
Yeah.
Example, Sword and Shield.
It is the best writing I've seen in any Pokemon game.
But it's also like cutscenes set up further cutscenes. I think it's in the fourth one where he talks about playing with the ball, and like I remember when he did that, and at that point, like, you're thinking, okay, this dog will get better, because obviously this dog will get better. Of course it will. You get the final herb of Mystica, give it to the dog, and suddenly you're like, wait.
Because he's like, well, I mean, we tried our best.
You did your best, bud.
Did your best.
And then he walks away, and I'm sitting there being like, wait.
You're not doing this to me.
Did we fail?
You're not doing this to me, game.
Like, I know why they didn't, but honestly, what if they had the fucking balls to kill him?
Where it's like, but then you learn to move on. It's like that they could have done that, but I'm like, oh god, no, they don't do this to me.
There's no way. There's no way they would have. But a little part of me was like, dude, that would have been insane if they did that. That I would have fucking cried right there. But anyway, then of course. I mean, Arven walks away. By the way, and again, super tiny thing. Hold up. Arven walks away, and for some reason, it's so relatable. When you're feeling emotional, and that's what I mean with the mocap in this game, it's really good. He walks away and just goes stand in the corner and be like...
It's just like looking up, like
with arms in your side, just taking in the fact that you failed at saving your dog.
But then, guess the thing, you see Mabostif's Pokeball just like fall on the ground, and immediately like, no. You're not telling me, because it can easily just symbolize like, no, he's gone.
But then, since it was set up, remember playing with the ball, and then when Bostif wakes up, gets the ball, and just
wagging the tail, bringing the ball. It is so fucking cute.
And then Arven just falls to his knees. It's like, me too, bud.
Me too. Big hug. and then next to the dog, like, we did good. The little pat's like
it's so silly.
Like, oh, this boy and his dog. You're right.
Right, dog. Right, my dog. I hope we don't run into shit like this. No, but that's also a big part of Arven. They do it a little bit in the Team Star stuff as well. But Miraidon and Koraidon really get characterized in Arven's story, and it
they emote. It's like, oh, they're hungry. Give me the sandwich, and then you don't give it. And then they're like, oh, and then they get sad and stuff. So, yeah,
I never expected Pokemon to make me emotional like this. And when you think about it, it's so simple what they did. Anybody can write a story like this. Just like, my dog's gonna die. Please help.
I think anyone would go, yeah.
Yeah. So it's so simple, but to me it's like, well, fuck yeah, they can do it if they want to. And it shows me they're not just complete hacks.
Yeah.
Like, no, seriously, think about that. A Pokemon game made me cry. It's mind-blowing. Like, I actually had to like sit there for a second and be like, okay,
wow, this just happened.
That happened. That's actually crazy. Well, a little bit about the Titan battles, I guess you pretty much said it.
Yeah, the Titan battles.
I wrote down their Diet Totem battles, but not even that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I was like, oh, maybe it's gonna be a bit like the Totem battles, but it's just like you fight them, and it's like, what, they have like some raised stats.
I guess. Do they even have that?
Like, that's the thing. It's not really noticeable. It's like, oh, you have a big health bar at the top. Oh, boss battle. But then it's kind of like you just fight it. That's about it. It's not really that special.
It's just a big Pokemon.
Yeah.
Arven helps you, I guess. Not super memorable.
Again, the only kind of memorable one is the False Dragon one.
Yeah, that one was cool. That was good. That was funny. I like that one. Because that's also set up as like a dumb Joker Arvin. Like, it's not like the Titan Pokemon will just be running running around being like, hey, I'm the Titan, come fight me. And then you find the Tatsugiri on the like washed up on the island, and it's saying Titan.
Yeah.
Because it's the Titan. So it's like, haha, there's no way it'll say it's the Titan, and then it actually goes Titan, and it's funny.
And the fact is just like back-to-back battle, where you're actually like, oh wait, it's a whole new battle. Okay.
Something I didn't know for the longest time is that the abilities are actually based on the Titan you defeat.
That is very weird to me. It's not like the first one you get is the dash, the second one you get is this, then that. Like,
so if you go the other way that we took, I guess you wouldn't go to the lake super early. Although that's weird, because if you go the other way, dude Bug Gym, and they go to the Stork, what was it called? Bombardier?
Yeah, Bombardier.
And defeat that guy, you immediately get Surf, which would then automatically lead you to the False Dragon Titan, which would wreck you.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, the design of that is a little odd.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's neat though, because now that I know that,
yeah, it's true. You can
cool.
be
You
like,
can
oh no,
immediately go get Surf, which is super nice. So, I mean,
yeah, there's stuff like that.
it's
Yeah, you can definitely like find, but again, it's like the fact there's no level scaling. It's like, yeah, meet, like, oh yeah, there's a Titan mode in the desert. Let's go here, and then like, oh god, I am way under leveled. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Then after you save the dog, Arvin's like, well, Turo, who's been calling you this entire time, in the final cutscene, he calls you in the cave, so Arvin can actually hear it for the first time. He's like, oh, Dad? What the fuck, Dad? And then Turo's like, oh wait, Arvin, oh, you're actually there. Nice. I wanted to get in touch with you. And I'm sitting there being like, wait, Turo wanted to get in touch with Arvin just to get into the lab, right?
Yeah,
because Arvin's the only person who can get into the lab.
Yeah, because he needed the book.
How did Turo get into contact with us?
Oh, because of the principal. Director Clavel, yeah.
Couldn't Turo have been like, by the way, can you call Arvin from class to your office real quick so I can tell him? Is Arvin never in school or something? Well, yeah, he is, because I saw him in one of the classes.
Well, yeah, but I feel like those classes kind of like, it's just like, oh, look, one of the characters there, huh? But I think the thing is, he doesn't really go to class. Clavel tells Arvin, like, you need to do a lot more stuff. Like, because the thing is, he never goes to school because he's too busy researching the Urba Mystica. And doing research for that. And
then Turo couldn't get in contact with him.
I guess that's the way to explain.
But like, it's so funny that at no point we're like, by the way, I'm calling with you, like, have a phone call with you.
By the way, I'm talking to your dad.
I guess we can't talk. I mean, we can talk. Well, only if there's a text box. And the game never gave us the option to say, oh, by the way, Arvin, Dad.
And then it's like, Arvin had the book. Oh, wait, Arvin has the book? Oh, okay, cool. Now then, come on over to the asshole.
Yeah, and then you battle Arvin. Weirdly enough, he doesn't have a final Arvin battle theme.
Why was that battle at the beginning of the game there to start with?
I think you just shouldn't have fought him in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, because then it would have been like, oh shit, we're gonna fight Arvin. And then you hear the music for the first time, it's like, ooh, okay. But now it's like, oh yeah, it's that again.
I think that's about it for
Yeah.
Arvin. It's simple, but it's awesome.
Yep.
You just want to help him because, dog, the third path, Starfall Street, plus, Cassiopeia. It's really funny because the introduction to the path is just like, okay, you meet Nemona, she sets up the Victory Road, then you meet Arvin, he sets up the path of Legends, then you want to leave the school, and suddenly you get a phone call. It's like, I want to talk to you, so I hacked your phone.
Excuse me, hello, who is this?
What the fuck? Oh yeah, don't worry about it. I'm Cassiopeia, and I want to stop Team Star for reasons. Please help me. And then immediately I'm like, well, it's obviously Penny, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely extremely obvious once you beat the first Team Star base.
Oh,
because then she comes over and is like, oh yeah, hi, I'm the supply rep. Also, I'm good with hacking machines and hacking, like phones. She doesn't say that, but she might as well.
Yeah, like, I'm very good with hacking and stuff. And it's like, gee, where I've seen hacking before. Oh, wait.
And it's funny because
extremely on the
last week, Lenny's sister is also playing the game. And I asked her, like, so do you know who Cassiopeia is?
And she was like,
do you have a guess? She's like, I don't know. How should I know? Should I know? I'm like, don't worry about it. But it's so funny. That's like, we're so used to like storytelling like this that we're like, okay, it's obviously that.
No, but the thing is, you would think that she would be like that too, because she's like, in her free time, she's a writer. She's writing books. So you would think that she would also think like narratively and stuff. But when playing video games, you can just turn that brain off, that part of her brain off, and then it's just like playing the game.
Well,
it's impressive. I wish I could do that.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting how, Team Star's introduction, they really feel like bullies. They're trying to bully Penny into joining Team Star, and they feel like Team Skull at that point, a little bit. And even in the promotional material, before the game released, they were like, this is Team Star. They're the school bullies.
A bunch of bullies.
Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, all of that is set up to really make you believe, they're the school bullies. And they're kind of annoying little punks.
Well, yeah, it's like they skip school.
Yeah.
And fuck the uniforms. We're gonna loosen the tie and stuff like,
Yeah.
So it's like, oh god, these fucking delinquents, like...
Everything is set up to
Rowdy
make the player
bullies.
believe that.
Yeah.
And then once you get more and more into it, you start to realize, like, oh, that's actually just...
They're just the social outcasts
Yeah.
of the school.
And that's, amazing. Subverting expectations. Set it up, not even in a game, but even outside of the game with promo material. It's so weirdly well done.
Yeah. I don't remember. It has a name, like the kind of the star
I want to say Raids,
battle
but
or
that's not
whatever.
it.
Don't remember. But it's very like whatever. Doesn't really work all that
Yeah,
well.
the Team Star battling is easy and dumb and not fun.
Kind of boring, busy work until the boss shows up. But then when the boss does show up, it's some of the most fun battles in the whole game, I think.
The first time it appeared, I was like so funny. Just the car appears, and then you're just like
they're riding in the car, and it's like they have this cool entrance. The camera like swoops around them, and they have such outgoing characters and character designs where it's like, instantly like, okay, I know what kind of person you are, and the music's really fucking good. The guitar's wailing, and then they're on this crazy car which looks really weird and goofy, but in a really fun way. And then it's like, oh no, I'm out of Pokemon. Fight the car. Yeah. And then the car attacks you.
I was like, wait, I'm fighting the car? And that just reminded me so much of Pokestar Studios. I'm like, yes,
yeah,
I'm
just
all for
wacky
this.
stuff, and it's great.
Yep.
I love it.
Like, they could have just had a river room there. No. But you're actually fighting the Starmobile.
Yeah, the Starmobile.
It's so good. I love that. It's incredibly well done. Also, a little detail in this game. The Pokemaniacs had Pokestar Studios logo on their t-shirt.
Yeah, it's cute.
A little nod to Black and White too.
I like that.
They did that. that just warms my heart. Does that mean both Black and White and Black and White 2 will get a remake? I still don't know
Please
how I
no.
feel about that.
Please no. I don't need it.
No. But again, like I said last time, if they update the writing to this style,
maybe.
and then it's actually a package of both games with all of the stuff from both games in there, where you don't need to unlock the dumb hard and easy mode. It's just there from the beginning. Fucking memory link is immediately there because, both games are in the same game. I know! I'm setting myself up for disappointment!
You know that's never happening. You know this.
What?
Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Look, Lenny, think about this. This team, well, not exactly team, but this company made Heart Gold and Soul Silver, which is the golden standard for remakes.
It was a different era.
I know, but somewhere in the part of my brain, I'm still like, it must be possible.
If they're gonna make remakes, they're just gonna give it to another company.
But what if it's not Ilka?
I mean, I hope so.
What if they give it to a company that doesn't just copy paste half of the code, glitches and all?
What if they just straight up give it to Bandai Namco?
Aren't they busy?
I mean, it's a big company. They're always busy.
I actually watched an interesting video. I think it's about the guys who split off from GameXplain, Good Vibes Gaming or something. And they talked about which studio is doing what. And
oh yeah, it is interesting.
When it's because people are like, we're getting so much Kirby. Well, yeah, because the Kirby team wouldn't work on anything else.
Yeah, it's like complaining that, Nintendo just keeps releasing Kirby games when it's like, yeah, that's not Nintendo.
Yeah.
That's hell.
It's
like just the thing where Nintendo games aren't all developed by Nintendo. There are different development studios. Like even within Nintendo, like getting another Splatoon game doesn't stop us from getting another Mario Kart game because those are entirely different development studios.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting video and it really broadened my horizons on that type of stuff. Where it's like, yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Specific teams wouldn't make like that game because it's not the game they make.
Yeah.
It's like, it just makes a lot of sense. I'm like, huh. And I think they even talk about Pokemon in that.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, watch it. Good Vibes Gaming. I don't know exactly what the video is called. Maybe I'll link it in the description if I remember. Whatever. What were we talking about? Team Star?
Oh yeah, Team Star. And then afterwards you have a little talk with the boss. And then there's cool flashback scenes where you learn more about the creation of Team Star.
Team Star.
How the group got together. Some of them are a bit more like, learning new information about what's up. And then others are just like, don't worry, I like these outfits. I think they look very cool. Yeah. And we're friends.
Basically. But every time it ends with like, I don't remember what Melo said exactly, but which one did I get the most? I'm pretty sure it was, what's the dark guy called?
Giacomo?
Giacomo? Is that his name?
Yeah. DJ.
Where he's like, producer. Are you kidding me? They're my most treasured. I don't exactly remember.
They're my greatest treasure.
They're my greatest treasure. Just a thumbs up and a smile. I'm like, I love this guy. It's tiny things like that. I'm like, yep, well done. That's good.
I mean, it's just after you do all of them, it's just like you really feel this camaraderie and friendship between all of these characters.
Because they're the outcasts and they stuck together and stood up to the school bullies, which is just, I mean, again, a really simple story, but a nice story because you can relate, and especially if you see them like trying to get back into school in post game with like the special Penny cutscenes. It's like they're still fucking nerds. And,
of course.
But be the nerd you want to be. Like, who cares?
Yeah,
it's just like I think it's a nice lesson. Maybe kids wouldn't really get it like that way, but I think it's a super nice lesson. Like, if you're a fucking like ninja nerd who just wants to like, I don't know, do theatrics, I guess.
Forsooth, pray tell.
Yeah, it's like,
my fine lady.
just do that. People might think you're weird, but you'll find people who think it's charming. And yeah,
you're never the only person who's into whatever it is that you're into.
Yeah. I mean, how
about we mention?
Let's not beat around the bush.
Best boy, Clive.
I love the fact
we love Clive in this household.
I don't know exactly if it's the same for the Penny thing, because some people might not pick up on it. Some people might not. But for Clive, the entirety of the joke is how fucking obvious it is.
Because that thing, it is extremely obvious, and like, oh yeah, that's the obvious joke. But the game knows. So the game is like, Professor Clavel? And they're like, what? No, what are you talking about? Shut up.
It's way funnier when you go like, hey Clive, and just like, yep, that's my name.
Yeah, yep, that is certainly my name.
It's like when he tries to use like lingo when he went to one of the kids. He's like, "Can I borrow you for a chat, my guy, my man?"
Yeah, my man.
It's like he really tries to act like the fellow kids, and I think it's so. Clavel is a gem. Like Clavel, when I first met him, I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess he's kind of like Rose.
Yeah, he's like just an old man.
Then he just grows on you, and he's such a nice character.
Because that's the thing. First, it's like, oh, how funny, he wears the wig and stuff. Oh, so silly. How do you do, fellow kids? Ha 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 ha. But then immediately you start to learn, like, no,
why
he is here because he cares about his students and he just wants to know what's going on with the students.
Instead of just expelling them because they're, skipping class,
like he wants, like it is an ultimatum. Like he's gonna have no choice but to do that. So before that happens, he wants to know what's going on to see what he can do to help them. It's just like he just loves his students and he wants the best for his students.
He does it in his weird old man way, but it's super nice. Yeah, and that kind of makes Clavel probably my favorite character in the game because he's just such a cool dude.
He's just generally a good guy.
Yeah, and he just wants the best for his students, which is so awesome. Like he's still a stern man. It's like follow the rules, but he really wants the best for you. And then like even once you do the final Team Starbase and not Penny this time comes in to give you the supplies, but it's Clive. And it's like, oh, surprise! Cassiopeia was the secret boss of Team Star.
Say what?
Who would have thought? And then Clive is surprised. And then you go to school at nighttime to battle Cassiopeia. But then who's there? Clive.
Except not really Clive.
It was me.
Oh, cuts to black.
It's not. No, it doesn't cut to black.
Oh no, it just the camera just pans away, so you just see an arm go like.
Yes. It's very Game Freak. And then he tries to make you think he's Cassiopeia, which that didn't work. Apparently, some people are like, no,
Yeah, some people
actually,
are like, wait, really? Oh, I really thought it was not gonna like. And it's
thought
like,
they were
dude, come on,
gonna-
he's so obviously lying.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, how did you hack my phone? Oh, with one of those technology things.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure, sure, Clavel, sure.
you battle him in a very out of place arena. The kids.
Well, it's a very nice arena. It's like, okay, this is a cool place to have a battle. Except that people are just walking around like, what's going on?
No, they're not even what's going on. They're just going there 5 FPS like and there's still students just standing around. I mean it's fine, so whatever. I didn't really like his battle theme. There's the one part where the school theme comes in that I really
It's
like.
very nice.
But it's a bit too calm for me for a battle theme. But I guess it fits him. He's just old man.
Yeah.
And then when you beat him, very funny cutscene where
Time shows up.
I was like, what is happening here? I heard from students that there was a fight going on outside, and who do I meet? The director himself. And then he like, no, I'm sorry. It's like,
No, I can explain.
I can explain. It's like it's actually very interesting and like a sad story. It's like it's just fuck. And then like he runs after her, and you go inside to battle Cassiopeia.
Shocker, it's Penny.
Shocker is funny. I love the fact that she appears with the hoodie. It's like, oh no, who could it be?
Who is this girl with the Eevee backpack?
I don't know. Eddie Valor, fucking amazing music.
Yeah, it's like because like it started
It's
with
so out of
it
nowhere.
started with the like just the typical like team start, and there's like and immediately you're like, what the fuck's going on? What the
Yeah.
fuck's going on? And first like, okay, cool, techno, but I was like, and it's like, Jesus Christ, it's like. Is there happy hardcore music in this Pokemon
It
game?
was so unexpected that I think it's my favorite battle theme.
Yeah, because the thing is like
It's so
there's
memorable.
definitely been more like techno music in Pokemon games, but it's never been like hardcore.
Yeah, and for Tiny Girl.
Yeah, and it's for Tiny Girl, and it's just like immediately like it's like, holy shit, this is intense. And then she has a team of all Eevee Pokemon. It's very cute.
That was just like immediately when you send out the Umbreon.
It's like, oh wait a minute.
hell yeah.
And I like that even when like talk to her later, it's like, yeah, it's her Vivis.
Her VVs.
It's
yeah.
so cute.
It's again modern writing. That's what Pokemon fans might say.
Yeah, of course.
It's like super nice. It's just this is very much into Eevee, which I am too. I like Eevee very much. Yeah, it's all super well done. And then after you beat her, that's the ultimatum, because once the boss of Team Star is defeated,
Then they have
Then-
to disband. Then it's over.
Team Star disbands, and that's what she was after. And then you have the nice cutscene where all the goobers come in.
I'll come in, Joey, like, hey, what's up? Like, they're all super nice.
I think it's weird how Penny complains that her parents give her nicknames. My parents call me Pen Pen. She gives all the Team Star members nicknames.
Yeah, true.
Penny, how dare you?
Well, you know what they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
You know what they say, all toasters toast toast.
Also true. They're all just so happy. This is like the first time they're actually seeing Penny. So it's like, it just feels nice. Oh, they're finally meeting up, and just nice.
And just
And
they
but
love
being
each other.
nerds together.
Yeah, super nice. And like the post game cutscenes just add to that. I really love them. They're very, very, very good. Very funny as well when you go to Penny's room, and it's obviously the best room.
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect that to be in Pokemon, but you're like the giant server.
Yeah, it's like everything is perfect. It's like she has like the multiple monitors. She has a big server. You can see her like pimped out gamer PC with LEDs and stuff in there.
Her mangas, her video
There's
games,
like mangas,
posters.
There's like posters with like superhero. I mean Palafin. Then there's like boxes that are like clearly anime figure boxes.
All
and
the
then
energy
it's like
drinks on
the
her
kitchen. The kitchen is full of energy drinks and like instant ramen.
All
Then-
still there.
And then like a bunch of boxes from like
Stuff
just
she
buying
ordered
stuff online stuff. It's just, and then there's like a bunch of Evolution just like sleeping all over the place.
Like, I'm telling you, Penny is the most relatable character in this game.
it's so messy and shit, but like in the best way.
Yeah. Like, and they even acknowledge, once you've done the entire Team Star thing and she wants to meet you by the stairs, she's like, hey, when we came up with Hasta La V-Star, it's so cringe, it was perfect,
Yeah, it's so
like,
fun-
actually acknowledge.
Yeah, it's such a fucking cringe line, but it's just funny.
Yeah,
So
it's like
great.
how
it's great.
previous teams had their, like, plasma and stuff like that, but here they actually acknowledge, like, yeah, it's super fucking cringe. And then one thing, at the end of all of this, all of the paths, before we go to Endgame, no level scaling. I can understand not scaling the wild Pokemon. Very much understandable. Not scaling the trainers, fine. But not scaling the objectives is a very strange choice.
Yeah, because again, it's like, oh, you can do anything you want in whatever order you choose. But actually, this is the canonical route that you should probably do according to the levels. Like,
And
why?
the canonical route you can find by talking to the nurse each time. It tells you go there. But it doesn't go like a nice little line. It's like, go there, then there, then there, then there.
I think it's a little bit weird that it's like, boop, 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 boop,
Yeah.
boop, boop.
So no player would follow the canonical route unless they talk to the nurse each time. But why would you do that? And then there's no level scaling, and suddenly you might run into something super hard, and then the rest of the game you fucking destroy. Like the fact if you do the route we took, you did the start of the game twice in a way.
Yeah,
Or
I
you
think I did
started
it
with a new team.
probably the best way because I just assumed that generally the levels would just increase from the bottom to the top. I just assumed that was going to be a general thing. So I thought it's probably going to be okay if I just do one side and then start at the bottom again with a new team and then do the other side. It'll probably work out pretty well. And it did. I actually really recommend playing it that way. Because there's so many Pokemon in this game, you can easily make two teams.
I had 18 Pokemon. And they were still over leveled.
Yeah.
I think it makes the most sense if the gym leaders were scaled, because it's been set up in the past where gym leaders face you with a team depending on how many gym badges you've got.
Yeah.
That's been a thing.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yeah. So gym leaders are definitely the easiest to explain away why they're scaled. Titans, I mean, you could just have scaling there and not really care about explaining it, I guess.
I don't think you need to explain it at all. Like level scaling, I don't think that needs an explanation. It's just you go to a gym leader, they have that level of Pokemon. You go to...
Would they all scale separately, or would, if you do all 8 gyms first, would then the first Titan you go to be extremely hard? Or would it be the easiest Titan?
I mean, see, yeah, that is a big question where it shows that, if you're going to add level scaling, it takes a lot of thought to really find the right balance.
Because
So I don't know.
There's 18 objectives.
Yeah.
And what if you do all 8 gyms first, then the final gym is your 8th objective?
Yeah, the final gym is going to be like level 30.
Yeah. So then
Yeah.
you would be like, well, then it should be scaled separately. So it's
Yeah.
not a super easy answer, but they
Yeah,
could have
that's
done
the thing.
something, but because the way it is now, it
Yeah.
doesn't work.
Like it's
In my
definitely
opinion.
like it's definitely not a simple thing. Just add it, because it's definitely a lot harder to add it than you might think. So yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think it could have, I would have preferred it being there.
Me too.
So how they do it doesn't really matter, but
Mm-hmm.
it just, now it felt like, hey, I'm going the circle, and then when I'm walking back,
It's like, oh no, everything's getting
everything
easier.
is getting easier now. Okay, that's fun, I guess. I just wrote down multiplayer. Fuck. What was I even going to say about that? I should have been more clear.
Well, I mean, we already mentioned how multiplayer just completely is fucked in Area Zero, which
Yeah,
is
no,
already
I'm not
pretty
talking about
stupid.
that.
Yeah, but multiplayer in general, I think it's
Oh,
pretty
yeah, right.
cool
I know
that
what I was
you
gonna
can
say about
actually
it.
just run around and do stuff.
Yes, I think, because I haven't tested this, but I'm pretty sure you can do multiplayer and actually do objectives, right? Like, I can do gyms, I can do Titans, I can do whatever the fuck.
Because I think you can just continue playing the game regularly, and you're just in the same world, but you don't even need to hang out. Because it can just be yeah, we hang out, and then you go over that way, then I go over that way. We just do stuff, and then somebody oh, we meet up again.
Kind of too bad it's limited to 4. Let's say if you can do up to 8 people, and you're just like, all right, let's go do stuff. And you're doing stuff, and then you just randomly run into people. That just sounds like such
And
a
it's like,
fun
oh,
thing
hey,
to do.
what have you been up to? Oh, I caught this Pokemon. Oh, really? What?
Yeah.
And that's the kind of stuff
And
that
then
they
you
wanted
talk to them
with the
and
multiplayer.
trade or something, because I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure to trade now you need to go to the menu and what if that was all refined? Maybe this sounds a lot like MMO Pokemon. We need a Pokemon MMO.
Pokemon.
But I think it could be a very fun idea to just get around with a couple of friends, start a new file, and just do all of it multiplayer. Do your own thing, but then just go to Levincia and
I was like,
see
oh, shit, hey,
somebody
what's up?
return from the Earthworm Titan,
Yeah.
and just come into Levincia from the other side and just, oh hey, that guy's here, hi. So yeah, I think there's a lot of fun to be had in the multiplayer that most people just won't do, because I'm pretty sure 95% of the people just play the game single player.
Oh, definitely.
Most of it.
I mean, we also, we checked out the multiplayer, but it's also just yeah, multiplayer, we do some random stuff. but then that's it, and then we just continue playing on
I think
our
it's a very neat idea to just do it. But
It's definitely like, I wouldn't say, oh, you should just get rid of it because who cares?
No.
Because there's some interesting stuff in here.
yeah, and it works surprisingly well.
Yeah.
It's the world doesn't chug more, and it's just like, yeah, you're there, and usually your frame rate is good, and
Yeah.
you can send out Pokemon.
Yeah, that's the stuff. It's really fun. Like when we hung out, and that's like, oh, let me show you my team, and I show you the team because then like, you know, I send out the Dunsparce, and they're like, oh wait, oh, I didn't realize it was that big. Oh, and then you look at it, it's like, oh, okay. It's like it's fun to interact like that.
Yeah.
The only problem is that I can like, you send out a Pokemon, and I want to be able to like interact with your Pokemon and stuff, but that's not really possible.
You can do it in the picnicking.
Oh yeah, and the picnicking, true.
I mean,
You gotta
picnicking together is a bit whatever. But, I mean, I guess you can show off your cup and your thermos.
I have the
I have the
dragon
Eevee cup.
little.
I have the Eevee cup.
I have the
I have
dragon
the Eevee cup.
tablecloth.
Eevee cup.
It's cool.
Eevee cup.
Like
Eevee cup is the cutest thing in the world. Yeah, I think the multiplayer has a merit that most people don't see. Also, big issue with the multiplayer that I ran into a lot is 2 times with the multiplayer it crashed. So then you lose connection and, I mean, save data, but also connection, which is obnoxious. And okay, let's set up the connection again. Here's my new code. So there's definitely a lot of kinks that need to be fixed before I can say, okay, the multiplayer definitely has hidden potential that most people won't find. Also, I haven't seen that many glitches in or any glitches in multiplayer, honestly, because, I mean, I've seen them online, but not myself, where suddenly, like, people start clapping. or like, all right then after you do all paths, you unlock Endgame,
the way home.
the way home. When I saw that, I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, like, that is just such a good title.
It's not even like, what does it mean to you now that you know what the Endgame is like?
I mean, the way home. It's the way home for your motorcycle dog, I guess.
I don't like the fact that you end the sentence with, I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's just it sounds cool.
It sounds cooler than it is.
Yeah.
First point, generally, we can get into Area Zero. All of it.
Fucking awesome.
You get into it.
Better than I was expecting, honestly.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just very vast.
Again, I was expecting like this Game Freak. It's gonna be kind of like, I mean, it's gonna be bigger than like just a hallway, but like no, it's like big. And the way it's designed, it's very otherworldly. These huge cliffs, and like the lighting is very stark white and looks like otherworldly. There's like glitters in the wind, like whoosh, waving.
Yeah, terra dust.
Yeah,
you can
the
definitely
dusts.
link stuff like, yeah, that's terastallized dust.
Dust.
And
I mean, you
weird.
can see the crystals like growing on the trees and stuff.
Yeah.
And then obviously the music. Oh my god, the music is so good. Like
once it comes in, you're like, what?
yeah, because that's one of my favorite reactions. Like I've rewatched that part a few times where just like we're just running around, and then the moment like the din 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 din, like very quiet in the back, and then suddenly and then we both just stop like, oh, what was that? It's so good because it really takes quite a long time before it actually gets going, the music. So it's like it takes everyone off guard. It's like, what was that? It's so good.
I mean, just getting to Area Zero with the cutscene before is so nice.
Yeah, again, again, like we mentioned, then it's like, I can't believe we're going to this place that has been set up as being, ooh, what is this place going to be? I'm very intrigued with characters that I really love and care about.
Like, you got to know during the journey, and you started to love him. You started to like him. It's that's a crazy thing. Like, they wrote characters that I love, and I want to know more about, and I want to interact with, and I'm actually enjoying being with. And we're going to do this final thing
that I'm invested in.
That I'm invested in.
And we're going together as a team.
Together.
And again...
And the cutscene just is that nice little, like, yup, they did it.
Yeah.
Just, you
They
know,
nailed it.
don't worry about it. Like, if you don't need to be scared if we go, like... Even Armin, like, just this moment, like, he's just scared of heights.
Just scared of heights.
Jumps on.
Yeah, jumps on.
And then the moment,
then the moment, like, very excited, jumps on. And then Penny's like on her phone, like, Jesus.
And then, get on.
And then you jump on. It's like, and the music plays. Like, that is the moment where I'm like, oh, okay, this ending is gonna be something special. And this ending is also the entire sequence, everything about it. It's just so full of things that I think like, oh, these things would be very cool if they were a thing, but they're probably not going to be a thing because, you know, I've learned to expect less from Game Freak. But then they are a thing where it's like, yeah, like, oh, we're here with everyone, but I'm probably just going to be running around. Like, oh, everyone is here, and they're all following and running around with you.
Yeah, and they talk with each other, and every conversation is fun and interesting.
Yeah, and you learn more about the characters. The only thing is that the text was way too fast.
Even with the lag.
Even
no, that like, haha, but no, Area Zero is pretty laggy.
a little bit.
Maybe in the updates, I don't know.
I don't
actually,
know. I don't know. But yeah, it's like it's just unfortunate because the text goes so fast. It's like when it happens, okay, stop everything.
Yeah.
And read it.
Here's the thing: the way we were doing it, I could just have him read while I was running around.
But then even then, it went way too fast for me.
If I was playing the game on my own and I saw the text happening, all right, I'll stand still and read the text.
Mm-hmm.
That's really obnoxious.
Yeah.
Again, voice acting.
Yep.
We've mentioned it a lot, but it would have.
Again, it's like all of these scenes are very good, but I think with good voice acting, they would have been way better.
Yeah, that actually, we saw a video on that. Well, I sent a video on that the flying cutscene into Area Zero with the voice acting. I was like, oh my god, it is so good.
Yeah, like someone added voice acting to some scenes from the game, including that one. It's like that scene with the voice acting is perfect. Like, this is exactly what it should be.
It's exactly what it needed to be, just perfection. Mm-hmm. It's exactly how you would think it is, and it's amazing.
And then you're also starting to think like, this is fucking weird.
I started thinking that from,
I mean, no, for pretty early.
Pretty soon. It's like, this guy is not okay. First off, my theory was like, he's not real.
Yeah, he's not.
Or he's in another time space.
Yeah.
And then I was like, he's talking very computery. He is definitely a computer, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, is he a rogue AI?
Yeah, rogue AI.
And it ended up being like a bit of a mix of all of it. We pretty much agree on this, that the past Pokemon are
better.
100% better than the future Pokemon. Yeah. First of all, I think it's weird.
Some of the future
we'll get into theories more.
I mean, some of the future Pokemon have cool designs, but it's lame that it's always iron something. There's not enough variety. Then it's also the fact that you can start thinking, like, Pokemon from the future. Are Pokemon really going to evolve into robots?
That doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's kind of weird.
I know why it could be a thing, but I'll talk about it later.
But so that's like it just makes a lot more sense. Like the prehistoric Pokemon make a lot more sense.
Yeah, and they just look cooler and have cooler names. So that just works out better.
Except for Iron Valiant. Iron Valiant is fucking awesome.
In that regard, you have Turo and you have Sada. I prefer, like, it makes more sense with Turo.
Yeah, I
Future Professor.
Mm-hmm. I want to think like maybe it's like, is it because, you know, I first experienced it when we recorded it, which was in Violet, that I also think, but like, no, like, I would say the ending, like, you know, everything like Paradox Pokemon stuff, that stuff is much better in my game. I think Koraidon fits much more in this game than Miraidon.
That's the thing,
in my opinion.
Koraidon works better because it's supposed to be like your dog.
So the fact that it's an actual like
creature, animal creature, makes it more endearing. Also, I think when it's like licking Penny, it's actually licking Penny.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. That's the thing. It's actually licking with a long tongue.
Yeah.
But in your game, it's just like
it's sniffing.
It's like,
it does the exact same animation, but just doesn't have
just without a tongue. Yeah. It's kind of weird. Yeah, but like all of that stuff is, I think, better in Scarlet. But I think Turo works way better than Sada. Like, if they were just like professors that studied Pokemon from the future or Pokemon from the past, then I think I wouldn't have any problems. Sure, it's still goofy. That's like lab code and stuff, but it's still like cave woman stuff. It's still weird, but that would have been okay. But the fact it's like, oh, but they're also a robots, and like I just think that is super weird on Sada.
Yep.
So I definitely think Turo is way better. And also the fact that, again, small thing, you know, the battle introduction where it's like, and then it's like the weird like
zoom, I haven't seen that for Sada.
The zoom out and stuff. Like the dolly zoom. And
there's no dolly. It's a game. Anyway.
I am the cinema guy. No, so then like, you know, he's like, and then like this angry face. Yeah. I feel like Sada doesn't actually make a face, and she just stands there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that.
I'll look at it. Turo I want to know.
Turo just works way better in the finale. I think when you get to the 5th lab and it's like everything's fucked up and like, oh god, what happened here? Lab. And then, I'm sorry. Hello, children.
Sorry.
hello, children. Hello, children.
And then it's like, yeah, okay.
And like the camera's like going Dutch angle.
It's surprisingly well done for fucking Game Freak. Again, imagine though with voice acting. Of course, I added stuff to your voice to make it creepy.
Which worked so well.
But like,
so
imagine
good.
if they did that in game. That would have been, it would have been awesome.
And Nemona's like, oh, wow, oh, this place is weird, huh?
Yeah, that's one thing about Nemona that I didn't mention, because throughout the entire game, she's just like, battle and excitable. But like, in Area Zero, for some reason, she's dumb as bricks.
Yeah, she's like, oh, this place is awesome, yeah.
Yeah, like, no, she actually doesn't pick up on sarcasm. She's just like, weird in Area Zero. I didn't realize she was this dumb.
She ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
No.
And then it's like, wait, there is a second motorcycle doggo?
I mean, again, that just leads more into the finale of the characterization of your Miraidon, Koraidon. Just like this intimidating little bully. Bully?
Yeah.
Bully. This bully.
No, because always like, why doesn't it go into its combat form? Because you would think like, oh, you gave him all of the Herba Mystica and stuff, it should be okay now. I still think
it's weird. Like, why did Mom Sandwich do that?
That is a little weird.
Do you have an explanation, or is it just like?
Well, I mean, I made the joke that you can just get like
yes, blah blah blah. Now for reals, why did Mom Sandwich do that?
Oh, it makes no sense.
Oh, okay. And then you go into the lab, you meet Turo, and surprise, he's an AI.
Whenever you talk about AI, the first thing is rogue AI. Here it's like, no, the AI is the reasonable one who is like, dude, this situation is fucked up. We got to stop this.
Yeah,
I don't know what the professor was thinking, but
like, I don't know what he was trying to do,
but I just can't see how it's a good idea.
Leads more into, I am actually still very interested in what they didn't show / explain about all that, and either that will be in DLC,
I feel like,
or it's just, this is at the end of the day a kid's game. And they couldn't like really explore the insanity of like the future is paradise and I need to go there.
Oh yeah.
Like they couldn't really.
Yeah, like right now it's just like he read this book about future Pokemon. He was like, oh, this is cool.
Yeah. It's
That's
like
it.
The everything they did and showed was like good enough to get me intrigued. And I don't know if they will add more onto it. They might, but I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, it still leagues better than just out of nowhere Rose being super worried for no reason about something that'll happen 1,000 years in the future.
Oh, it's dark o'clock.
Well, yeah, that's what happened in Sword and Shield. Yeah, okay, I'll just read it, I guess. For a kid's game, the story and themes are probably as good as they could possibly be. You could explore the idea of why someone would think the past or future is considered paradise and do a real deep dive into that warped mindset, but a Pokemon game is not really the place for that. All this stuff you could be like, oh man, I wish it was in a better game. I suppose, but like still at the end of the day, it's a Pokemon game, and I did not expect a Pokemon game to go this far into this type of stuff. But then another thing that they didn't show, and I thought was going to be a thing, is like Crystal King mind hacking.
That's definitely gonna
mind control.
Yeah, because again, the first time when you read it in the book, it's like, what the
that book
fuck is this? And it's awesome. I hope that they do it cool in DLC or something. I want it. There's
so much weird shit about that book and just the Crystal King that's never explained. Alright, first. So you battle Turo / Sada in the time machine, and he's not a rogue. They're not a rogue AI. It's just like, okay, well, my real guy was fucked.
Yeah, it was fucked. We gotta stop this.
We gotta stop him. He died just jumping in between two battling creatures he was just enamored with for you don't know why. He's just like, the future, oh my god, I gotta save this creature, and just jumps in between battling creatures. What drove him to do that? It's just like he was definitely like far gone. And the AI is like, yeah, he was, and we need to stop this entire thing. Be wary though. He installed a bit of an override.
So oopsie daisy. Yeah, I just love the fact that again it's like good AI who's like, we need to stop this, but I'm gonna tell you right now, like there's a chance that you might have to fight me, and I want you to know that it's not me. The system is gonna override me, and then when you're ready, like okay, let's do the battle. That he tells you like okay, like okay, you can do this. Please defeat me. You know what you have to do. And then you see him turn into this like, evil, I will stop you. But like the fact that before the battle, he tells you like, no, you have to do this. You have to defeat me.
Something Pokemon hasn't been able to do. The difficulty of the final battle is actually pretty good. And the only way they can achieve that is to have Pokemon that, first time playing, you have no way to know the types of.
Yeah, and also the names, because it's like AI Turo is going to send out Iron Thorns or Iron Needles. What is his name? I don't remember.
Iron Thorns is Pokemon, yes.
Yeah, so you're going to send out Iron Thorns, and immediately like, what does that mean?
So you can't know what their weakness is, and that just makes the entire thing hard. That's what makes
Pokemon
gym so easy.
Yeah, every Pokemon's like, oh shit, what is this?
It's just that's a super nice way to do finale difficulty. Of course, in subsequent playthroughs, if there ever are any, you know the types. But first time playing, it's impossible to know the types. A couple of them you meet before, so you could maybe figure out the types.
Yeah, you know, like Iron Bundle, you already know. Oh, that's the
you can catch that, so you know it's ice, water, everything. But like most of them, and especially the Ace, you can't know. Okay. I still don't know what Iron Valiant's type is.
Yeah, actually,
I didn't care anymore.
Before, I just also want to mention just how well directed the cutscenes are before the battle, where he he crouches down to like and things, then everything rises up, and then again the cool shot where like and then just the master portal opens and just one single Master Ball falls, and just there and then it catches it. Twist, and then it's just really well done. The fact that in the battle he's just standing there and just like drops the Pokeball to do it falls like from super high, and then like and it's like, what is that? It's like the way everything is, shot, like the way the camera moves, like all of the directing is so well done in all of these cutscenes. It really adds so much to, and the music as well. It adds so much to the whole. I want to check
this before we start, but I forgot about it, and maybe you'll remember. But just even word choice of AI Turo has initiated
a battle.
For example, I'm pretty sure if you fight Mother Beast Lusamine, it's probably just like Lusamine wants a battle or something.
I don't remember.
I wanted to check that because I wanted to give this game credit for actually like altering the word choice for the battle, and just again, tiny things just make the moment just that much more special. AI Turo has initiated battle. It's not like he wants battle. He's initiating battle right now. It's just like word choice, very important. I like that very much. Your friends all come in, and it's like, ooh.
And there's a cute little scene where
Arvin talks a little bit.
And again,
like, you're not dad, are you?
No, but again, very nice moment where it's always like, when you're talking to the professor and stuff, it's always like Professor Turo, and then no, I'm a rogue AI. Then it changes to AI Turo, so because you're talking to the AI and stuff. And then again, when he's lying there and he's talking with Arvin, and they have a short little talk about like, oh Arvin, I'm so proud of you.
That's after.
Well, they've talked before as well. I think.
But then still says AI. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, okay. That's after.
Yeah. So they have a little talk, and then suddenly there's another override.
The Paradise Protection Protocol.
Initiated. Again, also that cutscene. I just love how in many cutscenes in this game, but especially in post-game, where there are multiple things happening in the cutscene, and you can't look at all of them. But if you rewatch them, it's like fun to look at different characters and what they're doing, because the computer voice is saying like locking all Pokeballs except the ones with Turo's ID. At that point, you can see Penny grab her phone, maybe trying to call the police or trying to hack something.
Call the police. Yeah.
I'm gonna guess she's trying to hack something. So you grab her phone, tries to, but it's just like, oh fuck, nothing is working. And then you see Nemona grab her Pokeball, and you see the chains that later appear on your Pokeball also appear on
and then
her.
She's like, oh fuck.
And she's like grabs it, and it's like, huh?
Yeah.
It's just like many different things. The cutscenes are
very well done.
Very well done, and the mocap hasn't been this good.
Yeah, because also like you can see the professor is like the crystal growing, and it's like, children, you must run, and like reaching out, and then you see Arvin who's like clearly starting like trying to like like hesitating to like reach out to him, and it's, again like very well done.
Yep. And then of course next battle starts.
AI Turo has this
and glitches in crystal computers. And then
for one single frame, you can see AI Turo has no desire to battle you.
That is one thing that I thought was so funny.
Yeah. And then it just changed to like the Paradise Protection Protocol has like,
that's so funny because immediately like so many comments were like, did you know? Did you see that? Did you see that? It's like, I'm editing
Yes.
videos. It's probably the first thing I'm gonna do.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's like,
cool.
okay, what does this say if I go frame by frame? And then I noticed that. I was like, ooh. And I just immediately sent to Lenny, hey, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And that's not like, oh, blink and you'll miss it. You'll probably miss that. But that's one of those little things that then you see online or maybe you hear from a friend. It's like,
Whoa.
that is just real cool. AI Turo has no intention to keep fighting. It's just like, yeah, he does not want to fight you. And just and then the Paradise Protection Protocol takes over.
Yeah.
And you battle the Paradise Protection Protocol.
And Maridon shows up.
Drops the final Pokeball. Oh, it's Maridon. It's the bully. Well, we can't battle. Fuck, what are we gonna do? And just there's the not battle music. Just
No, but it's also like, but again, it's also the fact that like sends out Maridon. Then okay, you throw out the Pokemon, and it actually tells you like the first Pokemon you're probably like, you send out that Pokemon.
Go Coraline.
Yeah, go Coraline, and then reload on.
And the battle starts. You have all your options, and there's no Pokemon out. And it's like, for me, it was an epiphany. Because the second Lenny said, yeah, all balls are locked, except the ones with Turo's ID. And then just it clicked for me. It's like, oh my god. Because for me, it was something so special. Because at multiple points in the game, I was like, why is Maridon in a party menu? It's so dumb. Like, I guess you can click him in a menu to ride him. That's okay, I guess. Maybe in handheld you can tap
it's just to show that he's with you, I guess.
Yeah, show that he's with you. And then, no, it was actually just set up for this moment.
All of that set up just for this
and
one
like
moment.
you said, it's not like pushed, like shoved in your face. The character going like, oh no, all balls are locked. We need a Pokemon with Turo's ID. Wait, isn't Maridon Turo's ID as Hop comes in and holds up a sword and a shield? It's nothing like that. It's
I mean,
just
the thing is, if you wait long enough, because like you can definitely go through an option like, oh, was run. And then, like, every time you pick an option and it says, like, oh, you can't do that for whatever reason, it always cuts to one of your friends who's like, oh no, what do we do? But the fact that you move your cursor to Maridon and you feel the shake in your hands. Yeah. And I feel like that's literally the only moment of, like, Rumble in the whole game.
Good. I'm not sure, but it could be.
Tiny details where you feel the shaking in your hand when your cursor is over Maridon's Pokeball, where it's like, yes, let me out.
And then you click it, he glows, and then Swap In appears. It's like,
and that's also the thing, just the fact that like do it, and then just like it's like magic, just be like Swap In.
It's incredibly well done out for it. And again, Pokemon? Really? Yeah. I didn't know they were capable of doing stuff like this, but apparently you have a very scripted battle.
Maridon versus Maridon. Like,
even if you do dumb shit, at some point the game takes control of you.
Actually?
And it forces you to to Terastallizing and then use Terra Blast. Yeah. So it's impossible.
Yeah.
But I mean that's fine. I think thematically
it totally works. Yeah, and I don't mind at all that it ends
I think
with,
most
like,
players would do what I did. When they're at 1 HP, they would heal. But like I should have known. And then you defeat him. Paradise Protection Protocol is defeated. AI Turo, cute detail when a Terastallized Pokemon like faints. It was like a Turo does the exact same thing.
Yeah,
I like that. Again, tiny details.
Yeah.
And they defeat him. Has a little moment with Arven.
So it's
in a moment,
nice.
I was like,
it's a
"This is nice." Talk with Arven and the real Turo.
Yeah, a fine little moment where he could, like, come to terms.
Yes.
With everything that happened.
Thinking about this later, though, I start to feel different about it.
What do you mean?
And I don't know if you felt the same with Sada, because I think it might feel different depending on whether it's mom or dad.
Oh.
I don't think Turo should have had a little redemption scene. And I don't think Turo should have had...
Well, I'm off to the future now. Bye, everyone.
No, I don't... Well... I don't think Turo should or deserves the reverence Arven ends up giving him after just AI Turo going, I'm sure you're
so proud of you.
I'm proud of you. Your dad, like, I love you, or your dad definitely loved you. I'm just an AI, but I know this. Your dad loved you. And it's like, the only way I'll accept just that being a thing is, and it's even impossible because Arven doesn't know, is if Turo was 100% mind controlled by Crystal King. Then I'd see, like, okay, it wasn't him doing all the crazy shit. It was definitely the corruption of the crystals. But Arven doesn't know that is a thing. So he shouldn't be like, oh, I guess it's fine. I guess if you're building something as crazy as a time machine, that takes priority over...
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. It's like
no.
Not really.
It's that bothers me. I think Turo should just be... No, Turo is a bad person. I actually... But it's too bad that they didn't go that route. I think it would have been another thing that Pokemon doesn't do. Like, it's just like good and evil. I would have liked it if Turo was just that beat that.
Yeah, and Arven is like, yeah,
and
okay.
accepts that.
And the fact Arven. No,
but I have my friends.
What would have been better is like Arven accepting the fact, like, yeah, you definitely weren't the best dad, and I'm still not sure if I can forgive you, but it's okay because of other people in my life.
Yeah, and
now who can take care of who can.
And that's what the entire ending cutscene leads to.
Yeah,
because as fucking cringy as it sounds, I love the fact that in this game, the treasure
was the friends we made along the way.
It's so cringy.
Unironically wonderful.
But it's so wonderful because that final cutscene where, Arven went through some fucking shit.
Yeah, I do think like it's like Arven just went through some serious shit and there was like, Hot Wheels adventure, and Arven's like, okay. Okay, I feel like we've got to do some thinking here.
Yeah,
I just learned my dad is dead, and I've been talking to a robot.
It's a little rushed, but again, Pokemon game, kids game.
Yeah, of course.
That definitely, like, again, in a better game or a more adult game, this would have built up something more. But here, I mean, again, it's a kids game, so it's fine what they did. And I just love the ending cutscene where
I just took you when it's just like, again, it's just like 4 friends hanging out, and it's like, oh, let's take the long way, just have some more fun. And again, I just love that. It's just these characters are just written so well. Where Arven's like, oh god, like, oh, do we have to? And then it's like, oh, Penny, and then it's like, oh, Penny, not you too.
Ellie, not you.
Ellie, not you too.
Well,
and then Ryan pushes him forward, and he's like, oh, all right. And
again, more characterization like, from Ryan,
and also just very good. Again, the motion capture and animation is very good. Where again, it's like, well, all right, and it's clear that to Arven, you're the most important person in the group because like you're like the best friend. And again, he walks up to you like, and then like, come on, let's go. It's like, again, it's like I find it hard to believe that I love these characters this much.
That is the crutch of all of the game. It just like characters, story, and just character interactions, writing. 3 things that we find super important in a game or have never been as good in a Pokemon game.
Like that's the thing to me. Like it's like, yes, I find it important, but I mean, I always look more for gameplay and stuff. But like,
really,
is
that true?
Yeah. But the fact that I've never, well, I mean, it all depends on what kind of game I play. I would say like, I mean, it depends. Like, I think story and characters and stuff is very important in games where I find the story relevant. In like, for example, a Mario game, I'm never gonna get upset if the plot is, oh, you gotta get Peach because she's kidnapped by Bowser. Because it's a Mario game. I play that to play Mario and be like, beeping wahoo. But like in a Pokemon game, in a Pokemon...
You can have the best of both worlds. You can have it had in time. So...
But with Pokemon, that's definitely important because I would say for me, the most important thing in Pokemon is the world design. Because that's the reason I play. But part of that is the characters and the plot. But yeah, it's just mostly the fact that it's never been this good that I was like, oh wow, oh this is good.
Finale was incredibly well done. I mean, as well done as it could have been done. But again, I'm more intrigued by the things that they didn't end up showing or talking about. The things that are still in that fucking book.
I'm telling you, that book is just the DLC book.
I'll get to the DLC immediately. I have a couple more points.
Underneath the like Violet book is a subtitle that just says Season Pass. I also hope that it's definitely more Area Zero stuff because that means it's probably going to be Toby Fox music. So hey, Toby, I fucking love you, man.
That was another thing in my list of talking points, just in all caps, Toby, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep just fucking knocking it out of the park every single time. It's just hearing all this and Toby making pretty much every piece of music that has to do with terror stuff he did. It just makes me more excited for
and just like again, it's like,
Deltarune.
And again, it's just the perfect use of like themes.
He's amazing at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like fucking Toby. And the fact that he's just working on Pokemon. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just that's what you get when you're just best friends with Goichi Nose, I guess.
One more artist that is making music for Pokemon now. You Make Me Feel.
That my troubled heart is 1,000,000 miles away. Yeah.
I'm not one to just cross my arms with that's cringe.
I don't like
But
pop music.
But I mean, I have legitimate reasons why I feel this way. Maybe some people don't. But if you were to force my hand and have me say like, okay, something that I legitimately think would be cringy in this game, because some people point out some of the dialogue is cringy. I know, wow, cringe. Honestly, the most cringe thing in this game is the credits music.
Ed Sheeran. And why is it? Is it the fact that they got a popular like singing pop star or whatever to make the
part
song?
of it, but
or is it that the fact that the lyrics are super cheesy?
No, the lyrics, I can listen to it and I'm like, it's cute. It's nice because it reflects like, Arvin. It's like all the shit he went through, but he has his friends. It's kind of like...
Yeah, it's all about like, the friends that you have around you is what matters.
It's not super relevant.
And like when you're down, your friends can help you. Like, there's always someone there. Yeah.
Space. So that's all fine, I guess. It's fucking dumb for content creators.
Yeah. That's just.
But it just feels super weird that every single day at work, without fault, I've heard that song on the radio. Ever since I heard it in the game, every day at work, every day it's being played on the radio. And every time I'm just overcome with a sense of confusion. Like, but the Pokemon game? Was it made for Pokemon? No, it's actually just an Ed Sheeran song that's then used.
But the video clip has Pokemon.
Does it?
Oh yeah, the video clip is entirely like just him hanging out with Pokemon. And the Pokemon are helping it out throughout his day.
That's just okay. That's more cringe then. Anyway.
It's kind of cute, but it's also you should watch it later just because it's like him in his day-to-day life, and then it's like, for example, just to say an example, it's like like his alarm is going off, but he really can't get out of bed. So then like there's like this little, it's always like in a style like line drawings, but like very cute drawings like, and there's like a Pikachu like, for example, like pulls off his blank like the sheets, and then he's like I guess I have to wake up. It's stuff like that. But the thing is,
what the fuck? Let me sleep, Pikachu. What the hell?
But it's also just like his acting is so like, oh boy, it's just like so cheesy. I think it's funny. It's just like stupid and cheesy.
All right, but the one thing, like, I'm gonna call it cringe, but the one thing that bothers me the most about it is, for me, a lot of Pokemon credits music is just so memorable and so special. I can think back to the Heart Gold and Soul Silver credits music, and you're like, oh man, that tune. And then when the end pops up, just the nice little rendition. Dun, 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 dun. Or that's a big one for Lenny, the Ruby and Sapphire credits.
Yeah.
It's just those tunes that are made specifically for the game, and they're very memorable. I have a 100% certainty that in the future, I won't be like, oh man, remember the Scarlet Violet credits? Man, that Ed Sheeran song. No, there's nothing that's gonna draw me back to listening to that song.
I think it's definitely gonna be memorable, but not for the right reason, maybe.
No, it's just like Pokemon credits music can be so special, and this one is literally just a pop song that is too far away.
It's too generically pop song to feel like it's relevant to the game specifically.
The distance between the game and the song is too big.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, for me, the thing is that yes, it's a very generic pop song, but it's also a thing, and it's really a thing that I've just learned about myself, where it's like I'm very hypocritical in the sense that I can be like, man, like Ed Sheeran, like what? Like I never listen to Ed Sheeran music.
Yeah, but
if it's
whatever.
But if it's in a Pokemon game, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I like it.
What?
Where it's like I will never say like, oh, I hate this kind of genre, for example, or whatever. But depending on the context,
Yeah, true.
I can learn to be like, oh no, it's cool.
But like,
So in that sense, I feel like if this song wasn't attached to a Pokemon game, I'd forget about it. But the fact that it is the credits music to a Pokemon game makes it memorable.
it's become a meme between me and my colleague, where whenever I see him, sometimes I just turn to him and just go, "You make me feel." And I tell a bunch of other colleagues that it's his favorite song. It's kind of become this huge meme.
Oh god.
Because we both make fun of it, because I mean we hear it on the radio every day and just like
Fucking Pokemon.
I'm telling you, that just what bothered me about it. It's like so many credits music in Pokemon is so memorable because it's like made for the game and has themes from the game, like maybe rearranged a little sometimes. And here it's literally just pop song that is nothing to do with the game.
Yeah, like what would have been like the thing is, in an ideal scenario, it would be an Ed Sheeran song that was made in collaboration with Pokemon, where it incorporates like the main theme from Scarlet and Violet. Like maybe there's like a like at some point maybe in the background or something.
Like I wouldn't mind vocals, not at all.
Like a weird thing that I would compare it to, which you wouldn't get, but maybe some people would get.
I wouldn't get it.
How to Train Your Dragon. Junzi from Siguros made a song for the movie. It's just like a song, whatever. But then for the second movie, he made another song for it. But it's an original song that he wrote, but it actually incorporates the main theme from the movie in it. And it's like he sings it and he wrote it, but the music actually was also composed by the composer of the How to Train Your Dragon movies, John Powell. So I feel like in an ideal scenario, it would have been something like this, where it's an Ed Sheeran song, but it incorporates, some of the music from the game.
Yeah,
that would have been the best. But it's like, no, Ed Sheeran, sama, do your thing. It's like,
I don't get it.
I don't know. It's just
like I'm not.
It's like
a big music,
big
buff.
star.
Yeah,
do your thing.
How big is he? I'm not a big music person. I've heard his name. Of course I have. How big is Ed Sheeran?
I mean, I feel like his like the height, maximum height of his career was a few years ago, but I think it was definitely one of the biggest pop male singers. Right now, not so much, but definitely a few years ago, he was big.
I guess more of a point. Pokemon credits music can feel timeless. This one won't. The final little points that I feel like they need to be talked about. Number 1, the new Pokemon.
I think in general, they're very good. Although there are some caveats with the Pokedex that I think have to do with the fact that this is the biggest collection of new Pokemon since Black and White. I feel like for this game, they were like, okay, let's put a lot of new Pokemon in this open world, because that'll help with exploring the open world. Whoa, new Pokemon. But I feel like because they said okay, let's put in more Pokemon than the previous games, that they put in a lot of Pokemon that maybe in the previous Pokedexes they would have, okay, no, let's leave this one. But now because they need to fill in space, okay, just put it in. And that's why I feel like there's, I feel like more Pokemon than in previous Pokedexes that is Flamigo.
I knew it was going to dunk on Flamigo.
Flamigo. It's the Flamingo. And also that, I mean, I said before,
I would call those simple designs. I don't hate it.
And I said it also before, Palmo might be my least favorite Pokemon in the Pokedex because it is 100% unnecessary. It is literally just a Palmy that stands up. It makes, if you just go from Palmy to Palmot, that makes perfect sense. It doesn't feel like it's too jarring of an evolution suddenly. I really feel like a Pokemon like Palmo is put in there just to fill up space. I think Tinkatuff is okay.
You're looking
but
so much into this.
But
Tinkatuff is great though.
Tinkatuff is a little on the edge, but it's still nice.
I think it really works purely because of the evolution of the
hammer.
weapon.
Yeah,
because
I think if it went from the Rattler immediately to the big hammer, that would have been too much.
Yes.
So yeah, that makes sense.
That works because you can see the previous evolutions
inside
in previous evolutions hammer, or weapon inside the evolutions of weapon. Where first you got the Rattler, and then it turns into like Rattler with the metal around it, and then the huge hammer has that part in it.
Yeah,
and
inside more of an encased.
So it really works. I just wrote down simple designs because a lot of designs are very simple. It's true, but again, I kind of like it this way. Where I'm like, I like simple designs.
My thing with Pokemon is I always want my Pokemon to have a clear idea behind them. I want my Pokemon to have clear concept. Like, for example, one of my favorite Pokemon in this new Pokedex is Rellor and Rapska, where it's like, you know, it's a little like dung beetle, and it's just rolling around like just mud ball. Clearly, the ball is important. How do we evolve this concept? And then you could come up with different things, but it's like, oh, it's like a psychic orb. It's like,
I agree,
like a divination ball or whatever. And there's like this mystic, and there's like with the cyber, it's like floating underneath it, and it's like that is so fucking cool, so genius. Like I definitely think Rapska is my favorite Pokemon this generation.
What about names?
The names also sometimes feel a little like I know, like how quickly we need to come up with a name. Okay, so like Rellor, it's roller, but backward Rellor is like that's the best you could come up with.
Ekans. Yeah, I mean, again, for some reason I'm not bothered by that. I mean, stuff. I specifically wrote down that Tinkaton looks like a Paper Mario enemy. Yeah. And it does. It does.
It's really cute. I like it. I feel like usually they would have had like an extra pass of like going through the designs and only picking like the very best and putting those in the game. And they're just like, no, okay, let's throw all of these in. And the same with the names, that maybe they were like, okay, we gotta quickly come up with the names, and they didn't have as much time put into them. But I still think in general it works because, again, it's just more Pokemon in the region just really works to help make this region feel big and like lively.
Could it be possible that they just really wanted to hit the 1,000 mark with this gen?
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like that's definitely a possibility because, I mean, they've been hyping it up recently.
Yeah, true. Like, I think in total there's like 1,007. 7. Okay. Yeah, so.
Yep. So. And then, guess what? Goldango is number 1,000. Yeah. I think it's cute. But, like, if they wanted to make him 1,000 specifically, they needed, like, 7 more, which are most likely going to be legendaries and stuff. Because, of course, those are, like, last in the decks. But I feel like they really tried to push for that 1,000. And maybe that also plays into it.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, they wouldn't want to have, like, let's say 999 this gen, and then next gen, the first starter is a 1,000. That's not cool. You need a cool Pokemon like Goldango to be a 1,000.
I do like the fact that it's like Pokemon 1,000, and it's like solid gold. We're a fucking Pokemon company. We make cash, baby. Yeah. That's specifically something else I wrote down. Goldango looks like a Rayman character, and just, yeah. That's 100% what it is. But yeah, most of the new Pokemon, I think, well, there's definitely way more Pokemon I like in this gen compared to Sword and Shield. Yeah, there's definitely Pokemon in Sword and Shield I'm like, oh, love these. But then there's a lot more and I'm like, eh.
There's so few. I think the last gen where I liked a lot of Pokemon was Gen 7.
Gen 7 is, in my opinion, the most solid collection of new Pokemon.
Yeah, that might be true. I need to go over that, but it feels true. Yeah. So, I guess that's it about the new Pokemon. Yeah, we'll make a tier list as well. So
yeah, we're gonna go in more specifics there.
Yep. All right, then definitely one for you. Feel free to talk about this for like a couple more hours. World design. Let's start with. Well, do you want to start with generally the world or just towns?
I guess we can start with the towns first. Yeah. And we can end with
towns have
general,
the most glaring problem. Well, I guess
for me, it's the biggest problem.
You're more like, I can't walk into buildings.
Yeah.
I don't super mind that. What I mind more, which is just a follow-up to that, is that the buildings you can enter are the same buildings.
Copy-pasted
all over.
And it's all menus.
And they're all just menus, except the sandwich shop.
Which, for some reason, the sandwich shop is special.
And they're all the same sandwich shop with the same guy who gives you recipes. Every other building you can enter is either the gym or just a shop, which is menu, restaurant, which is menu. And the restaurant you enter is also like multiple times in that same town and in other towns. There is no unique building in any of the towns. I'm pretty sure. Please correct me. Please correct me.
School. No, the school, and also I forgot the name of like the restaurant in Medali, the big restaurant in Medali.
The Treasure Eatery.
That Treasure Eatery.
Holy
that
shit.
one's also unique.
Oh my god. They did it, Lenny.
I want to be immersed in this world. I want to feel like I live in this world with all of these creatures. And one of the big things is that in towns, I want to explore these towns. But if it's all just facades that I can't interact with at all, then what's the point? I seriously think if I can't interact with these buildings, why are they even here?
To make the world feel more real.
But to me, it stops the world from feeling real.
So if the building were not there, you'd be like, oh, this is fine?
Well, no. That's the thing, because then it's just empty and there's nothing, and that sucks.
But I don't... not the illusion.
Yeah. Like, I hate the fact that they're pretending to give you, like, a fully realized world, and then it's not fully realized at all. I think, it's that combined with the fact that a lot of the towns feel very big, but then because they're so big and spread out, and there's not a lot of stuff to do there, it feels like you're wasting a lot of time just running around. Like, for example, the snow town with Rhyme, that town I think is perfect. Some buildings, it's nice and cozy. But for example, Artisan, you have some buildings on here, then some buildings there.
Also fine, I think. It's also one of the better ones.
And then it's like in the middle, you have a big hill with the windmill, and there's like a long thing, like path around it. And then there's like, oh, over here, there's like the little playground. Over there is the maze. And like there's some stuff there, but I feel like it's so far like spread apart that I really feel like they made the town big for no reason.
To make it feel more real. Because if it was tinier, it wouldn't feel realistic. A town is big. Like Levincia, you couldn't make Levincia smaller because then it wouldn't feel like a big city. I'm not saying it's the right thing they did, but I know why they did it.
I mean, yeah, I
because
get it,
the world is big, and if towns would be extremely tiny, they'd be like, what the fuck? It makes total sense.
It's looking at it the wrong way because it's like, yes, like town is big. Because yeah, this world is big, wowie. But again, it's just empty.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't help make the world feel alive. It does the opposite.
They focused on everything on the outside. Like the world outside of the building. They want to focus on the open world.
Yeah, and there's
not the open world, and when you're in a town, go in building.
I don't know, there's just no substance.
I'm not going to say I like it, but I know why, or I can probably figure out why. Suss out why they did the things they did.
I just think that it's also just part of the open world.
It's just so fucking dumb. To me, it's like, especially in Misagosa, like the first time you get there, it's like, so big, so many buildings. It's like, hi, I can't enter these. And then you come to like a little row of restaurants, 3 of them. They're literally the same restaurants. Literally the same menu if you enter that house. That to me is I hate that way.
Because again, out of all of them, Mesagosa is still the best one because you have like little districts.
The best one?
Because you have like little districts and you have like, there's the little like, but with like, you can go down like some stairs and there's like, just little streets and stuff, like little corners, little nooks and crannies. That is like, that's cool. I love that kind of stuff. But then there's nothing. Again, there's no substance to it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Like, I just really don't like this, how the cities and towns, you just can't interact with them at all, which is something that Internet Pitstop made a very good video about the region design in Pokemon games, and that's one of the things he mentions as well. And he made a video comparing, like, for example, Arceus and Scarlet Violet. And again, the main town in Arceus is exactly what I want.
Yes, but it's the only town in the game.
True.
So that is why they could really flesh out that one town. I think if the only town was Mesagosa, they probably would have fleshed it out a little more.
Oh, I mean, I assume, yes.
So,
but I don't think it's an excuse to be like, oh, there's multiple towns, so it's okay if you don't do anything. No, I'm not
saying that, really. I'm just trying to explain to you why it's a thing. I'm telling you, I don't like that.
Yeah, I know.
But I know why it is a thing. Is they didn't have the time to flesh out all the towns. But if there was one town that they needed to flesh out, they probably would have. And by the way, you can go inside your house. Nemona's house.
Oh, you know Nemona's house, where it's like
checkmate,
one room, and then there's doors that you can't enter.
And a dev ball.
Incredible. Oh, there's a lot of dev balls to be found.
Yeah. Oh, man. But yeah, anybody remember Zappa Pico? It is a town that has a sandwich shop. Is that actually it? I'm not sure. I think that's it. Since it doesn't have a gym, There's literally no reason for that town to be there.
There is a guy that sells you the armor to evolve Shark Cadet.
I'll sell. You need to give him
trade
teacup
him.
shards or something.
That's about it.
If there's no gym in a town, that town might as well not exist.
Again, there's a reason for it to exist if there was like if they just put in stuff there, but they don't because again it's just like put some building. There we go.
It's like perfect example, Lavender Town.
Mm-hmm.
If it'd be like if Lavender Town didn't have the tower, and then also not the buildings,
and also just not the ghost stuff. It's just like some random buildings. Yep. Again, like
it's really bad.
Again, like Internet Pit Stop said in his videos, there need to be three things. There is aesthetics, there's lore, and there's content. If you can hit all of these three, then you've got a good town.
Yeah, but in Scarlet Violet, it's just the content is not there.
Mm-hmm.
The rest,
lore-wise, like
some of them.
Sapapico is kind of vague, but then others are like Artisan. It's like like Brassius is the artist lives here, so you can see like the art pieces installed all over the place. Like sure. Again, I want my towns to be like, oh, what is this town? I can't wait to like find out what the deal's with this town and explore it. But there's no reason to do it here because there's nothing there.
Yep. Specific memorable areas. There are a few.
Yeah, the designs.
But most of the world is kind of bland.
The region
forgettable and empty.
Yeah, the open world design is like I think open world design wise, especially like the southwest is very much like fields and trees. But then it's mostly when you go like to the north and to the west that is a bit more interesting, where it's like, for example, there's like the area with the windmills and like, oh, that looks nice.
I think it could have been more memorable because again, those areas are there, but generally they do nothing with them. One example I give is the mimic area with all the mimics. That is like, that's cute because there's a graphite and you see the trees are marked with like graphite paint. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they could have done
That's
more
about
like
it.
Yeah, again, they could have done more like that in the region where to make them stand out more, have it really be clear like, yes, this is the habitat of this Pokemon. Like for example, you see the Graphia markings on the tree, so no, Graphia is here. Kind of like in how in Legends Arceus in the Obsidian Fieldlands you can find like the dams where the Bidoof are.
Yeah.
For example, just stuff like that where it's clear like, oh yeah, Pokemon are inhabiting this area.
You can find items, raids, Pokemon, stakes.
Mm-hmm.
That is your world content.
Yeah, another thing that I don't like is with the items specifically, like there's so many items everywhere and you're like, oh, you gotta collect everything, but
no,
it feels like they're just randomly generated and they just respawn. But yeah, they're not like,
but it feels like that.
But it's definitely like that. Items can also definitely like respawn. It's like, oh, there's not a potion for you, and it's like,
and you don't even use those.
It's just like
so easy.
You're just getting so much random shit. You can just collecting items. You can collect stuff in Arceus as well, but at least there is like materials and they all look distinct in the overworld. You can see like, oh, this here is this herb that I need to craft the smoke bombs, for example.
This is the soft foot.
Yeah, soft
soot foot root.
I don't know.
That one.
Yeah, but like
Castor fern.
Oh yeah, and then castor ferns, of course. Like again, there's a lot of like it's all different things that you can see. Like, oh, these are the things that I need. But then in Arceus, it's just like there's Pokeballs. Sparkly. Oh, it's yellow Pokeballs, so it's TM. And then it's like just random sparkly, and then whatever. Like, it's very repetitive.
People are saying, yeah, but no, you need to find all the TMs because then you unlock them in the TM machine. I don't care, because like the thing is, okay, that's definitely for me a thing. It's like I can play through the game without using TMs, even in the game, because it's kind of obnoxious to go through the TM list on the TM machine when there's so many.
It's so hard.
It's like, oh god, that's so annoying and so cumbersome. So at some point I was like, fuck it, I'm not even gonna use TMs. If I get one, I'm like, ooh, I'll check if my Pokemon can learn it. But I've barely used TMs in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an aspect for me. Like, I don't need to find all TMs to unlock them because I don't care about it. And then people will be like, yeah, but then what if you want to get into competitive? Then you do need all TMs, so you want to collect them in the game. Okay, if people want to get into competitive, they'll just look up, where can I find this TM to unlock it? It's like they won't just, let's explore the world until I find Swords Dance. No, they'll just look up, where can I find Swords Dance? Okay, I can make my competitive team. So for neither player, me or the competitive one, finding all TMs is a good reward.
Mm-hmm. I still think it's fun to explore and be like, oh, it's TM, what is it? But then a lot of time it's like, oh, I don't care about this one.
Most of the time.
Yeah, and then just continue, moves you on.
The one thing that kept me going was the new Pokemon.
Definitely, because that is the thing. The main thing for me is like, in the whole discussion of like, did it actually make the transition into an open world game well? And I think it did, because I think the simple thing of catching Pokemon in an open world, that just works perfectly. The exploring and the execution isn't perfect. Definitely not. But I think it works so well that I wouldn't mind if all Pokemon games are open world now, because I think that just really works. They just need to finesse and fine tune the execution, because that's definitely not perfect. It's definitely a thing where the Pokemon like feel like, oh, bloop, some Pokemon. And then again, this whole thing where like, oh yeah, I want to explore, and then like maybe, oh, there's a hidden cave here. What is this? And then, oh, there's a super rare Pokemon here. It's not really
the best
case
example
here.
for me would be like, I just want to find legendaries naturally. For me, that would feel so special.
Mm-hmm.
You go through this like weird cave and you come up to a mountain, and then maybe you do something special there, and then there's a little hole. You go into the hole, and at the end of the cave, it's just basically Cerulean Cave, but in an open world.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like nobody says like, oh, go there, or like you don't go to the cave, and it's just like Mewtwo, and boom, he stands in front of the cave like the fucking Legendaries in this game. It's just I want them. I just want to explore and run into something fucking amazing.
Yeah,
that does not happen. And don't fucking give me. Oh, but what about the Terra Pokemon you find? Wow, that level 75 Lucario was so happy about that.
Yeah, no, that stuff is like whatever. But no, I do feel like the running around and exploring, and then being like, what is that? And then you run over, and it's like, oh shit, what is this Pokemon? I think that feeling is like, this is why open world works for Pokemon.
You also have only so much mileage out of that, though. Once you've seen the Pokemon,
that's true.
Once you're halfway through, basically, you've pretty much seen most of them.
They just need to fix and like put more attention to like how they incorporate them in the overworld. Like for example, you could say there's a little thing like, oh yeah, Tauros, they're always in herds, but it definitely always just feels like they're just like, okay, Pokemon will just spawn in a little circle, bloop, when they could be a bit more unique, like like Tarantula hanging in the trees and stuff. Like, do more stuff like that where Pokemon can be found in specific places, or like the Toadstool, or like near trees. Like I really like stuff like that, because it also makes the world feel more alive. So just go all in on that kind of stuff. And as for with the legendary stuff, I also definitely agree that stuff is amazing and would be cool. And that's also the problem. I really like when just running around, you fight the trainer, and they're like, yeah, I was going to this weird gate thing, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And I see like, what the fuck is this? Oh, that's cool. And then you look at it, it's like, oh, the stakes. Oh, that's what the stakes are for. Okay, cool. But then the problem is, like, go to the gate, fades to black, fades in again, Kerchunk, fades in again. Oh, the Pokemon's standing there. Then you fight. Just like open the gate and let me enter. I'm not saying it has to be like a whole cave. No, just have it. It could just be like a circular room and the Pokemon is waiting there.
And
but
then
at least let me go in.
So watch out, guys. I'm gonna compare the game to Breath of the Wild again. I want the legendaries to feel like dragon moments.
Yeah,
just like,
or like the Lord of the Mountains.
Yeah, you see glowing, and then sometimes it's there, the glow, and then the other night it's not. It's like, huh? That's weird. The glow was there last night.
Yeah, like maybe you're walking around, and sometimes you can see like in the distance, maybe like say, okay, for example, okay, I'm just gonna use an existing Pokemon. Say for example, like the legendary beasts are in here. Maybe you're just like running around, and then in the distance you can see like a Pokemon very fast, like dashing across the plains. You're like, what the fuck?
Get over there.
Yeah, stuff like that. Just incorporate the Pokemon more into the open world, and don't just like put
I feel like that.
It takes a lot of work, but I think that is the core. Like, I mean, to me, that is the core of Pokemon.
They could do it,
period.
But in order to do that, they would drop literally everything else. You wouldn't have characters like Arven, Penny, Nemona.
And that's the problem, isn't it?
We wouldn't have...
Like, that's the problem. To have all this stuff, they just have to compromise everything.
And that's why Pokemon works better when it's smaller, when the scope is smaller.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it, but like, yes, if the games are 2D, it just works better because the scope is so much smaller.
That's just the most frustrating part.
Yeah.
Like, you can easily see, like, these are the things they need to do to fix the game and make it really, really cool. But you know that you can't do that they can't do that because they have to compromise and, like...
And why do they have to compromise?
And compromise too much because of the time.
Because the machine
blah, 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 the machine.
Going, baby.
Yeah,
it's a bad...
Because, again, like, I really feel like playing this game, and again, it's still, like, the most fun I've had with Pokemon game in a while. It's like, it can really work. It can really work. They just have to do it.
I mean, the way it is now is I'm like, it's fine. I would want to be better. And that's what I'm saying with, they can keep doing this shit as long as they give Pokemon to like another studio. And it's like, hey, you guys just do your thing. Do whatever. Take however much time you want and make a game. And then it ends up being the Breath of the Wild of Pokemon. Because they're allowed to take, like, let's say 6-7 years to develop that game. But then probably that wouldn't work because it doesn't follow the structure of the generations anymore. Because at that point, 2 new gens would have come out.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that game is like, yeah, but it's missing the 2 gens.
Yeah, that's also a big problem.
Fucking
with it.
Christ.
There's
maybe you just should stop hoping. I feel like it's a hopeless battle.
Listen, at this point, I'm honestly still just shocked that Legend Arceus exists. So I'm just gonna put all my hopes on, like, oh, just make another Arceus game.
I'm shocked that Legends Arceus exists, and I'm shocked that I enjoyed Scarlet Violet as much as I did.
True.
So at the end of the day,
like, to be fair, looking at it this year, Pokemon games are pretty good, actually, all things considered. Which is like,
I don't want to call this one. Hey, good. It's
frustrating. Like, my heart tells me, like, yes, I want to call it good, but even though my brain tells me, like,
yeah, that's how it is. No, it's the things I liked, I really liked, but all the minor problems are just so embarrassing. It's, yeah. Oh, and then another thing about the world, I feel like the trainers feel fucking useless.
Oh, definitely. There are so many different ways to get experience in this game that it's like they really don't really serve a purpose.
You can get a TM.
And all the time when I'm exploring, like, oh, trainer. Oh, I'm 10 levels higher. Okay, so it's kind of like just waste of time.
So what is the point?
Yeah.
That's another thing. I don't know how they could work around that. And it's more like, oh, just defeat him so you can get the special TM from the Pokemon League rep. I guess, but again, then it's another collectible that I don't care about.
And a lot of times the TMs are like, oh, okay, I'm not really gonna use it.
Oh wow, you gave me Uproar. Okay. I mean, you're doing an open world, you know. There's no whimsy and wonder. It's like in the distance, ooh, what is that? This game doesn't have that.
And every time you think, ooh, what is that? Oh, it's a facade.
A facade. The TM?
Yeah,
you get that from Larry.
Yeah, but TM is in front of a facade.
Oh. There's actually one way where I would still say, or only one possible way where I would say, you know what, this game is good. And all is forgiven. I've already told you. You know where I'm going to go? If they come out, because I hate the fact that now they're like, we heard you and we're so sorry. We're so sorry you released a broken game. Please forgive us. I hate that. If they come out on Pokemon Day in February saying like, dude, we fucked up super bad and we legitimately feel bad about it, DLC is free. Then I will be...
Okay.
I will be, you know what? You are forgiven for the embarrassing release you did. There is zero chance that will happen.
I don't think it's happening.
But to me, that would be like, oh my god, that's actual like showing good faith.
Although, to be fair, okay, also a thing is I would say like no, but because they want the money and stuff.
They want the
money. However, literally yesterday, news came out. I read it that the lifetime sales of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet right now have reached the same amount of sales as Pokemon Sword and Shield. So, what took Sword and Shield 3 years, Scarlet and Violet did in 8 weeks.
See, and that's
so
also
maybe they have the money, and it's like, you know what?
There is. Don't give me false hope. There is.
Oh God.
I'm telling you, if they do that, they are completely forgiven.
Yeah. If they do it, I will legitimately like
because that
clap and be like, "Wow, okay."
Shows good faith.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if they're like, "Okay, it's $1," just as like symbolic dollars. Like, please get if you want to get it. If you really don't want to get it, don't give us $1. But like, then at that point, like DLC will be like $30 or something, right? Then this game is $30 technically because you got free DLC. So 30, 60. At that point, I'd be like, you know what? It's fine. You're forgiven. Because that would be the only way they could show actual good faith after being like, oopsie poopsie, we released a broken game. You know what happened. And they'll sell us features that should have been in the base game. What? I'm so sure they'll add in like, and you'll be able to select set battle style, and you will be able to turn off animations or skip the Terastallizing cutscenes. Like, yes, thank you. It should have been obvious that should have been in the game. And crazy idea, in cosmetic shops, you'll be able to see what you buy for your tablecloth. Oh, dude, we're breaking new ground as developers.
No, Fire, please don't get ahead of yourself. Like, come on, that's just crazy talk. You know how hard it is to show tablecloths? Like, that's just asking too much here.
They'll probably add like more stuff to the Academy Ace tournament where maybe, now you can challenge gym leaders, or maybe you can challenge the Elite Four again.
They're gonna do stuff like that.
Just gonna do stuff like that and just like, wow, content.
Yeah,
wow, thank you.
Is there still a thing in your list for like the character designs?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to do that first?
No, just whenever it comes up. I just want to make sure that it's still there because I still need to talk about it.
We've been talking for so long.
Oh, I know.
Some questions. Terastallizing as a gimmick. I actually quite like it.
Better than Dynamax, but I mean, that's not hard.
No, Dynamax was fucking poop.
It's okay.
Do you think Z-moves are better?
No, the thing is like, Z-move is just like strong move. Here, it's basically like you get more stabs, so it's also strong move. But with your own type is also different now, which means that it also opens up a bit more strategic.
It opens up so much strategy because it's both offensive and defensive. You can use it, and I think it's really it's fun. I like it.
Honestly, the thing is, it is cool. The thing is just that there is literally no way to really figure out like, oh yeah, this is how cool and strategic it is when you're playing the game.
No,
in game it's like
it's whatever. In game, just like Terastallizing into your current type and then just use big move.
Yeah, I am curious what it's gonna be like in like high level play.
That I'm telling you, it is really interesting in there. One thing, I think the hats are dumb. Could we just not have had the hats? I guess they needed to show the type of the...
Yeah, they needed to find a way to show the type. I also think the crystal crown is a bit silly. Maybe they could have just had the thing like, like the crystal texture, where it's like really shiny and pretty. But then, there's like a little aura below you, and there's like little particles flown up. I think that would have been enough. Like if there's like little leaves, then, oh gee, I wonder what the Terra type is now. Like, I think they could have done that.
And just the hats, I really don't like the hats. They're dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, we already technically talked about it. Voice acting.
I feel like at this point, the writing and especially like the reliance on like cutscenes and story are getting bigger and bigger. I feel like, because usually I'm like, I don't care about voice acting. It's whatever. Yeah. You don't need it. But like, I still do think that you don't need it. But I feel like Pokemon as a franchise at this point is getting to the point where it's like, okay, at this point, like, guys...
No, that's what I'm thinking.
It's worth it to invest.
There doesn't need to be voice acting for most of the game. I can read text boxes, but in the cutscenes...
Oh, yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't want full voice acting. But, like, in cutscenes, with, like, the motion capture...
And especially in this game, where it really feels like the cutscenes were made with voice acting in mind, right?
Yeah.
It's like, they leave pauses, and it's like the mouths almost literally move. Maybe they actually literally move with the words being said. But again, it would be another thing that would be on their plate. Yet another thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
imagine the next game. Oh yeah, okay, we'll do voice acting, but then it's
that's the only new thing.
It's a little half-assed voice acting, but then the characters are a step back again because they have to focus on the voice acting.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And like, I guess they could keep growing their team, making the team bigger and bigger and bigger. But I don't think, like, at some point that's also going to reach a critical mass, right?
Yeah,
you can't keep making the team bigger and expect the same results.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of a team when you have like 1,000 people working on it.
Maybe Game Freak can develop a smaller game. It's like, hey, can we have a small team like Arceus game and make our own thing in 2D? And the Pokemon Company is like, no,
back into the mines with you.
As the clock spins eternally.
Yeah, back to the mines with you.
Go
develop the new dumb gimmick for the next game.
What do you think the next gimmick is going to be?
This time, Pokemon are going to go super tiny. Ooh.
Art direction.
I mean, we also talked a bit about it, where it's like, and I mean, yeah, that's the big thing with like the more realistic style. I already mentioned like the technical side of things, where I think it's maybe a detriment.
I think it's weird that, especially on character models, like the clothing textures,
it's extremely overt. Look at the texture on the shirts.
Yeah, it's like
they look way bigger than they probably should be. Just to make it obvious that we have textures now.
Maybe that's why the clothing takes so long to load in the clothing shops.
Because of high quality textures, maybe.
But that's like that. You can definitely see on character models. That's where the textures are extremely high quality. But then in the world, it's extremely hit or miss.
Yeah, it's the environments that are garbo.
Yeah, especially like on cliffs. There's no variance in the texture. It's literally like texture.
Yeah.
Texture.
Yeah.
Texture.
But also, and this is something that legitimately confuses me as to like, why is this something that happens? Like, just you're running through like a cliff or whatever, and you can see the texture like slide over the cliff, and it's like, what?
That is like a sandy beach thing, right? Or a beach.
It happens a lot with beaches. Yeah, it's like, why is that a thing? It's very weird.
I think it has something to do with like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I don't know.
Yeah.
As Game Freak.
Yeah. But then for me, the biggest thing with the art direction has to do with what I was going to talk about, the character designs. When they first showed off this game, they showed off, of course, new art style, new protagonist stuff, and immediately it's like, oh, it looks a lot more realistic, and I'm not really a fan.
I mean, that's what we said.
Yeah, but it's also because they showed off, like, for example, like Nemona shows up, and it's like, I mean, yeah, she has like some green hair, but in general, her design is also, like, compared to some previous games, pretty like subdued. Yeah. And I was like, okay, I guess, if you're gonna do like a more realistic art style and stuff, it makes sense that you can go with the super crazy anime design. So yeah, it makes sense that they pare it down a little bit, and like they pare it down a little bit, and so that the bit more realistic character design, so that it fits the new aesthetic. But then they showed off Geeta, and it's like, oh, never mind. They're still going full wacky anime cartoony.
Isn't it amazing? Every time Geeta turns, her hair just like...
Again, it's like they went for a more realistic art style, but then they have to realize that if you go too cartoony with the designs, it just doesn't work with the more realistic textures and like hair.
Hair is really interesting in this game. Multiple hairstyles, just like...
Yeah, but for me, it's just like full wacky anime hair works if it's just like bold colors, really anime style and stuff. But once you add in the realistic hair textures and everything, like I think the first one they announced where I was like, oh no, was I think with Jacques. Because like the purple hair is like, whoa, spinny and wet, curly. And it's like, oh dear, like they're really just making, the usual really out there Pokemon designs. And I like that, like a lot of those designs, like even in Legends Arceus, like Diamond and Pearl Clan, like Adamant, that's like an out there, really outspoken design with like the way the eyes are drawn, the hair is like clearly a Take character design, and it's like it looks cool. I like that design. It's very outspoken, like anime out there, but it looks cool. And also fits in the stylized, cel shaded world of the game. But if you would take that character and suddenly add in realistic skin texture and realistic lighting, the like details, fabrics on the clothing, the like you can see the hair strands on the hair and stuff. It just wouldn't work. So if you're working with more realistic art style, don't design the characters as if they're like big wacky anime characters, because it just doesn't work. Like, there's a reason everyone wanted to fucking vomit when they first showed off Jump Force. It was like, wow, look at all these anime characters from Shonen Jump. Like, look, it's Naruto, it's Luffy from One Piece. It's gritty and it's realistic, and you can see the pores on their face and stuff. But it's like, that doesn't work on like anime characters. It just does not work. But inherently, the biggest problem isn't the designs itself. It's just the fact that these specific designs are implemented in a game with a more realistic art style that just does not fit these designs. That's the big thing.
Yeah. All right. No more art direction.
Yeah.
All right. Extra/side content. Do you care about raids?
Not really.
Okay. You can do raids in this game. They're fine. They work like Sword and Shield raids, but better. They're more glitchy though.
Yeah, and a little bit more confusing as to how exactly they work, I feel like. With the fact that, oh no, everyone can just keep attacking. It's like everyone can do it at the same time, but then sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I do a thing, like attack, then I have to wait like 2 minutes, and then for some reason I just can't do anything.
You're over exaggerating. 2 minutes, then the raid is over.
One time I actually counted, it wasn't 2 minutes, but it was legitimate, like at least a minute and a half.
That is
so
crazy.
for me, not being able to do anything.
That is funny.
It happened when we were doing multiplayer, I think. Because I remember complaining to you about it.
I mean, it's definitely like if I'm using Arboliva or the olive Pokemon. What's its name? Help.
I think it's Arboliva.
And Pokemon hits me, makes Grass Drain appear. I Leech Seed it, and then like
all the healing,
all the healing is happening. You have to wait for me to do my thing before you can do your next thing.
Maybe it was that then.
That is definitely it. All right, so fuck raids. Who cares? Classes and exams. Again, that's another example of something that is
completely useless. Completely useless. Don't know why it added it. It's pretty nice.
It's so charming. Yeah. I love it. It's so unnecessary, but I love that they added it. It adds more to characters that otherwise I was just like, fucking whatever. The teachers, who cares? But now.
Because I remember at first, like, you know, in the beginning of the game, you see the teachers, and it's like, wow, these all have like such outspoken, crazy designs. I was like, oh wow, who are these characters? Then I'm like, yeah, but then throughout the game, you just leave. So what is the thing? And then I remember you told me like, have you taken your exams? I'm like, what are you talking about?
That's so funny because I was like, you can take a math class now. I'm like, math class? Okay. And then I couldn't find where the math class was. And then after you meet Hassel, after the second gym, he's like, you should come to my class.
Art class.
You can take art class now. It's like, okay, I gotta figure out where these classes are because it's upsetting me. And then, in the main hall, you can take classes. And
no, that's the thing. No, I figured out at the start that, you can take classes. But then I didn't. It's like, what, just like kind of boring, this just tutorial stuff.
That's
like,
what it's like.
Oh, that's kind of lame. So then I just didn't do it anymore. And then you told me about the midterms. And I was like, what?
It's like it just adds to the
cute.
world, and it's cute and charming. And then there's fun interactions in the classes. One that sticks in my mind is in the home economics class, where it's just like, what should this fine student do when he wants to make better sandwiches? And the option was like, cook with other people, something else like art.
Then?
Just like you can call attention, just like, were you gonna call out Arvin?
I cannot confirm or deny.
The identity of the student. And then at the end of class, you're just like, and Arvin should definitely cook with other people. It's like,
let's just keep this between us students. Like, it's just like cute little stuff like that. And then it's like, okay, history class is like cool because it's like actual lore about the region. I love this.
And then once you do classes, you can actually have, I'm calling them support conversations with the teachers. Just like cute, fun scenes with the teachers. And you get to know more, and just dumb, fun scenes. But like, it adds so much to their character. They're all wacky people getting to hijinks.
Yeah. Well, they're super fun people, except for the history teacher who's kind of creepy, weird.
Never happy.
I still like her. She's cool.
I can use you. And I'm like, excuse me, what the fuck? I'm your student.
I'm pretty sure this is illegal, ma'am.
Yeah, she wants you to catch the legends.
I thought it's cool. It's a cool idea that you need to find stakes and stuff. I just wish they made it a bit easier to find them, because just flying around and like trying to find them doesn't really work, because I think the draw distance is way too small for you to actually spot them. And I feel like, okay,
It'd be nice
at night they do glow a little bit, but it's like...
It's not like the wisps in Legends Arceus.
Yeah, those are a bit easier.
It would be nice. That's another world building thing. I'm saying, oh, trainers are useless. Sometimes you have a trainer that's like, I saw this weird purple door, and that's cool.
Yeah.
But you never have a trainer that's like, hey, I went uphill yesterday, and there was this weird stake in the ground.
Yeah, maybe that could have been useful.
Yes, stuff like that. Even for Pokemon evolutions, they could be like a trainer, maybe like, I heard a weird thing about Primeape. If it uses a certain move, it'll evolve. Huh. It doesn't outright tell you, use this move 20 times and it will evolve into Annihilate. No, just give the player little tiny hints to stuff.
Yeah.
Now Game Freak is just assuming you'll look it up for
'cause-
so many things.
Yeah, that's something we didn't mention, but yeah, like just evolution methods, why they keep just doing weird stuff where it's like...
I wouldn't mind if it was in game, if it was explained.
Yeah, because it's like, I really like King Gambit. How do I get it? Well, okay, you need to get a Bisharp, and then you need to go to like the bamboo area where there's just like groups of Ponyta that spawn with one Bisharp in the middle. You need to defeat 3 of those Bisharps. Like, what? Who will figure that out?
It would be cool if it was mentioned. Please correct me, because it would be awesome if it's actually mentioned in game by an NPC. I doubt it. NPCs are fucking useless.
Yeah, I mean sometimes, because like I think one of the biology lessons they do mention like, oh yeah, Primeape can evolve to Annihilate.
No.
But then they don't.
And the
tell you-
evolution, the way Primeape evolves into Annihilate is quite interesting. And then the bell rings.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, I'm out of time. I'm like, fuck.
Because it's also like I caught a Dunsparce and I noticed in the Pokédex like, wait, Dunsparce is an evolution. What? So it's like, okay, I'm gonna keep you in my team and we'll just see what happens, I guess.
Yeah.
And luckily, it's just like it learns a move that you're just gonna keep because it's a decent move.
For me, I'm discouraged.
And then it evolves like, oh, okay, cool.
Discouraged to use Pokemon like that on my team, because I'm like, I'm not gonna figure out the evolution method.
But that's
like,
the thing
how does Glimmet evolve into Glamora? I just assumed, okay, it needs to be in a Terra Hole or something. Fuck it, I don't care.
Maybe, I don't know. But it's like, yeah, with Rellor, it's also like, my Rellor was like level 38. I'm like, okay, something is wrong here.
I got super lucky on Palmo.
Yeah.
Where for some reason I just had him walking with me throughout Levincia because I was picking up items. I was like, wait, are you giving me these? So I kept it around walking for a super long time, and then it evolved, and I never realized it was because of that. But it evolved. I was so lucky that I had it walking with me, because it needs to take quite a few steps to evolve.
Yeah, it takes a little bit.
But it would be cool if like maybe even in the Pokédex it says like, oh, it trains hard all day running. So it can evolve or something. And that could be a hint like, hey, have it running with you so it can evolve. Well, or maybe a trainer that has Rellor could be like, I've heard Rellor hones its psychic powers by rolling its ball around all day long.
Yeah. Again, it's like, I
guess it's still a little obtuse, but it's still better than nothing.
Yeah. Like, if you beat a trainer and then they tell you like, oh, okay, cool. But that, again, has a problem where it's like the trainers are, in this game, a lot of the time, they're just useless. And like, why would you fight them? So
for the TMs, it's all a means to an end, dude.
Yeah.
And that's also why I give up on completing the Pokédex, because after the game crashed, at one final time, I'm like, you know what?
Yeah, I get it.
So you have the classes, you have the teachers, you have the support conversation with the teachers, and then in post game, that leads into weirdly one of my favorite parts of the game, the Academy Battle Brawl, or
Academy Ace Tournament?
School Battle Brawl, sorry. No, it's way better, School Battle Brawl. That's so funny because like Nemona's like, oh, it's so annoying.
Yeah, the Academy Ace Tournament, but fuck, everyone's calling it the School Battle Brawl. I hate
Arvin came up with School Battle Brawl, and now Clavel is calling it School Battle Brawl, and then he introduces it as the Academy Ace Tournament. The School Battle Brawl can finally begin. It's like,
and Nemona's like, oh god. Make it stop. Yeah, it's really fun.
And that just a tournament thing you can do like in a lot of Pokemon games where you face random opponents. Let's say it's kind of like the Pokemon World Tournament.
Yeah.
But in this game, it's against all the teachers you got to know throughout the game.
Yeah, and it's so cool because like, oh shit, wait, the teachers! And you're like, oh, what Pokemon do you have?
Yes.
And they all have cool little intro animations.
Yes, all
and
unique
stuff.
intro animations, idle animations, terastallizing animations.
Yeah, then it was like, whoa, throws the ball, and it's like, yeah, let's go.
Do you not want to knock over shit?
Like, doing like running, like
But
jogging
faster.
in place.
Yes.
It's like they all have cute little animations. They have, of course, they have like the unique Terastallizing animations,
Unique text.
unique text. It's very
They're
cute.
small things, but it's really cool. And to me,
And it's also, and I think it's also much more fun than just like, oh, you fight these characters that you've fought in the game, but now you can fight them again. Now, it is still very stupid that you can't fight the gym leaders and stuff, right?
you can fight them once.
Well, yeah, but then never
when
again.
they're awkwardly standing in a corner waiting for you.
Yeah.
Again, it would be way better if you found the baker lady in her bakery. Or
You can find Brasius working on a new art project.
that's just hanging from the window and be like, help!
I tripped. Oh no.
Yeah. Or I know, streaming somewhere. I don't know, in the middle of the square. Who cares? But just, yeah. But still, the Battle Royale is good. Ace tournament. Ace tournament. I really like it. Like, for me, Pokemon World Tournament is something that's like, dude, it's so cool. You find all these classic characters. They all return. Epic! I'm like, yeah, I like that, but this is way more fun. There are all these characters you've got to know and love in the story. Characters that you didn't need to know and love, but it was in the game, and you could do it. And they were all written like pretty well, and they're fun people, and then they have fun animations. So it's all and then accompanied with a super fun music that is also made by Toby Fox. You are a genius.
We love you, Toby.
Toby. Again, it's just so amazing to me. It's like cringy kid in basement that made a nerd band Halloween hack is now doing the things he does. I love him to bits. Very funnily, apparently, a lot of people also hate him for.
Because Undertale popular or hate popular thing.
Yeah.
It's the usual stupid internet shit.
But yeah, the Academy Ace Tournament music, I love it. It's just so fun. It's
like it is impossible
after
not
this
to
grueling
smile.
journey.
Like,
it's just like now we're having fun battling trainers, and it's not like a battle for the glory of battle. No, it's just a fun battle with your teachers.
It's just good vibes.
You beat Jacques is like, and then Clavel's like, did I hear that, did I hear correctly, Mr. Jacques? When you like, I don't remember what he tells you.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, I'm gonna get off to get yelled at again.
Yeah, oh, sorry, gotta go.
Also, when he puts on the exam, some question about the Pokedex, it's like, how does it work? And then Clavel didn't really.
Clavel didn't really like it, so oops.
I like the fact that Clavel and Jacques kind of clash.
Yeah,
it's funny. Oh yeah, and then also like the friend room unlocks. It was a fun little post game thing that I completely missed.
Oh yeah, we totally didn't know about
because
this.
you need to beat them in the battle brawl, which is random, and then you need to go into the school and realize they have a conversation that popped up. They're really fun scenes, actually. Well, mostly for Penny because it's more with the Team Star.
Yeah, again, more Team Star stuff.
It's super fun because like they're all awkward, nerdy goobers, and I love them to bits. And Penny is in love with. Or didn't realize what's his face. The ninja guy is actually attractive.
Oh yeah. Oh god, why are you so handsome?
Since when did he become so handsome? It's like he's always been like that. So a couple of theories, and it's super fun because I feel very proud of this.
Yeah, you independently thought of a theory, told me. I was like, wow, that's a cool theory. Then
even before I saw the Arvin cutscene that kind of confirms it.
Yeah, and then I looked online, like, oh. Wait, okay, suddenly I see that other people have the exact same theory. What is this? And yeah, because I mean, apparently Arvin has a cutscene where it's like hints towards something that, again, makes me really believe, like, yeah, the DLC is going to be plot relevant because there's still more stuff to show and talk about.
It's like basically I told Lenny, I went through this basically. It's like, who made the time machine?
Turo.
Why did they make the time machine?
Because they love Pokemon from the future.
And why did they love Pokemon from the future?
Because they had a book, the Violet book, that talked about mystical Pokemon that look like they're from the future. And he's like, oh, ooh, these are cool.
Yeah, and who wrote that book?
That was Heath.
And he wrote that book a long time ago.
Yes, true.
And in that book, he wrote about those future Pokemon or past Pokemon.
Yeah.
But how did he write about them if the time machine wasn't there?
Oh!
And I thought of that. I was like, that is super weird.
That is a very obvious thing. Like
that is not a plot hole. That feels like something that will be explained. And then apparently Arvin has a cutscene.
Yeah, where it's like, yeah,
where it's like, hey, that's kind of weird, isn't it? That my dad was interested in the future Pokemon, but how did he know about it if those didn't exist yet? And he built a time machine. That's a bit weird. Oh well. Also, is it super fucking weird that this last page of the book is smudged in every copy of the book I find? Yes. That is so fucking weird.
That is extremely weird.
What do you mean? That, like, stuff like that still intrigues me so hard.
Where, and it's this stuff where it's like, it's like this fact that Arvin mentioned, it's like, it is very clearly not just like, oh, I guess we forgot about oopsie. No, it's like, they are pointing towards, look at this contradiction. Wink.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely like it's gonna be DLC stuff, and I'm excited that DLC is gonna be like more plot stuff.
And even before that, I linked the whole Terra stuff. Okay. First of all, the first thing I thought about, and I feel like you're a little iffy on that, is when I saw the texture or like the colors on the crystal. I think it's during the first Turo battle.
Yeah.
And all those colors, I was like, that looks actually kind of familiar. And then I realized that looks like Dream Mist.
Yeah, I think that is thinking a bit
probably
much,
a coincidence. Yep. And yet, I think the time machine is not a time machine. I'm pretty sure it is just a dream machine, or just like it realizes your deepest desires.
Yeah, or if you dream of something that it can make it a reality.
Yes, but then how does the crystal play into that, or the Crystal King, like the whole mind control? Also, it feels like the Violet book. Turo had it since he was a child.
Yes,
and even Arvin literally states all the stuff in here feels like it's like made up by a child, and it's all like,
yeah, like very. That's the thing, because everyone considers this book to be like, yeah, just fairy tales.
Yeah, but we saw it and it was real. So what if this literally is like a kid's book, and Turo got it when he was a child and he believed in it so much, like, oh my god, these things are real.
And he made a machine that just made those dreams real. But of course, he would think like the past Pokemon, future Pokemon are real. I made the time machine.
No. Well, yeah, no. So he reads about it in the book, and he grows up with it because he had it as a kid. Because like in a kid's a sloppy handwriting, it's on the book. And then he goes to explore in Area 0, and he's like, wait, there's nothing here. I need to dig deeper. These Pokemon must be here. It's in this book I've had since I was a kid. But that book, maybe the entirety of that book was just made up. And then the crystal starts corrupting his mind and making him believe more and more, this is real, I need to make this. And then he gives him the schematics. But then how are those schematics in the Violet book? Because Heath also got those schematics, right? And they're in the book?
Like, again,
this is all so weird.
Yeah, like, again, I still feel like it might just be me looking into things way too hard, but I still really think that when I saw the time machine, that really reminded me of the schematics in the book. So again, that again makes me feel like, yeah, this whole thing was orchestrated by the Crystal King, Hexagon, whatever the fuck.
Yep. But also, it could go really far, and this is really just me throwing stuff at the wall, and
yeah, again,
none of it is gonna stick. But I'm like, okay, what if the Crystal King is AI Turo or Sada, where they got sucked up into the time machine, right? And then they realized, wait, I'm not in the future / past. This is all bullshit. And in order to fix the paradox, they needed to go back in time and make sure Turo / Sada had that book so they could create the time machine so AI Turo could exist.
Oh god.
Because otherwise you have a paradox and time implodes on itself.
Okay, so I think
I know I'm thinking this is way too hard, but
no, see, the thing is funny. That's like, oh yeah, it's a time machine. No, it's actually not a time machine, because it just realizes your dreams or fantasies and stuff. Machine. But then he does go back into the past to become the crystal, and like, no, that's just way too convoluted.
Okay, but then how does the book exist? The existence of the book is still, maybe the book was also just conjured by the Crystal King.
That's true. Maybe Heath went in there, the Crystal King made him think all that stuff was there.
Very much possible. Or maybe Heath just isn't real, and the book is actually just conjured by the Crystal King. And then
I also like how we're just calling it the Crystal King.
Because you have the book thing and there's a crown, I think. And that's why I call it the Crystal King. It does have a crown, right? In the book?
Well, yeah. Again, it's like hexagons, like a circle of hexagons, and then it's like a crown or like a halo almost, and then it's like this weird like wavy mange. It's
all of this shit could totally be realized in a game that's not Pokemon. And that's kind of what sucks about it.
Yeah.
It's like, I would love all this. But there's definitely some fuckery in there. And I feel like I definitely, in all my rambles, the truth is in there somewhere. Or what it will end up being. I swear to God, if it ends up being just hand waved away. I really hope it actually becomes a thing, because
I feel like it'll be hard pressed. Because again, there's still a lot of stuff in Area Zero that's also like, what is this stuff? Like, there's the slab you find with like the symbols carved into it. It's like, hey, what is this? Then you can find a certain room with like the huge like markings on the ground. They also
so some stuff.
So I feel like that place with the markings and stuff, like I feel like that is the place where you go to do the DLC stuff. That'll unlock like the new Area Zero content, maybe something like that. Because like it is there. It's like it has to be something.
What if Heath goes to explore Area Zero, right? And he finds interesting stuff, like the Urba Mystica, which we know for a fact is real. Unless it was also conjured by the Conjuring Machine, whatever the fuck.
That'd be weird. Yeah,
sweep that under rug. Conjuring Machine, Time Machine. So he finds the Urba Mystica. He's like, oh, that's cool. That's interesting, and that's his discovery. But then he finds maybe some Terra stuff, but that's it. And then he's like, well, this isn't super interesting. I'm gonna make shit up. What if Heath is just a fucking liar and wanted to sound more interesting?
Yeah, there is no mind control or anything. He just made shit up for the funsies, for shits and giggles.
And then Turo is like, oh my god,
this man is a genius.
Goes there and is like, wait, where are they? Oh, but in this book it says they're future Pokemon. I will make Time Machine, and then I can get the future Pokemon. But then the Time Machine is the Dream Machine and the Crystal King, and it controls your mind. And also, AI Turo is that machine.
That's so fucking stupid. Which means it could be real. Who knows?
Oh no, my phone! No, my phone is dead. And my final point. Help!
Do you remember what the final point was?
I can paraphrase it. I can keep theorizing, but I like the fact that I'm theorizing about this does really show they have something going.
Yeah.
The most intriguing thing to me is Arvin literally stating, "Yo,
isn't this weird?
Every copy of the book I find in the school, the final pages are smudged in the exact same way."
That is like,
so it's not like if you were to copy a book, like if you were to write it again, you wouldn't would you really smudge the pages again? What is up with that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely the thing that I'm also most interested in. Is like, what is up with this?
But yes, I guess final summary with an analogy I came up with a little while ago and actually told you before, I think. And I think it sums up the game perfectly. It is like a book that's like a really nice story, and everybody loves that story. But every other sentence has grammatical errors and spelling mistakes. So it's like, it's really nice, but it looks like garbage.
Yeah, that makes it a bit of a pain to get through.
And it's like, oh my god, really? How did they not notice this?
Yeah.
I feel like it's a perfect analogy.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
And that's pretty much the game. I feel like this video will be about 5 hours long.
Yippee.
Maybe a little more. Depends on what I cut.
Yeah, oh boy.
I need to pee. You have anything else to say?
I don't know. It's just that I'm still on the fence about what I would like. I put the game on my backlogged, and I think I gave it 3.5 stars because out of 5, because I'm like it's enjoyment wise, I would like to give it more, but like with all of the issues it has, I can't.
That's the issue with this game. Like, your opinion needs to be so nuanced, and like you need to explain it. You can't just say this many points. Like, you need to explain.
Yeah, like it was gonna be like thinking about it, I would give it 4 stars, but so it's very like it's a very difficult game to like really like. If you were to ask me, okay, where does it rank in, like, you know, with all the Pokemon games?
Again, I wouldn't be able to all the garbage.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you, because with other games I can easily say, oh no, I think I like these games more than this game, which I like more than this game, stuff. But Scarlet is such an anomaly of like really good and also what the fuck. This like I really,
you can't. Yeah. And I feel like we can't just give it a score. This discussion was honestly the best way.
Yeah, because I can't like I can tell you, oh, is Pokemon Scarlet better than Pokemon Pearl? In these aspects, definitely. In these aspects, like it's impossible to really.
I mean, at the end of the day, they're also so different.
I mean, of course, very different.
The core gameplay is the same, but everything surrounding it is so different.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's yeah, I still, like, in general, I still think about it. Well, see, again, I was gonna say I think about it more positively than negatively. Just because
Depends
I enjoyed it so much. Yeah, depending on mood. Because then I'm like, but do I though?
Yeah.
Because again, it depends. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, all that good stuff was so fun. But inevitably, I'll think about like, how about that stuff? So it's like, yeah, it's very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And it's difficult because the good has never been this good, but the bad has also like never been this bad.
The bad's embarrassingly bad.
Mm-hmm.
It should not have released.
So really. Stuck in the middle,
yeah, maybe, but that sucks, because if you say stuck in the middle, you give it a 5 out of 10. Let's say,
yeah,
I give Sword and Shield a 5 out of 10 because it's so generically fine.
I gave it on Backlog. I gave it 2 stars, I think. So that's a 4.
I don't think, because then you're saying it's worse than average. Well, maybe.
I would say it is,
but it's so generically fine.
It's generically fine, but then there's still stuff that really brings it down, and I'm like, nah, 4. But for this game, I gave it 3.5 because I say stuck in the middle, but in the end, I mean, but that's just me. I always value my positive thoughts more than my negative ones. So I'm definitely not gonna be like, oh, but like without all the bad stuff, it would have been one of my favorite games. So 9 out of 10, like, of course not. Like, I would like to give it an 8, but I really can't because of the stuff. So it needs to. I feel like an 8 is definitely brought down to a 7, because like for all the negative stuff in this game, I think docking 3 points for that, yeah, sure. But it's still like in general, I still had a very positive experience with it. It makes sense that your score would be lower because you just had to deal with a lot more shit than I did. So yeah.
The crashes are the most astounding ones, right?
Yeah, and I didn't have a single one. It's still odd to me how that can happen.
Because you're playing Scarlet. That's what people are saying.
Well, see, you had the game that was all about like the future, so maybe the game was ahead of its time, and the Switch couldn't run it properly because it's a future game. It needs a stronger console.
Fuck. I actually have something else to talk about.
Oh, really?
It's a dumb idea, though, but I actually told you this before, where I know there will be DLC, and I know they will never go like deep meta with Pokemon games, but I think it would be so awesome if they go the route of a sequel game, right? They make a sequel.
Oh yeah.
Sequel releases. The entirety of the game is the exact same. You're like, huh? That's wait, I thought it was a sequel. And you're playing, and it's like, huh? This is literally Scarlet Violet? And then once you get a little further, some characters are suddenly like, wait, have we done this before? And then it ends up being like a crazy, fucked up time loop because of shenanigans in Area Zero. Again, I feel like, or even if you don't do that, I feel like this game is ripe for sequel material where you see, what happens after.
And the secret third legendary is a groundhog.
Yes, exactly.
No,
I think this game would be cool for a sequel because you can see in the future how the Academy evolve and stuff.
Yeah.
Nemona's like a gym leader or something. Who cares? I guess it's Sheeran. Whoops.
Yeah. I'm not sure about sequel. I think there's still
I
some
wouldn't mind that.
like there's still some definitely some stuff left over you can do, but I don't think it's enough for a new game. I think putting that stuff in the DLC, yeah. But we'll see.
Well, DLC.
Uh,
And again, they won't do it, but if DLC is free, mark my words, everything is forgiven.
I guess,
Honestly.
I guess we'll see on Pokemon Day.
We will. Funny, there'll be an update. There'll be an update that won't fix anything.
I do wonder on Pokemon Day if the like how much attention they're gonna put on the fact that
We're sorry?
we're sorry and we apologize, and then they do the deep bow for like 2 seconds. I wonder if they're gonna go that road, or if it's just like, yeah, we have some new news for the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet games. Take a look at this trailer, DLC, and then they'll all show, and then they'll also just like after all showing the DLC stuff, they'll hand wave like, oh yeah, and after this presentation, there will be a new patch that will fix some game stuff, and then they leave it at that.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh yeah, well, it's okay,
They
patch,
will
cool,
improve
thanks, I
gameplay
guess.
experience.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. We've thoroughly exhausted the game, I think.
And I've exhausted myself.
Have you?
I'm tired.
No, I'm not. I'm never tired. That's not true. Sometimes I'm tired. I need to pee though. I need to charge my phone. Because apparently my phone tells me to set my alarm at 7. All right. Thanks for watching.
Thanks
If you did,
Yeah, for anyone who actually stuck through the whole, like, whatever hours.
it's still shorter than your stream.
Jeez. That's true. Okay. That's our thoughts on Pokemon. Boy, can we talk a lot about it.
You can. But I think this game deserved it.
Oh,
Because there was so much to talk about.
Oh, this is definitely a game with a lot of material to talk about.
So.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.